Hello, everybody! Welcome to the finale stream of Paranormasight, the Mermaid's Curse. Hello! Welcome, welcome! I have great news. I come bearing great news. I don't have my time limit today. I thought I only could stream for a maximum of 6 hours. I have freed myself. I have taken off the shackles. So there's no, like, rush anymore. There's no need to, you know, end stream in 6 hours. But I still can't stream for that long because I have a very early flight tomorrow morning. So I would like to go to bed early. I packed as much as I could. I still have to review videos and also edit a video, finish editing a video before I leave. So I still have like a lot of things I need to do before my trip this weekend. So I would ideally not like to stream too long today since I need sleep. But at least I don't have my prior engagement that I had before. Oh, that was so stressful. I tried to get workarounds. It's not really the best to do that, but I'm stressed out. So, we're gonna be okay. I'm gonna be able to finish this game today, no matter what. But hi, I hope you guys are doing good. And I hope you guys are enjoying these streams. I am ready to just jump in. Hi, Ubi! Alright, hello. Alright. It's time to jump in. We're wasting no time today, okay? You haven't been able to stop thinking about this game? It's very compelling. Ooh, yesterday was so juicy for a stream. Juicy as shit. All right. So, Yuza and Sato are 800-year immortals. My personal goal with this game is to make sure Yumiko doesn't find out about Yuza. Let's hope that they never cross paths so that Yuza can, you know, not be potentially tortured for 800 years, you know? That sounds like a pretty shitty way to live. You can finish off the ads by subscribing. What Tion said. Oh my god, that's crazy. All right, so we're gonna start here today, which seems extremely juicy, implying that Yuza and Sato knew about each other.
Finished the game yesterday just in time for the finale. Hope you have a great time.
Thank you, Erwin. I appreciate it. Thank you for the 52 months. I hope you keep enjoying the emotes. Hello, Last Harley. All right, so we're gonna go here. Approximately 1 month ago, having only just returned home to Kamishima, Yuza goes to the roof of Kantakisho ruins for some time alone, only to find Sato there. So I wonder if this is where they connect with each other about being immortals, and they both knew about each other for a very long time. This is crazy. If they actually did know about each other, that would have... Oh. That would make things so interesting. Why am I paying for my sub? I have Prime and I haven't been using my Prime sub. Wait, are you dead ass? What an idiot. Go give your Prime sub to somebody else then. I don't know if you can cancel and then use it. I don't know if Twitch will allow that. There's someone already here? How unusual. Whoa, you scared me. Darn, I didn't think anyone else would come here. I take it I'm not welcome? I didn't think there would be anyone else up here either, so that makes 2 of us. Who are you? Oh, this is their first time meeting. I'm Yuza. I recently moved back to Kamishima. So you're that old friend of Tsukasa's, was it? Yep, I don't think we've spoken before. You're Sato, right? Mr. Wakamura's relative? It's nice to meet you. How do you know who I am? That's kind of creepy. You're pretty much the talk of the town. I'm sure almost everyone here knows who you are. Is that so? I'd rather not stand out. Distant Fox, thank you for the 3 months. I really appreciate it. It's a small island. Word spreads quick about who comes and goes. Sorry, but could you leave me be? I don't feel like talking to anyone. I just came here to enjoy the view alone. I'll just be over here looking at the sea, so I won't be a bother. Does that work for you? Fine. Give at the end your opinion about these games? No, I never do that. I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna end the game and not give my opinions on it and just end the stream. Coming here always helps clear my head. Now then, I'm back here after quitting work after just 3 months. I went to a boarding school on the mainland for high school, so it's been about 3.5 years since I actually lived on Kamishima. Nothing's changed. It's almost as if time itself has stopped here. You can say that one of the good things about living on an isolated island like this, but for me, that means it's just as uncomfortable as ever. Ever since the disaster 5 years ago, people here haven't exactly been subtle about avoiding me. Maybe it's as good a time as any to start seriously looking into my mom. The processing plant I worked at wasn't a bad place or anything, but working there didn't feel that fulfilling either. I just happened to come across it whenever I was looking for a job. I've never really been sure what I want to do with my life. Azami has always had a clear goal of becoming a fisherman. To be honest, I've always felt a bit jealous of that. After losing my parents in the disaster 5 years ago, people not only began to avoid me, they avoided talking about my mom as well. At some point, I honestly began to wonder if there was much point in being alive. I've only made it this far because of my gran and Azami. I could never forgive myself if I made the two of them sad. They're the only reason I'm still here, drifting through life. Not that there's much else I can do. I've got to find some work here soon so that they won't worry about me. I've always been good at swimming, so I've actually been thinking about ama diving as an option. I haven't gone swimming since the disaster, but I wonder if Gran would be happy if I followed in her footsteps and became an ama diver. Maybe I'll start looking into it in secret. Though I'd only be able to do it during the diving season, so I'd still have to find something else. I must know how this ends. Well, thank you. Prioritizing me over Bridgerton Part 2. Wow. I'm honored. You can see all the way from Ise Bay out toward the Enshu Sea from here. It's a great view. But that doesn't mean I want to share it with anyone. Thankfully, most of the islanders don't come up here that often, so I sometimes come here to unwind. There are a lot of reefs in the area, and the tide is strong, so it can make for tough sailing. But from here, it looks as tranquil as can be. You can see all the way across the Atsumi Peninsula in Aichi from here. I heard this observation post was originally made to oversee Irigo on the opposite shore, so I guess it makes sense that it would be built somewhere with a clear view of the area. I'm not allowed to talk to her. We're just minding our own business. They built a rest spot for any tourists who come up here, but it doesn't seem much use. I originally came back here to take care of Gran after her injury, but her condition has improved a lot recently, so she can walk around by herself now and has even been handling the cleaning and laundry. I wouldn't be surprised if she said that she was planning to go back to diving. Kamishima women sure are made of sterner stuff, but I'm sure worried about her. You never know what could happen after all. It seems that she's been watching a lot of TV recently, perhaps because she has to spend a lot of time at home. She seems a bit bummed that she doesn't have to have anyone to talk to about her shows, though. Azami was really happy to hear that I was coming back to Kamishima. He even helped me make sure my return would go as smoothly as possible. I can't thank him enough. He's a true friend. On top of that, he's hardworking and kind. It's easy to see why so many people here like him. But he's involved in a bunch of stuff around the island now, so he's much busier than he used to be. It goes without saying, we can't mess around like we used to anymore. Tsukasa's also put some distance between herself and us since she started high school. I guess she's a bit self-conscious about things now. I miss hanging out with her, but maybe this is just part of growing up. Still, it's no exaggeration to say that it's all thanks to Azami that I'm able to live here like this. I won't do anything to let him down. Time to think on how to make my own way through life from now on. I have plenty of time, but I don't want to be a burden for any longer than I have to be. On the contrary, if there's some way for me to make a graceful exit and draw the curtains on it all, maybe that would be for the best. What? The same thought's been lurking in my mind ever since that day. What's the point in living if I'm just gonna cause trouble for Gran and Azami? Time to think of how to make my own way through life from now on. Sato. I hear she's a relative who will be staying with him for a while, but apparently no one's heard of her, so the island rumor mill's been working overtime ever since she arrived. Things have calmed down a bit now, but when she first showed up, she knew so little about things, how things worked, that the gossip was that she was some sort of sheltered princess. That, or she'd been raised by animals. Even now, she spends most of her time cooped up with Wakamura, so the mystery has only grown. I guess it doesn't really matter, though. If she really is a relative of Mr. Wakamura's, I wonder what she's doing here. She's 17, just like Tsukasa, but it doesn't seem like she goes to school. I guess it doesn't really matter. Now that I have a better look at her, she's really tall. Maybe even taller than Azami, and he's 173 centimeters. She said that she doesn't want to stand out, but that's going to be tough at that height. I'd rather not stand that close to her, to be honest. She's been staring at the southern sea this whole time. Could it be that she sees something out there? I said I wouldn't bother her. I should stop staring. Time to think of how to make my own way through life. Made you jump, didn't I? Fuck you! Of course you did! Anyone would be startled by someone sneaking up on them like that! At least you admit it. You can consider that payback for before. Did you need something? I can't focus with someone else around after all, so I want you to leave. Fine. How much will you pay me? Money, is it? That's all you bureaucrats think about. Money, money, money. A string of 3,000 cash coins, and that's my final offer. You won't get a single drop out of me. Who even has an ancient currency like that anymore? And wasn't that the bounty for Imagawa Yoshimoto's head? How much money do you have? It's only about 60 yen in modern currency. Damn, inflation's pretty nuts. 60 yen it is, then. You go. I don't feel a bit bad you only got a measly 60 yen out of the deal, though. So, you can have this Kameshimaru keychain I picked up over there as well. Pushing random stuff you picked up off the ground onto strangers, huh? Well, who could have thrown such a cute keychain away? I'd feel bad if it was just left on the ground, so I'll let you off with this. I'll be on my way as promised. Sorry for the interruption. Sure. Huh? I see. So that's how it is. Is something wrong? Oh no, I was just thinking it might be pretty rough. Yep, pretty rough, all right. It's none of my business, though. Bye. How am I supposed to just walk away after you say cryptic stuff like that? But if no answers are forthcoming, I'll simply have to be on my way. That's it? So she finds out about him and they don't talk about it. So she knew back then. She knew as early as then. Go! Yuza heads out with Azami to go diving before he suddenly mentions something that he must do. Before returning to the island, the pair go to a certain location at sea. Hope y'all be having fun. Thank you, Adrian. Appreciate it. Wasn't this an important thing you have to do, Yuza? Sounds like it must be a pretty big deal. It is, I just hope you'll believe me. Listen, and don't fly off the handle. What? He was gonna tell him? Please forgive the interruption. I have an important announcement to make. The moment you have been waiting for has arrived. Everything is ready for you to proceed. It is? On August 7th, upon returning to Kamishima after his dive, Yuza embarks on the fight of a lifetime. For unbeknownst to him, at this precise moment in time, a slew of predicaments would await him everywhere he turned. As for this really important thing he has to do, that is of course preventing the tragedy of Kamishima from coming to pass. The advent of the 400-year-old curse of the raging waves draws nearer Kamishima with every passing moment. The music is so good right now! I hope I don't fuck this epic moment up! Even so, do try to remember that Yuza's true aims are to locate a mermaid and uncover the truth about his mother. Will Yuza succeed in overcoming these challenges and fulfilling his objective, you ask? That is entirely up to you and the actions you choose to take from this moment forward. Thus concludes my announcement. I wish you a good fortune. Why did you do that? Like, you didn't have to interrupt me at all here. You didn't have to do that. You think Kikuko is plotting to work a curse that'll cause a massacre on the island? Wait, how does he know that? You might find it hard to believe, but I'm sure about this. You're gonna have to give me a second to take this in. This is way heavier than I was expecting, man. I mean, a curse? I know I told you about the Tomokazuki and all, but how did you even find out? Have you got any proof? I saw the future with my own two eyes. What? I'm afraid I don't have any proof I can show you right now. You saw the future. Yuza, if this is some kind of prank, you better cut it out right now. Seriously, this shit ain't funny. If you're just fooling around, I don't know if we can be friends anymore. Do you think it's easy for me to call someone on friendly terms with a murderer? I couldn't say something like this unless I was dead certain. I need you to trust me on this, Azami, before it's too late. You're not making this easy, Yuza. I can't just... I mean... No, I understand. I won't ask you to believe me until I can present you with solid proof. Until then, I still need your help. I can't just sit back and let this happen. I won't try to stop you, but I'm not doing anything drastic till I'm sure what we're doing is the right thing. That's all I needed to hear. Thanks, Izami. What's gotten into you? What do you mean? I know you're headstrong and all, but this is way beyond what I'd expect from you. It's like you're a totally different person. He just smiled at the camera. You're exaggerating. I'm the same old Yuza I've always been. He's a different Yuza. The Tomo Kadachi thing, it got to him. What are you two doing here? And what's with that getup, Yuza? Don't tell me you've been diving. Kikuko, do you have a minute? I heard you were heading out to the northern shore to fish in the bay today, so I came to find you. Where'd you hear that? I only just decided that this morning. I didn't even tell anyone. Awkward! The northern side of Kamishima, not many people come here to fish. I can tell Azami is trying to believe in me. That's a good start at least. Right, this is where it all begins. This is my chance. I have to find a way to change the future, but I don't have any evidence, and I doubt I can just talk Kikuko out of this. You don't do something like that on a whim. Whatever her motives are, they must be powerful. Even if I can somehow manage to get her curse stone, there's still the risk that whatever destructive impulse has a hold of her would drive her to make the tragedy happen some other way. Yeah, we gotta find out her motives. That is very important. That's why my best bet of containing the situation is to try and distract her. I'm gonna change the future one step at a time. There's no rush, after all, since we came here instead of heading back to the port. Things are already different. User, are you sure about this? Just so we're clear, I'm leaving the talking to you. Nah, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Do we? Kikuko is looking at us suspiciously, but I guess that's to be expected. We surprised her here alone, after all. Hand mirrors. You've been passing Kameshimaru hand mirrors around to everyone, yeah? Sounds like someone keeps their ear to the ground. How many have you given out? Who's got one already? I don't know. I haven't kept track or anything. But if I had to guess, I reckon it'd be about 20 or so. Why though? You want one too? If so, I'll get one to you later. No thanks. Don't worry about it. Suit yourself. They're pretty sweet little items if I do say so myself. So, were you really off diving? You sure you should be doing that? If Chie finds out, she'll give you an earful, no doubt about it. You don't know it. Seems everyone thinks I bring this island bad luck just by being here. Well, sure, some folks might say that, but it's not as if you've done anything to deserve that kind of talk. I don't see a problem with you becoming an Ama diver myself. Just today, plenty of folks told me not to go diving because a storm's on its way. But when they don't talk sense, I just ignore them, and so should you. I've been wondering, are you unhappy here on the island, Kikuko? What makes you think that? I don't know, you got murder on the mind. Just get the feeling you're not planning to stay here as an Ama diver forever. You're normally play the fool, but turns out you're pretty sharp, Yuza. Truth is, I can't help thinking of the future. You earn a decent living as an Ama diver if you know what you're doing, but all of these old rules and customs tend to get in the way. I've been trying to change them here and there, but it's no good. Everyone's too stubborn to listen. So let's just kill them. Mark my words, nothing is ever gonna change around here. And just between you and me, as much as I love being surrounded by nature on this island, the culture here just isn't for me. So I'm gonna kill them. Honestly, I'm about ready to break ties with this place. Not that anyone else needs to know that. Don't go spreading it around now. So I'm gonna murder everyone. I had no idea you were so interested in diving, Yuza. So, Kikuko, when you left the island, you did some kind of office work, right? That's true and all, but why are you asking? I was just wondering if you might have preferred your life back then. I mean, you must have had more opportunities to meet people and go out on dates and all that. Stop right there, and if I don't hear enough of that as it is, what's it got to do with you anyway? Sorry, I didn't mean to pry. I was just wondering if you still kept in contact with anyone. You know what severely bothers me? That something I literally only now just noticed is that, like, Yuza has no ass. And when I mean, like, no ass, I mean, like, actually. I'm staring right at it. There is nothing there. Anyway. Sure, a few people. Just a few. Would you say any of them had a big influence on you? Seriously, what's all this about? Nothing really. I was just curious. Working for that company wasn't exactly a huge break in my career. All I did was pour tea and answer the phone. Anyway, Yuza, did you really come all the way out here just to chat? Something like that, but I've wasted enough of your time. Thanks for hearing me out. Come on, Azami, let's go. See you later, Kikuko. I don't know if we changed anything by doing that, though. I know we just got back, but there's no time to waste. We've got to track down and collect all the Kameshimaru mirrors Kikuko handed out as soon as possible. If I'm right, those mirrors are actually the targets of the curse. No way, seriously? Still, man, all this curse business is a bit much. Given what people think of me, I'd have a hard time handling this on my own. I'm gonna need your help, Azami. We'll have to try and convince everyone the mirrors are defective or something, but we better not let Kikuko find out what we're up to. Yuza, I want to believe you. And I'd like nothing more than to help you out. But before I lift a finger, there's something I've got to know. I've got a pretty good idea what made you change out of the blue like this. When you were diving before and you came face to face with that Tomokazuki, something happened, didn't it? You haven't been the same since then. And come to think of it, does this have anything to do with your search for a mermaid? You're right. I should have told you the full story to begin with. I've been in such a rush I got ahead of myself. You're right, something did happen to me, and I'll tell you about it right now if you want to hear. First of all, tracking down a mermaid is still my end goal. That hasn't changed. But what I'm trying to do right now started when I found out about the danger Kamishima is in, and realized I had to do something to prevent it. Are you with me so far? If I knew the island was in danger, I'd want to protect it too. How did you find out about that? You said you saw the future? When did that happen? It was when I encountered the Tomokazuki. What? The moment our hands touched, everything went dark, and then the future unfolded before me. So it was kind of like a vision from the Tomokazuki? A warning? That's exactly what it felt like. A stream of images filled my mind all at once, together with a rush of understanding. It's like they were imprinted in my memory. I don't know how it works. But I believe what I saw. I know what's going to happen here on Kamishima if I don't do something to change it. So that's what started all this? Yuza, did you know there was a Tomokazuki there? Is that why you picked that spot? No, it's not like it's like I told you. I was hoping to find a clue there since that's the spot where I encountered a mermaid once before. I never would have dreamed I'd end up seeing a vision of tragedy like that. For all I know, this might have nothing to do with mermaids at all, but now that I know about it, I just can't forget it, can I? Of course not. Now that I know the full story, you can count on my help too. Seeing as Kikuko is the culprit, I'm guessing we need to collect those hand mirrors to save everyone? She's not the only threat. There's more. There are actually 2 calamities on the horizon for Kamishima today. The first is the massacre caused by Kikuko's curse, and the second, the curse of the raging waves, which has been brewing up a violent storm for the last 400 years. It's gonna hit the island tonight. Now you've lost me again. I can't keep up. Why is all this happening on the same day? I get the feeling it's just an unfortunate coincidence. And there would have been nothing that we could do about it either, but since we've been forewarned, I have a chance to prevent it. I'll explain the rest on the way. There's no time to lose. We have to track down every last one of those mirrors. Yeah. Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh. Shit. Shit. I'm gonna go with Avi. Avi and Cersei continue to ask around about mermaids, but there's garnered suspicion and they find themselves unable to gain information. Ooh! Morphogenetic field? No. The Tomokazuki, that's right. Hey Zoe, welcome. Well, so much for that. Even after everything that we went through, we've got nothing to show for it. It's almost astounding how little we've managed to learn, like some reverse miracle. Worse, I think rumors spread and now everyone is avoiding us. This is pickle. I can't even bring up mermaids without the islanders looking at me like some odd foreigner who lost his marbles. And for some reason, mentioning Mari Minakuchi makes everything even worse. Did people hate her or something? Just hearing her name makes them recoil with undisguised disgust. I noticed that too, though your way of asking probably doesn't help much.
How about we take a break from investigating and go for a little sightseeing? Seems like there's a shrine and a lighthouse around here, so we might as well drop by.
Count me in. To be honest, the way people are treating us has started to bum me out. Maybe heading to the lighthouse to unwind a bit wouldn't be such a bad idea. No! We must go to the jet. What is going on? What is going on? What is the player? We must go to the jetty, and that's that.
Don't scare me like that. What's gotten into you all of a sudden?
The waves of my yearning soul keep crashing against my chest, insisting I seek out the shore.
Right, sure, the usual then. Off we go.
I am very confused. My previous theory was that the Tomokazuki was the player. I don't know how that makes sense, but that was my best guess. Was that we are the Tomokazuki. But I don't understand, the only other character that we have interacted with personally as the player to the NPCs of the game is Avi. Avi and Yuza. No one else so far that I've noticed. I don't understand Avi. He was interacting with us before he acquired a curse stone, I think. Because I was going to equate it to him getting a curse stone, but it was before that, I think. Looks like we got ourselves a spunky young lady. Maybe we should have a word with her. This could be our last chance. Give it our all.
Can we speak with you for a moment?
Cersei, no. There's no way that she want to talk to us if we're that forward. Foreign visitors. How unusual. And your names are Avi and Cersei? Welcome to Kamishima. My name is Kikuko. I'm an armor diver. The armor diver. Such a pleasure to meet a charming young lady in a place like this. Charming young lady, you say? Oh my, well now you're allowed to ask me anything you like.
This jetty was built to break the waves, so fishing boats can come in and safely unload the catch.
And I suppose jet planes have nothing to do with it?
No, not at all. The structure over the distance is called a breakwater, built to keep the waves out. Seems it's also a popular fishing spot.
Who would have thought? Seemed like just bluntly calling her out to her was the best approach after all. The image of a polite and reserved Japan I've been holding on to for so long is starting to falter.
She's the most approachable of all the people we've talked to so far. Maybe this time we'll actually learn something.
It's a little sad to be this happy just because someone finally agreed to talk to us. To talk us. Oh yeah, I saw somebody's comment this morning on the last video about like how many translation issues and typos there are in this game. Which like, I'm really understanding of that, especially for like a small company, but what I don't understand is how many typos are still in the first game after several years. Like, cause they can easily fix and patch that, so it's like... This game is brand new, so I do hope that they fix this stuff, but the first game has plenty of typos and they haven't fixed it after so long. Please fix. Looks like we made a solid impression. She seems genuinely excited to talk to us. After all the lengths that we went to, I refuse to leave this place without at least a few answers. Alright, talk about mermaids. This may be a bit out of nowhere, but you don't happen to know anything about mermaids, do you? Mermaids? Oh, so you do know something? When you say mermaids, you mean mermaids? Like the mythical creatures? Precisely, the very same. Rumor has it that this island houses some kind of secret connection to mermaids, but I haven't been able to ascertain whether or not it's true. So tell me, any mermaid secrets? Are you saying that you really came all this way out here to look for mermaids? More or less, so any information you may have would be a huge help. Sorry, I don't have anything for you, but I do happen to be a little interested in mermaids myself. Fantastic! Another fan entranced by the mysterious. They say that eating the flesh of a mermaid will grant you immortality, right? That's right. Could you perhaps be interested in immortality as well? I guess so. Not for myself, though. You mentioned that this island has some sort of connection to mermaids? More than just a little interested, are you? Well, in fact, right here in Issei Bay, there used to be... Oh, geez. His stupid pointing pose, it's so cute. Point! So mermaids used to live on this Taishima place? So you think that there may still be clues here in Kamishima that would lead you to mermaids in Ryugu? Nail on the head, right on the button. I can't say that I've heard any mermaid stories on this island before. So, you're an active AIMA diver? Are there many young divers these days? Not really. The younger generation doesn't really go for diving anymore. Just makes more sense to pursue higher education. It's a real shame to see such a long-standing tradition slowly fade away. It's quite dangerous after all. Can't really blame them for choosing safer options. Just the other day, I heard 2 AIMA divers went missing around Toba. Oh. Yeah, we don't know anything about that. Speaking of AIMA divers, I heard AIMA divers have a legend that if you go around diving around here, there's a chance that a Tomo Kazuki might emerge from the depths. Enough with the ghost stories! You sure know a lot, don't you? You're right, it's a well-known legend. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes or anything, don't know anyone who has either. Many of Seimin and Domin symbols have you safe. Please, I don't have any. I don't really go in for superstitions like that. Are you really okay without them? I think it's no more than an old tradition meant to remind us not to forget our gratitude and respect towards the sea. All those old-fashioned rules and traditions, don't you think it's about time for a reform? Isn't free diving close to the Shinto ritual and spirit? Isn't showing reverence and offerings to the sea god crucial? Oh, you're pretty devout for a foreigner. I'm impressed. But you know, I believe it's exactly because of tedious customs like that one, that young people are losing interest in diving. We should keep up with the times, otherwise there's no way that this tradition will survive. Well now, that's very level-headed thinking. Maybe it's because I'm part of the new so-called new generation. Some people don't like my attitude, but I get the job done. Some of the young divers go to high school on the mainland, then work on it as AIMA divers when they return home. I guess there's also that guy who just started working as an AIMA here. I just saw him earlier. Didn't realize men could become AIMA divers too. It's not like it's forbidden. It is pretty rare, though. This is the first time I've seen it happen. Interesting. Oh, right. Actually, there's someone that we're looking for on the island. Would you mind if I asked you about them? A woman named Mare Minakuchi. Ah. That's exactly how everyone else around here has been reacting. Sorry, but that woman died in an accident at sea 5 years ago. Ah, yes, we are well aware that she has passed away. Did she leave anything behind, or was there perhaps someone who was close to her, anything like that? Got no idea. Nobody on this island really knew her. Although her son has just returned to the island. Actually, the guy I was talking about earlier, the new AIMA diver, that's her son. Her son! Now it gets interesting. We'd certainly like to meet him. Do you know where he is? But he's got to be somewhere around the island. His name is Yuza. I'll give you his home address. You might find him there. Thank you. This is invaluable information. I wonder if they go to meet Suya. By the way, you wouldn't happen to know where everyone is frantically dodging our questions about Mare, would you? Was she such a terrible person? It's something people don't really like to talk about. She didn't fit in much with the other islanders. No one knew much about her either. Why are you so interested? This is kind of a secret one. Seems Mare has some sort of connection to the mermaids. I see, so that's why. It's just that I always thought that she was a little off. Almost as though she wasn't actually human. You're saying Mari might not have been human, that she was actually a mermaid? No way, I was just joking. She was kind of weird, sure, but a mermaid? That's a bit far-fetched, don't you think?
Why did I feel that sudden urge to go to the jetty earlier? Thanks to that, we ended up running into Kikuko.
I'm confused.
Come to think of it, I completely forgot about the still-tied mirror that Ikama told us to look for. Guess I'll try my luck and ask.
Oh, okay, there we go. Just give out people's addresses to random foreigners? Yeah, I was kind of questioning that, but Kikiko, I don't think, likes anyone on the island, so she just doesn't give a fuck.
There's a particular mirror on this island that we're looking for. Do you happen to know anything about that?
You've come to the right woman.
Luck's finally on our side.
Could be that you're talking about this?
Goodness, that's the cutest mirror I've ever seen!
I had no idea it became so famous.
Could this be the steel-tied mirror?
Definitely not. This isn't the one you're after? Well, since you seem to have taken a liking to it, I'd still love to let you have it. Consider it a memento of our meeting today. Decline.
Changed my mind. I don't need it after all.
You sure? It's free. Strongly decline.
I'm sure. I absolutely decline.
Okay, sure. If you feel that strongly about it, I won't press you.
We're looking for is an actual bronze mirror.
You mean the type you'd see in history books?
Probably something like that.
Can't say I know anything about that. Here's your murder mirror. She was just gonna murder me so casually. Never heard anything about a bronze mirror on this island.
That alone was worth coming here for. Learning about Mare-san is huge.
Now what do we do? I can't do anything else? Oh, I have the business card too. I forgot about. Can I select one?
I figured I might be able to use it later, so I held on to it.
Is that the Tomatabako?
What?
She knows about that? I just happened to notice. Judging by your reaction, I'd say I'm right.
I didn't think it'd be that noticeable.
A glimpse alone shouldn't have given away that it was the Tomatabako. My initial guess was just a bluff, but Avi's reaction confirmed it. She's mad now.
I've got a bad feeling about the way she's looking at us right now. Why the interest in the Tomatabako?
Some kind of ancient mermaid treasure, right?
You're well informed.
Would you be willing to hand it over? I'll make sure it's worth your while. I know someone who's ridiculously rich and is searching for eternal life. They'd be willing to pay a small fortune for that thing. They'll offer the kind of money you probably only get to see once in a lifetime. So, what do you say?
Avi?
Much more than third-rate writer like yourself can earn in a lifetime. I don't know what you could possibly need the Tomatabako for anyway, but wouldn't you like to move up in the world?
I believe I understand your offer, Kikuko. My answer is no, not a chance, no way, no how. I've never been about money, and it's about the thrill, the adventure. Embarking on a journey to unravel the secret of the mermaid's immortality, what better adventure could a man ask for? You may call me a romantic, and that's what I am, an adventurer at heart.
Totally lost me. You're throwing this chance away for some childish adventure?
You wouldn't understand. I'd put my life on the line to find a mermaid. I'm not handing the box over.
Seems like there's no reasoning with you. Ugh, it'd be so much easier if you had it. Why'd you refuse the mirror? This would have been so much easier. Just felt like the right thing to do. Why do you ask?
Are things not going as planned? I'm not sure what's going on, but I feel like we might have just narrowly escaped danger. Sounds like we had that mirror on us. She would have been able to steal the tomato bucko. I'd like to get more information out of her, but it seems as though she's plotting something.
She's trying to figure out a way to kill us. Dude, Kikuko's like kind of fucked up.
So why don't you enlighten us? Who told you about the tomato bucko?
Who knows? Think he'll get it out of me with that attitude?
She still hasn't given up on the tomato bucko.
What a... Oh boy.
Celsia's on high alert. The supernatural may be involved here. Avi, focus. I need you to listen to me, but without taking your eyes off of Kikuko.
Got it.
I'm pretty sure she has a curse stone.
What's this all about?
I couldn't tell right away because it was masked by the heavy veil of cursed energy that's all over the island, but on closer inspection, this curse stone's aura is impossible to conceal.
I don't know what you're talking about.
What if the condition to activate her curse was holding onto one of those mirrors? Then we can relax, right? The condition isn't met. Only if the mirror was all there is to it. As long as we don't know for sure what the condition is, we need to stay on high alert. Feels like the air completely shifted. Even the waves look heavy with tension. Kikuko wants to take the tomato bucko from us. It won't grant immortality without the flesh of a mermaid. If she has any other information about mermaids, we need it.
Okay, I know Cersei told me to not take my eyes off of Kikuko, so, I can't, I don't want to test that theory. I don't exactly want to test looking away from her.
I'm gonna let you in on a secret. Ta-da! What are the odds? Turns out we both got curse stones. This one's called the Curse of the Forsaken Fish. When its conditions are met, it transforms you into a fish and kills you. Pretty messed up, huh? Avi, are you sure? You were planning to use your curse stone on us to steal the tomato bucko, weren't you? But your curse stone requires us to have one of those hand mirrors. On the other hand, I can use my curse on you whenever I so please. You're bluffing.
You're bluffing. Your curse stone must have a condition.
Who's to say it hasn't already been met?
Cease your scheming and tell us what you know. Whoa! That's kind of hot! The threat! Woo! Get him, Avi! Do you really have to resolve to kill someone with a curse?
I'm not exactly keen on it, but I'm prepared to defend my life if necessary.
Really? I wasn't expecting that from such a kind gentleman. You look like you wouldn't hurt a fly.
My heart is pure, but trust me, I'm quite capable. Experience has hardened my resolve.
You're saying you've actually used it?
At this point, what difference does one more death to the tally make? My hands are already stained.
You're a proper criminal. Maybe I should report you to the cops.
Be my guest. I wonder which is faster, my curse or your phone call.
Woo-hoo! What about your lady friend? Well,
are you okay with this? I'm afraid there's no restraining Avi. I'm pretty much given up on him at this point. It would be great if you could just give up and hand over your curse stone.
What the fuck is this? You guys are absolutely insane.
Come on now, I think we can agree that we both have our issues. Good, we're at a stalemate. Now I can try to extract some more information out. Good job, Cersei. Making her believe I've lost it. Very convincing. Actually made a little too convincing? Does she really think I'm that crazy? I've got more important things to focus on.
What kind of curse do you possess?
Curse do you possess?
Dunno, don't care.
Come on, not even a hint?
We, on the other hand, have laid pretty much all of the cards on the table already.
What a wreck! What are you talking about? Who would do such a reckless thing? Seems like you're just as dead set on the tomato bucko as I am. This standoff won't get us anywhere. Why don't you tell us your motivation? Maybe we'll be able to find a compromise. Say, for example, if granting your wish were to stir the spirit of adventure within me. I cannot hand over the Tomatabako, but perhaps I'd be willing to let you borrow its power of immortality.
I've got no romantic tale for you. I told you. I just want to get that rich person what he's looking for so he can see how important I am to him. That's all there is to it.
Really? She got daddy issues? She just wants to be noticed? That's it?
I know someone like that.
Important? How is that?
I'm his illegitimate child.
Oh!
No, I refuse to believe this.
Nope! No!
I don't like that implication.
No. She's definitely lying. She's definitely lying. Absolutely. She has to be.
He simply refuses to admit it. Whatever I do, he won't even acknowledge my existence. Just look at me. I must be a disgrace in his eyes. A woman like me shouldn't be wasting her life away on some backwater island. I was born of noble blood. I wasn't meant to rot in this miserable place. Yet he casts me aside and refuses to even acknowledge my existence. It's humiliating.
Your father's some rich man.
There's hardly anyone in Iseshima who doesn't know the name Yoshiatsu Yamashina. It's a noble bloodline stretching back centuries, and here I am, stretching this wretched life. Oh boy. I was hoping the age gap was a little bit closer. That's a pretty big age gap. That's not looking good. It's a noble bloodline stretching back centuries, and here I am stuck in this wretched life. I've done everything in my power to earn his recognition and gave it my all to make it in the big city. And for what? Nothing I tried worked out. In the end, I had to come crawling back to this island, trying to make ends meet as an Alma diver. But I still kept telling myself that someday, somehow. You figured that since Yamashina is seeking immortality, you could leverage the box to get what you want at the same time. I used to work at this small company. The young CEO of the place is basically Yamashina's protege. I guess he felt sorry for me, so he let slip that Yamashina was after immortality. And was he the one who told you about the curse stone in the Tomatabako? Yeah. Since even Yamashina doesn't know about this, he suggested I use it to my advantage to take the credit. He gave me the curse stone and told me to use it wisely. Originally, I'd planned on offering something different to Yamashina, but now that I've got a chance for the Tomatabako, that's my best option.
How intriguing. So, you wanted to trade the Tomatabako for Yamashina's recognition?
I knew you were never going to find a compromise.
True, it's a compelling story, but it's missing a certain adventurous allure.
That company president you mentioned, how come he knew about the Tomatabako and the curse stone? Just who exactly is he?
I was wondering the same thing.
He's an incredible person after all. Mr. Kipe Ikuma is an Oh boy. This is just getting juicier by the minute here. Oh my fucking god.
Ikuma, you say, from Sala Planning?
You know Mr. Ikuma?
Just met him the other day, in fact. I even got his business card.
You have Mr. Ikuma's business card?
Then that business card you took out earlier was his. That's right. Want to see it?
It's fine. You should hold on to that.
we mess up? Guide his path, and with thy merciful hand protect him. You have Mr. Igima's business card. The condition should have been met, so why? What is going on? Thought I was done for! You were. All I can do is delay the curse, I'm sorry. I can't dispel it. It's going to take effect in about 1 minute, so you need to do something before then.
Get rid of the business card. Throw it.
A curse is dispelled by eliminating its caster. What? Why do I have to keep doing this?
Oh my god!
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Ah! What's with you? She fell into the water. It's now or never.
I do feel better that it is a defense. I didn't murder someone. It was self-defense. It was self-defense.
I retrieved the curse stone from the ocean. Are you all right, Avi?
I barely made it out alive, but I can't say I feel particularly good about it. So it had come to this. No turning back now, it seems.
This is what happens when you deal with curses. They might take a turn back on you at any moment. You should have been prepared for that.
What about the curse stone? What's it like?
About that.
Huh? What? What's going on? Oh my god. Oh, I thought I had like mysteries in this game. Kind of like I had an idea of what was happening in my head. And now the past 5 minutes have just completely turned everything on my head. And now I'm back to being super confused. Like, bitch, what?
The still-tied mirror was actually a curse stone all along. The curse stone's resentful memory doesn't seem to indicate anything like that.
This curse stone had a resentful memory too. What did you learn?
There's so much information, it's hard to make sense of it. Take a look for yourself.
Don't just toss it like that. It's a curse stone, not a baseball.
So you're not gonna look?
Of course I am. So this is the real deal. A mermaid. There's a mermaid on it. Tomoshige had been seeking mermaid flesh in a bid to attain immortality with the goal of eventually reviving the Taira clan, but was killed before realizing his dream. The curse uses a specific symbol as its target and kills those who carry that symbol within the area specified by the user by cleaving them in two. Its effective range is several hundred meters. Oh my god. No! I need to see the business card. I don't think I have the business card in my, I don't think we... I don't think we have the business card in our, I need to see it. Oh my god. Oh my god, no. Fuck! Hold on. Can I see it? Can I see it? Okay, okay, we gotta read this. Oh boy, this is bad. Okay, you guys ready for a history lesson? This is gonna be a doozy. Taira no Tomoshige was born as the son of Taira Yukimori's younger brother, Yorimori, in the later half of the Heian period at the height of the Taira clan's power. His father, Yorimori, was the only child born of the official wife of Tadamori, part of the main lineage of the Taira clan. He maintained a differential attitude toward Kiyomori, a stance that made Tomoshige regard him with contempt and fueled his ambition to one day stand as the head of the Taira clan. He also believed himself to be the rightful heir to Nukimaru, a famous sword that his father had inherited as part of his birthright. Sato. At around the same time, Sato was living a simple life in Kusawa village, the place of her birth. One day, she happened to encounter a visiting on Myoji and was offered the chance to work at the bureau in Kyoto. Sato readily accepted, having always felt out of place in the village due to her faint spirit sense, and left Kusawa to work in the bureau as a maidservant. At the end of a certain year, Kiyomori's daughter Noriko gave birth to the imperial prince. Although Tomoshige visited the palace with his father to celebrate the birth, he soon grew bored with the proceedings and left, only to encounter Sato, who was attending to odd jobs nearby. Tomoshige was intrigued by Sato, who made no attempts to curry favor with him, and whose thoughts he found difficult to read, and he frequently visited her from then on. Not yet having an official wife, it was not uncommon for Tomoshige to spend his time on dalliances with women, with Sato being the latest among them. However, as their interactions continued, he found himself becoming particularly drawn to her. He eventually had a pair of bronze hand mirrors made and gifted one to her, telling her to carry it with her at all times as a sign of their vow to each other. Oh boy. The fall of the Taira clan. In 1185, the Taira clan was defeated in the Battle of Dan-no-Ura, spelling its ruin. Tomoshige had fled from place to place as if to desperately avert his eyes from the Taira clan's decline, ultimately did not participate in the decisive battle at the Dan-no-Ura, and came to know of the Taira clan's downfall while he was laying low in a remote village in Ise with Sato. Although initially terrified of being hunted down by soldiers of the Minamoto clan, Tomoshige regained his senses upon seeing Sato's unbroken composure. Now believing that it lay with him to restore the Taira clan as one of its sole survivors, he swore an oath to his fallen clan that he would see it rise again one day. With survivors of the Taira clan being hunted down across the country, Tomoshige continued to search for a way to turn the situation to his advantage. In the process, he suddenly remembered a box that his grandfather, Tadamori, had left the family, a tamadabako, proffered by a fisherman that was said to contain the flesh of a mermaid. Although Tadamori has refused to accept it, a member of the clan had secretly hidden it in a storehouse back in the homeland. It was said that eating mermaid flesh would grant eternal life to whoever ate it. However, legend also had it that the meat would be highly poisonous, with even a small bite being fatal. No one had wanted to eat it as a result, and it had ended up forgotten as the years went by. Believing that dying due to poison would hardly be any different from their fate if they were caught and killed, Tomoshige located the tamadabako and pried open the lid. However, all that was inside was a dried sliver of meat, so shriveled as to resemble a splint of wood. Dubious, Tomoshige pushed his misgivings aside and ate the meat, but felt no different than before. Believing that long years had robbed the meat of its power, and seeing the tamadabako as his only clue to finding a mermaid, he boarded a small boat with Sato and set out to sea. Believing that a mermaid would surely come to reclaim the tamadabako if it was truly linked to them in some way, Tomoshige continued to row the small boat into the sea of Ise. At the time, he was clad from head to toe in armor of a warrior, and had with him the famed sword Nukumaru, an heirloom he had seized from his father Yorimori, whom he had scorned as a disgrace to their clan. Sato, meanwhile, wore only a light kimono. After they had rowed for a while, a sudden mist descended from the sea around them, obscuring their surroundings. As Tomoshige and Sato looked around fearfully, they heard a small splash. Turning to look, the two gasped at what they saw, what appeared to be a human hand reach up from the water before grabbing onto the boat's edge. In a rush of water, a being with human features from the waist up and fish-like features from the waist down emerged from the sea. A mermaid. Climbing into the boat, the mermaid screamed for them to give back the box before suddenly lunging at them. Too stunned to think clearly, Tomoshige drew his sword and slashed at the mermaid. There was a dull sound of a blade slicing through flesh, and the mermaid let out a piercing cry before diving back into the water and fleeing the area. Still trying to process the sudden turn of events, Tomoshige glanced down and caught sight of a small piece of mermaid's tail, apparently severed by his previous blow, lying in a pool of blood. He picked it up, only to find that it continued to twitch, even as he held it. Finding himself too disgusted to even try eating it immediately, he decided to stow it in the tomatobacco for the present. Eventually, after some hesitation, he forced Sato to eat it, despite her protests. They waited a while, but no change seemed to overcome her. Thinking that the amount of mermaid flesh simply hadn't been enough, Tomoshige made to pursue the mermaid, but as he did so, he noticed the mist around them had cleared. As the two looked around, they realized that their small boat was surrounded by ships belonging to a band hunting down remnants of the Taira clan. Alarmed, they tried to flee, but with their attackers pressing in on them from all sides, were unable to find any means of escape. Amidst the chaos, Sato was struck in the head by an arrow and fell into the sea. Tomoshige, still determined to retaliate, continued to frantically resist with his sword. However, he was vastly outnumbered, and unable to break his attacker's ranks, was ultimately cut down in a single stroke. On the brink of death, Tomoshige's gaze fell on the crests worn by his pursuers. Consumed by bitter regret at his failure to restore his clan, he directed the full brunt of his resentment toward these symbols as he sank beneath the waves, cursing his enemies and clinging to his vindictive hatred until the very end. Where is it? This is the curse of Taira no Tomoshige that grew over 800 long years. Never heard of him. He wasn't exactly what you'd call a historically important figure, even within Heiki. Seems that he sought out the mermaid's power of immortality to restore the Heiki, but his pursuit ended in failure. That resentment must have dwelled within Tomoshige's bronze mirror, eventually turning it into a curse stone. The symbol on the hand mirror and the business card were the true curse target. So, that's what it was. If only we'd realized it sooner. Well, what's done is done. Don't be too hard on yourself. Kikuko mentioned that she got her curse stone from Ikuma, right? Exactly. Do you think that slippery snake was sneaky enough to put the curse markers on his own business cards? That Ikuma guy's seriously dangerous. That was way too close. Good thing we were cautious, especially since it seems that he's after the tomatobacco too. Seems like working without him turned out to be the right call. Although he may grow suspicious if he can't contact Kikuko anymore. Considering he's after the tomatobacco, there's a chance that he might still chase after us. We need to keep our guard up. I think it's safer to assume that he already knows about Miss Kosomakawa and the tomatobacco. I do wonder why he told us to go look for the still-tied mirror.
It's not this mirror, and we've got no reason to follow his orders anyway. I'd rather try and find out more about the mermaid as soon as possible. We didn't learn anything from Kikuko. We've got no choice but to continue our investigation of the island. Woohoo! Wee! You! Could you hold on for a moment? Someone's there. Awkward. Really awkward.
Yeah, that's kind of awkward. The last time Yumiko saw Cersei was, before Avi took, and killed Somikawa. Azusa, I think your name was? Current state, Kikuko has been killed. Am I dying? Ooh! I'm making sure that I didn't miss anything, because I thought it was all going to be exactly the same dialogue. Yeah, okay, it is largely the same. It's just the ending. And I died. Arnav Barnum is dead. Well. Oof.
It seems you've met with a rather unpleasant fate. This is merely conjecture on my part, but things seem to be going quite smoothly right up until Kikuko's true nature was exposed. The only one who can stop Kikuko from committing those murders is Mr. Barnum, after all. It appears that you were holding on to something that gave her the upper hand. I would recommend you dispose of that item before incurring her wrath. Do not fret. You may start anew from the moment that the standoff began.
Yeah, but I don't understand why that particular thing happened, because... Oh, in this timeline I took the mirror. Do I also have to get rid of the... Okay. So now Kikuko's not gonna die. Okay. And then we talk to Cersei. So I think this is safe to skip. So the ending should change because Kikuko is no longer going to die. Okay. That's the same. It should change as soon as she mentions Ikuma. Okay, there we go. Oh, you have Mr. Ikuma's business card?
Never mind, my bad. I must have left it at the inn.
Can't believe this.
Cersei?
What is it?
I figured it out. The condition.
What is it?
It was hidden on the hand mirror all along. See that symbol? I just couldn't shake the feeling I'd seen it somewhere before. And sure enough, Ikuma's business card had the same symbol on it. This mirror is suspicious, and a business card with the same symbol as that suspicious hand mirror is equally suspicious. Simple as that.
That's why you threw the card away earlier.
Oh, you noticed. Either way, seeing Kikuko's reaction to hearing that we had one of the business cards told me everything I needed to know.
Enough of the whispering already.
The jig is up, young lady. The condition for your curse is the mysterious symbol inscribed on both the hand mirror and the business card. We have nothing more to fear. Cersei?
I'm going to have to be a bit rough. You may experience after effects.
Woo!
We managed to apprehend Kikuko Tsutsui. Apparently, Cersei's binding spell weakens those untrained in the spiritual arts and causes them to fall into a dazed, almost intoxicated state. Before losing consciousness, Kikuko quietly surrendered and handed over the curse stone. Unfortunately, it appears she really knew nothing more about mermaids after all. She didn't have any idea how Ikuma came into possession of a curse stone either. To ensure that she couldn't interfere any further, we restrained her at her home and made sure that she would remain asleep for the time being. Much later, that very night, we learned that Kikuko had planned to massacre the island's residents using the hand mirrors. By sheer coincidence, our actions had also prevented a mass slaughter. So, in a way, this just really helped out Yuza. About that. Is this all the same? Okay. So this should still end the same way with Yumiko and Soto walking in. Oh!
At YoMaushit 2678 tipped €10. Crystal is so bloodthirsty she had to kill her at first/J.
Thank you for the 10-year donation, Rio. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Wait, there's still more? I'm confused. Huh. I don't think anything's changing here. Okay. No, nothing's changed. Never mind. Interesting. I feel like I did the 3 options I thought could work here, where Kikuko died, I died. Kikuko died, I died, and we took her in. So, interesting. Guess I'll come back to that later. While pursuing another case, Yumiko and her partner find out that the mermaid corpse discovered in Futomigara is that of a woman named Azusa Somikawa. The duo try to figure out what to do next. Yeah, so that's what they... Okay, this is where we're at right now.
This large bridge spanning Enora Bay is Toba City and known as the Enora Bridge. I hear that the waters of the bay are rich in nutrients, making them ideal for oyster farming. You can see the rafts used floating in the bay. Oyster harvesting only begins in October, though, so I'm afraid they're out of season right now.
Darn it all. I knew Issei lobsters were only available from October, but to think that we won't be able to eat oysters either.
Please don't look sad, ma'am. We can always come again sometime.
$196-meter bridge spanning Anora Bay in Toba City. It was built to have no columns, allowing ships to pass beneath it with ease. The contrast of its white arch with the blue sea and sky and the green of the mountains paints a picturesque scene, making it popular with the tourists. The bridge takes its name from its role as a crossing over Anora Bay, but the name is written with the character for hemp, sung of it in old waka poems as a vessel for divine spirits. As such, the kanji characters that make up its name differ slightly from those used to write the Anora Bay. Soda gives off the impression of being an all-business, but he often goes along with any suggestions I make to stop and take in the scenery. Despite appearances, I think he quite enjoys moments like these. After discovering the mermaid found in Pitamogara this morning, what is in fact Somakawa's transfigured corpse, we headed to Ajika town for further investigation and are now on our way back. This feels like as good an opportunity as any to take stock of our current position and talk about our next move. Now then, as much as I'd like to relax and enjoy our surroundings, shall we take this chance to review the current situation and talk about our next move?
A sound idea. Detective Ide contacted us this morning, informing us that a mermaid corpse had washed up. When we went to investigate, we discovered that the corpse was in fact that of Miss Somakawa, whose whereabouts we were looking into. She had been transformed into a fish by a curse. Quite the troublesome development. She was shaping up to be a key figure in a number of incidents. The most likely culprits are the two foreigners we ran into the day before yesterday in Ijika. Yes, but one of them was seen taking Miss Somakawa out to sea by boat. I regret not doing more to pursue them at the time. It's possible that we had saved her if we had.
I'm sorry, that was poor judgment on my part.
Then the other other half of the pair was a young exorcist with ties to paranormal affairs.
Her name was Cersei, and it's also quite worrying. I wonder what she could be up to. Turns out that she's been using curses on ordinary people. We are Paranormal Affairs, will probably be held responsible. Though I doubt the Bureau would agree to act as custodian for someone who would behave so recklessly.
I'd like to believe some manner of circumstances are at hand, yes.
Well, I suppose if anything happens, I can just get the higher-ups to take responsibility. That's what higher-ups are for, aren't they? Being responsible for their subordinates?
I think you'll find that's a saying used by superiors as a goal, not by subordinates to shirk responsibility. I doubt that girl would be able to use the curse of the Forsaken Fish. Regardless of who wielded it, I think it's safe to say that a curse stone was involved.
We have two people from the same town falling victim to the same curse, after all. I think it's reasonable to assume that this was due to overzealous use of a curse stone.
The first victim was Tamiko Suma, who succumbed to the curse 2 days ago. The second was Miss Somakawa from yesterday. The state that they were found in hasn't been publicly disclosed. They still are being officially treated as missing.
A curse stone housing the curse of the Forsaken Fish. It's one of the curses mermaids can use. For it to have become a curse stone, the mermaid in question must have experienced overwhelming resentment. An example might be if they were killed while bearing a powerful grudge against someone.
That sounds like it would be a rare event.
Why do I get the feeling there was a mermaid who died like that? It feels like the name's on the tip of my tongue.
Could it be from a memory from that time? Well, I imagine many of your older memories have faded by now.
I have to try and remember. What was the name of the mermaid who died while harboring strong feelings of resentment? Sobe? Is that the one? Or no, the Sobe was the one that... Fuck the three mermaids! Ah. No. Was it in the tails? Oh god, where's the... That's that. The Heiki. Princess Hatsune. No. Ah, it should be in the invasion of Taishima, right? They discovered a mermaid in hiding by the name of Hayase and captured her. Oh, it was Hayase that was tortured. Sobe was the one that just left and went on an adventure, I think. I think. All right, I'm just gonna say Hayase for now. No, Sobe was the one that went back to the Ryugu recently. That was when, the one that had contact with, Samakawa. I can't believe it. I'd completely forgotten, but it just suddenly popped in my head.
There was a mermaid who died like that, huh?
I finally remember. One of the mermaids who lived near Tashima 400 years ago was called Hayase. She was captured during the invasion of Taishima and died after being brutally tortured. Your ancestor, Harakage Tsuchimikado, must have left them out of the records. The reason Taishima was invaded in the first place was to find those mermaids, you see.
I was unaware of the exact reason for the invasion.
It's understandable. A deliberate effort was made not to mention mermaids in any of the records left after the fact.
I suppose hiding the map inside a mermaid mummy was intended to be a metaphor of sorts.
I can't believe I forgot something so important. If the curse stone is related to what happened on Taishima 400 years ago, it likely has some link to the curse of the raging waters as well. It can view the memories contained in it. We might as well be able to learn more about the curse of the raging waves.
Ah, yes, I see. Could the keepsake Harakage left behind using the map have been the curse stone housing the curse of the forsaken fish?
Why did I say it like that?
Fair.
That's certainly a possibility.
It's not unthinkable that someone might have gotten hold of it recently, and there's a high chance it was those two foreigners.
It seems a change in priorities is needed. Let's find the curse stone for the curse of the forsaken fish as soon as possible. I think it's the most efficient course of action. I like this music. When it comes on, I feel victorious. I feel like I can take on the world! It's looking increasingly like that pair of foreigners has the curse stone.
We did just go to Ijika to see if we can find any leads on where they could have headed. Unfortunately, we weren't able to find anything promising.
We also still don't know why they approached Miss Somakawa. Could they be after the mermaid's relic?
If I'm not mistaken, that girl, Cersei, did mention the relic. Were they looking into it for themselves? But where would they have it afterward?
Oh, the player gotta intervene. Kamishima.
We decided we weren't going there today. We failed to find any promising leads yesterday after all.
Something's telling me that they went to Kamishima, and I get the feeling this is the hunch I shouldn't ignore. All right, let's head to the port in Toba City. We'll catch a ferry to Kamishima from there. I still am trying to piece together, like, what the player could be as the role in all of this. Am I a mermaid? I'm a fucking mermaid, chat. We are the third mermaid. That's it. The third mermaid, which is the Tomo Kazuki, whatever, Todo Kazuki, whatever that thing is in the water. Yumiko believes that the key to dispelling the curse lies in the curse of the Forsaken Fish Stone. She arrives in Kamishima to trace the steps of the two foreigners. Fish. I forgot that we had that Nightbot fish command. Weird. I see. So you would be Miss Cheeky. And you say you are a member of the police department currently looking for Cersei? About Cersei? My apologies for all the trouble young Cersei caused you the other day. She's quite the mischievous young little lady. Oh, no, not at all. She certainly has some pluck for one so young. Took us quite by surprise. You wouldn't be Cersei's guardian, then? Oh, no, we're related to be sure, but she's really more my guide come guardian, if anything. Guide come? What? Come guardian. Come guardian. Since when was I your bodyguard as well? I'm afraid the circumstances may dictate that we have to take Cersei back to Tokyo with us.
Oh, that would be quite the bother.
I'd rather avoid having to do so as well. There's a case here that needs our urgent attention, so I'd appreciate it if you cooperated without any fuss.
That would depend on what you ask, I'm afraid.
We currently stand at top of the Torii at the top of the hill. The elevation gives us a beautiful view of both the town and the bay. People were starting to gather at the jetty, so we decided to move our conversation here. Soto is keeping a close eye on Avi and Cersei. It's thanks to his clear understanding of our respective roles that I can focus fully on the conversation at hand. Soto, what do you make of these two?
I can sense an ominous spiritual energy lingering around them. It's all but certain that they have curse stones.
We don't have time to play games then. Seems like a direct approach will be best here. You mean both of them have curse stones?
Yes, both of them. The girl is managing to camouflage the energy from the one she has, but I managed to catch sight of it for a moment.
We're dealing with two curse stones.
The energy from the Curse of the Raging Waves is currently permeating the island. It's so strong, I almost missed the energy from their curse stones.
I never imagined that both of them would have stones.
Let's use my vision. Damn it! What do you mean Avi's not immortal?
I was really hoping he was. Elated! Welcome to the stream! This man, Avi, is apparently a fantasy writer, but he comes across as quite the shifty sort. I don't doubt that he start trying to throw us off his trail the moment he senses danger. I'll have to watch my step around him. Cersei is currently meant to be in the care of paranormal affairs, but she has been shirking her training to travel around the country. She's very talented for one so young and has a lot of guts. I can't help but root for people like her. More than anything, I know how they feel. I'd like to leave her be if possible. Oops. By the way, Cersei, I was told to tell you to return to Tokyo at once if I saw you.
But I don't want to.
I thought you'd say that. Well, I was only asked to tell you, no more, no less. What you choose to do with the message is up to you.
Thanks, I think.
He's immortal in spirit. I would believe that Avi is immortal in spirit. He thinks so. What were you doing down at the jetty?
Oh, so you didn't see anything that happened before that?
Would it be inconvenient for you if we had?
Nonsense! My hands are as clean as my conscience, not a spot in sight, I assure you.
Never mind that now. We don't have the time. There are several things that we want to ask you. First, I think we should talk about the incident this morning. Miss Somikawa was discovered washed up on the Futomigara coast as a corpse, with half of her body being turned into a fish.
To think she would meet such a fate, I'm truly sorry to hear that.
This wouldn't be your doing, would it? We have eyewitness reports that you two were seen 2 days ago heading out to sea with Miss Somikawa by boat.
We did indeed head out into the bay for a little chat, but turning her into a fish, not in a million years.
What did you discuss with Miss Somikawa?
Why, what else? Mermaids, of course. Cersei and I here in Ise-Shima on a grand adventure to find mermaids. And we just happened to find out that Miss Somikawa was a member of a clan with a strong relation to them. Of course she would catch our interest.
So you knew that Miss Somikawa was a descendant of the sole survivor of Taishima?
So you knew too! I suppose I should expect nothing less of a member of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau. You wouldn't happen to know anything about the mermaids of Taishima as well, would you?
Maybe I do, maybe I don't. Did you learn what you wanted from Miss Somikawa then?
Oh, we got quite the haul of lucrative information. The knowledge that one of the Taishima mermaids lived hidden in the depths of Ise Bay until a scant months ago, for one. That caught your interest.
She must have been able to go back to Ryugu when the seal broke 3 months ago.
So you even knew about Ryugu. So you seem quite well versed in these matters, Mrs. Shiki.
I'm like amazed at how much Yumiko knows.
How does she know so much?
She knows so much information that we have basically spent the entire game trying to get. It makes no sense! So, now that you know there are no longer any mermaids to be found here, have you given up on looking for them?
Hardly. There should be one more mermaid out there somewhere. We're here today to see if we can't glean some hint as to her whereabouts, in fact.
Do you know what Miss Somikawa did after you finished your talk?
Why would I? We parted ways immediately after we got back to shore. I haven't the foggiest idea what happened to her after that.
When did you learn that Miss Somikawa had a link to mermaids?
I'm very sorry, but it's against my policy to reveal the identity of my informants.
Do you know what Miss... Oh, sorry. About curse stones. It's no use trying to play innocent. We know you have the curse stone housing the curse of the Forsaken Fish.
A curse stone? I'm afraid I haven't the foggiest what you're on about.
Avi, they already know. Just give it up.
Stabbed in the back and by my own kin, no less! How could you?
Its spiritual energy is too powerful to hide. I can tell that man over there has already noticed it. You saved us quite a bit of trouble. Does that mean that you'll let us go? I'm afraid we won't be able to do it just yet, no. After all, you have a curse stone, don't you? Yeah, I do. We ran into someone who was trying to use it earlier, so I took it off of them. Is that so? I'd rather you took it off my hands if possible. You don't seem to be planning to do any harm with it. I suppose we can leave that topic for later. So, why are you letting Avi here walk around with the curse of the Forsaken Fish? To let him live out his dreams, I suppose. I'm afraid that makes for a poor reason.
I'll admit it was all me! I didn't want to give it up, so I asked her to see if I could hold on to it. I just couldn't let it go, not after learning it had such a close link to mermaids.
So that is the curse stone of the curse of the Forsaken Fish. The fucking fish. It sounds so much better. The curse of the fucking fish. I'm gonna start calling it that.
How did you come into possession of that curse stone? That would be a bit of a long story. It all started when a mermaid mummy left by my great-grandmother in the old family storage back in the States.
I can date a map.
A mermaid mummy?
Like the keepsake passed down by your ancestor was indeed a curse stone then.
By the by, I thought I heard you say something about the Omyoji you sealed away this curse stone just now. Am I correct in thinking that they were the ancestor of this young man here? He was an Omyoji by the name of Harakoge Sochimikado. It said that he hid a clue to the lifting of a certain curse within a mermaid mummy, hence our search for the object in question. That mermaid mummy ended up crossing the Pacific, passing from hand to hand until it reached my great-grandmother. It's quite the miracle that this curse stone is here with us today. Almost romantic, don't you think?
I suppose you could say that. And it's looking extremely likely that you have the curse stone that would make that possible. No more excuses. Tell us what really happened.
I'll talk. Just don't blame me if the tale ends up being too incredible for your ears.
Is he actually going to tell her the whole truth? Miss Somikawa had quite the twisted obsession with mermaids. And you sought to grant her wish by using the curse, is that right?
The overwhelming despair upon learning that they can never be. The desperate hope to see even the slightest part of your wish fulfilled at the end. Perhaps that's why I couldn't ignore her wish. The wish to meet her end at the hands of a mermaid's curse. Hearing Miss Somikawa's fervent plea in serving her cast herself into the water like that, I knew that this was the ending she wanted for her tale, and so I decided to grant it, an elegy for a woman bound by her lineage and consumed by her obsession.
I understand where you're coming from, and I can't say I don't sympathize with your feelings. The fact that she entered the water of her own accord must also be taken into account. I imagine it would have made rescuing her difficult.
You're willing to give me a pass, are you?
That isn't my decision to make. Once we're finished our business on Kamishima, I imagine you'll have to come along with us to the office back in Tokyo. I'll do my best to see some sort of arrangement can be reached, though.
How kind of you. Good thing I thought to ask.
Okay, so Avi's not gonna get in trouble. We're not, like... He's not getting arrested, chat. We're not getting in trouble.
Did you happen to glimpse the resentful memories contained within that curse stone? Ah, a veritable deluge of information, and 400-year-old information at that. Was the way to lift the curse of the raging waves, including in that information? It certainly was. That's what we've been looking for. You're searching for a way to lift the curse.
That's the long and short of it. Will you let us have that curse stone of yours? It's too dangerous to let it leave unaddressed as it is, so we can't leave it with you either way.
That just feels so unfair, you know? I was the one who found the map and solved the riddle. Why the curse stone would still be at the bottom of the sea if it wasn't for me? It's hardly been cheap running back and forth like this. I don't know if I can give you something so important for nothing in return.
Looking to take advantage of the situation, are we?
Yikes. Judge me all you want, I'm at the end of my rope here too, you know.
Avi, no.
I need the money and I'm desperate. I'm just a fantasy novel writer and I'm really bad at it and I don't make any money off of it. Just like any other artist.
Yikes. So what is it that you're after then? Money?
First of all, I'd like you to turn a blind eye to the fact that I used a curse stone. And I'd like you to spill the beans on any knowledge you have on mermaids as well.
Turning a blind eye might be a bit much, I'm afraid. All I can promise is that there is an attempt to reach some sort of deal. In any case, we don't have time to mess around. I really would appreciate it if you cooperated without any further fuss. If you don't, we may end up having to get a bit rough.
Intimidation, is it? If you think your boorish threats scare me, think again, my trusty bodyguard here.
Sorry, but no, I don't feel that well, and we're at a disadvantage here.
Over before it even began!
A wise decision, young lady.
And that's your game, abusing your authority to seize the property of a defenseless, powerless civilian? State violence, I say!
Wow, he really is an American. You do have a curse stone, though. I doubt anyone would object to the use of force against an opponent carrying a lethal weapon. That is literally the most stereotypical American behavior I've ever seen. Oh.
Seriously, this is really the end of the line.
If it's really just important information on mermaids you want, I'm not opposed to telling you that much. Only within the bounds of what I know, though. Would that be acceptable?
You mean it, really? Now that's an offer I can't refuse. Consider this deal done and dusted.
It's best if we can get things settled without a fuss. Besides, I don't think it should be a problem now. Thank you for telling us what happened with Miss Somakawa. As of now, I don't see any reason to doubt your version of events.
Why, thanks. I'll leave the negotiating up to you, then.
You'll hand over your curse stone. Do we have a deal? What is it that you want to know about mermaids? I'd wager you're after the secret of immortality.
Oh no, all I want is to meet a real-life mermaid. 'Tis not but dreams and adventure that drive me.
Really, is that it? Even if you had been after immortality, I doubt it would have been possible.
You mean the legends about mermaids being able to grant immortality are false?
They're not. I've encountered my fair share of people who have become immortal that way, after all. There's even a word for these individuals. They're known as 800-year mortals.
They do exist! What became of the third Taishima mermaid, then? The one known as Nagame? She hasn't returned to Ryugu, has she?
She hasn't. Sobe is the only mermaid who returned to Ryugu.
She's still out there somewhere, roaming the world as we speak.
You could say that, but you can also say that she's no longer here.
Don't tell me she died.
That also wouldn't be entirely accurate.
What is it, Cersei?
I think I've got it.
What do you mean?
Think back on what we heard before. There's not much point in dragging it out, so I'll go ahead and tell you. The mermaid known as Nagame became human? That was the one that became human, right? Gave up her existence as a mermaid long ago. She no longer lives as a mermaid, but as a human.
You mean to tell me that story was true?
You've heard these events before? I suppose Miss Somakawa must have heard about it from Sobe. But could a mermaid really have become human? Mermaids are originally from another world. Normally, it would be unthinkable, yes. But it seems a certain talented psychic managed to make the impossible happen at no small cost to himself, I might add.
I still think it's Yumiko. Yumiko is the mermaid.
Why did Soto say nothing there?
I can't say I understand why she would do such a thing, though. Why not remain a mermaid? It seems like a bit of a waste.
Nagame was a bit different from the other two mermaids. They were serious and dutiful, but Nagame was strongly drawn to the mortal world, and to the humans who live in it. I suppose you could say that she was the opposite of Miss Omikawa in a way. More than anything, it seemed she was particularly drawn to the idea of becoming human, finding the person of her dreams and marrying them, or getting to be their bride. That's a pretty cute dream to have. I guess not all mermaids are the same. She's the mermaid.
Why else would Yumiko know so much? It makes no sense.
And she also has expressed her love of her husband on multiple occasions. She's like so happy to be human and happy to love her husband and stuff. Like, come on, it makes sense.
To think that mermaids could harbor the same hopes and dreams as humans do. I must say she sounds quite relatable.
Perhaps. I imagine she was viewed as quite the odd soul among her own kind, though. A few decades ago, Nagame happened to meet a certain psychic. The two soon fell in love, and Nagame, who wanted more than anything else to become that man's wife, asked him if there was any way she could become human. The psychic searched far and wide for a way to grant her wish, and after decades of toil, he found a secret art that would allow her to do so.
Such unconditional love, such ardent devotion. A mermaid who wished to become human to be with the love of her life. Why is like the tale of the little mermaid reborn in the modern era. Truly a story to grip the heart. How could I not root for them with everything I have?
Are you sure? That would mean that we don't have a mermaid to look for anymore, you know?
No matter, if it was for the sake of such inspiring passion, I care not. Nagame became human in the end, and the two of them lived happily ever after. I refuse to accept any other conclusion.
That's more or less what happened, so I can say with certainty that Nagame the mermaid no longer exists.
What a beautiful tale! Why, I wish I could meet her solely to offer my most heartfelt congratulations. I think wedding gifts are in order.
Avi seems to be enjoying himself, but this means there's no chance of us meeting a mermaid anymore, right?
Now that you mention it, that is a problem. A question, Mrs. Shiki. I don't suppose there would be a way for us to go to Ryugu and meet a mermaid there, would there?
It's impossible for a flesh and blood human to cross over to the eternal world. Indeed, you'd have to be dead to have a chance of getting there.
Just as I feared! There's little point in getting there without a life to savor it. Although, does that mean that there's a chance that Miss Omikawa was able to make it to Ryugu in the end?
That I don't know. Not everyone ends up in Ryugu after death, after all.
I see. I suppose we'll just have to hope that she was able to meet the mermaid she so admired in the afterlife.
Okay, I think I have for sure confirmed that Yumiko is the mermaid. Or was the mermaid? Was the mermaid.
Knowing that we have no chance of meeting a mermaid now has thoroughly dashed all my hopes and dreams. But you did share with us a most charming tale of mermaid love and longing, so I suppose I can't complain.
Soto, can you take a look at it for me?
I see. If you don't mind, there are a few details I'd like to confirm with you before continuing, Avi. Go ahead and ask anything you'd like. I'll even give you the mop that we use. It's originally belonged to you and yours, after all. In that case, I think I see how to lift the curse of the raging waves now.
It certainly has been a long road to get here.
You certainly are knowledgeable about mermaids. Where on earth did you get all this information? Ah, that's a good question. We're asking the good questions around here. Good job, Avi.
Let's just say I have my sources.
I suppose we could put this down to the vast knowledge of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau as well.
Oh, he hasn't realized yet.
What do you mean?
Wait, Cersei, oh my god, Cersei connected the dots, like, instantly, and Avi's like, it's nothing, don't worry. her age turned a secret. I think it was like that before, but oh my god, there it is. Yumiko was formerly a mermaid by the name of Nagame! Unlike her more serious compatriots Hayase and Sobe, Nagame was free-spirited by nature and held a keen interest in both humans and the mortal world. She was even known to break the rules to sneak out and observe human society, something which often put her at odds with the other two mermaids and led her to be being viewed as something of a maverick. When the entrance to Ryugu was sealed 400 years ago to suppress the curse and rendering the remaining mermaids unable to return home, Sobe was overcome by grief. However, Nagame was thrilled and seized the opportunity to travel the world at her leisure, which deepened the rift between her and Sobe. For the next 350 years, Nagame bore witness to the lives of countless humans around the globe, from every culture and era, and her yearning for life in human society continued to grow. She was particularly enamored by the concepts of marriage and becoming a bride, finding the idea of pledging one's life to someone and living hand in hand with them from then on enthralling. It was this that she found herself longing for above all else. About 50 years ago, Nagame met a certain talented psychic in Japan. The two quickly fell in love, and Nagame, who by that point had begun to earnestly wish that she could give up being a mermaid and live among humans in the mortal world, asked him whether there was any way that she could become human. Wanting to fulfill her wish, the psychic began to search for a lost secret art that would allow her to assume human form. The two overcome countless hardships together in their quest for the art, and after decades of searching, they only found it, but finally succeeding in perfecting it. However, the secret art that would grant Nagame her wish demanded a heavy price. For a mermaid, a being who lacked a mortal form in the material world, to gain a human body, the caster's own body would have to be sacrificed. Using this art would render them unable to live side by side as humans, as they had longed to do so. The two agonized over their decision. Despite their decades-long search, the different worlds in which they lived continued to keep them apart. As a mermaid, Nagame could neither join him on land nor appear before others. The life together they yearned for remained a distant dream. In the end, the two chose to use the secret art so they could be together in the mortal world, even when Nagame learned that the psychic, Itensai Shiki, only appeared young due to his supernatural abilities. Having been born in the Edo period and already over 100 years old by the time, she loved him no less. Thus did Nagame the mermaid become Itensai Shiki's human wife, Yumiko Shiki, a name given to her by Itensai himself. Although the process of gaining a human body meant that she lost many of the memories and abilities she had possessed during her time as a mermaid, she retained all the memories and feelings from her time spent with Itensai, which was more than enough for Yumiko. Since then, Yumiko has enjoyed a fulfilling life with her human nature and her relationship with Itensai, bringing her immense joy. Because of this, she is insistent that her primary identity be that of a housewife. So, to the extent of that she always chooses clothing that will allow her to return to tackling housework at a moment's notice. However, the human body she has gained still differs from those of regular humans. Although she appears to age slowly compared to those around her, it is entirely unknown how long her lifespan will end up being. Following her rebirth as a human, Yumiko decided to pay a visit to Sobe in the depths of Ise Bay to explain her decision and introduce her partner. Abandoning her form as a mermaid to become human was a grave violation of the rules they were bound to, and she expected Sobe to receive the news with utter contempt, if not sever her ties with Yumiko completely. But her expectations were pleasantly subverted. Sobe herself had since forged her own deep bond of love and trust with Mare, one that similarly transcended their respective species, and understood her feelings. Thanking her for introducing Itensai to her, however, Sobe never showed herself to Yumiko again after that. After many twists and turns in their quest for happiness, the spirit of Itensai Shiki, who sacrificed his body so that Yumiko could live as a human, has come to dwell in the body of a small dog? I'm sorry. Oh, what? Sacrificed his body so that Yumiko could live as a human has come to dwell in the body of a small dog. And he continues to enjoy retirement and a quiet life at Yumiko's side in his home in Tokyo to this day. That was a plot twist. Hello, this is my husband. He's a dog. Even before his retirement, and despite his current form, he remained an active force in the industry, having devoted his time to such things as taking Soto Kiryu on as his protege after discovering his potential, assisting with management of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau for old time's sake, and sending Yumiko, who knew of the bureau and the work it did, to help as one of its members. Okay. Kikuko happened to meet Kippei Ikoma, who was the president of one of the companies she ended up working for. It was then that Kippei revealed a surprising secret. Kikuko was in fact an illegitimate child of a wealthy tycoon and has been entrusted... Wait, did Kippei lie to her? I wonder if he lied to her to manipulate her. And had been entrusted to a childless couple to raise as their own. Kikuko had always believed herself special in some way, and learning that she was originally of high birth only served to validate that belief. Upon learning of Kikuko's background and taking note of her dissatisfaction with her current lot in life, Kippei opted to try and make her his pawn by skillfully manipulating her sense of self-importance. His endeavors paid off. Tired of what she perceived as a stifling, monotonous life, and driven by both her admiration for Kippei and desire to be recognized by Yoshiatsu, so she could live the life that she believed she deserved. Kikuko agreed to return to Kamishima and act as his agent there. Fueled by her ambition, exhilarated by the sense that she had become the star of one of the spy movies that had been so popular in her childhood, Kikuko's mind was set. She no longer cared if people died or her hometown was destroyed, as long as it meant that she could fulfill her goals. Yikes, lady. Soto works for a dog? Yeah, his master is a dog. You could say that. Let's move on to the topic of Circe's curse stone, shall we?
Here it is. One of the locusts we ran into earlier was planning to use this curse stone to cause a massacre, so we confiscated it.
Goodness, that's far more disturbing than I was imagining. It sounds like you were lucky to escape unscathed. Where is this local now?
We managed to subdue her after taking her curse stone. I don't think she'll wake up for a while. So could you get someone to come and take her away?
I got that sorcerer in me, the dog. Fuck, what the fuck? Ah, that's why she wants to go home ASAP, because they don't have automatic feeders yet. Oh my god! Yeah, but I'm sure that they have butlers and maids and shit to take care of the dog while she's gone. This is such a weird situation. What the fuck is this whole dog thing? Who was this would-be mass murderer, and what exactly was she planning to do?
She didn't have any spirit sense to speak of, though. She tried to use her curse stone to get Avi to tell her what he knew about mermaids, but we managed to bend her off and take it from her.
She had hand mirrors and business cards marked with a symbol that serves as a target for the curse, and handed them out around the island in advance for whenever she needed to activate. A premeditated crime, in other words, a quite thorough one too. That was quite a dangerous position that you were in. I'll say, if I hadn't caught on to her intentions, I've no doubt that we'd be sleeping with the fishes by now.
Such is the nature of dealing with curses, I'm afraid. You never know when you might end up the target.
No need to tell me twice. I've quite enough of the curses by this point.
A prudent attitude. A curse's corruption starts from the heart.
I'd be sure to remember that. Did you learn what this Kikuko was after in the end?
I wasn't sure of that myself.
She was looking to get her hands on a mermaid to impress some tycoon named Yamashina.
It seems that he's looking for a way to become immortal.
What? A tycoon in Yamashima who wants to become immortal? You know him? Did she mention where she got the curse stone from? Could Yamashima have given it to her?
Actually, it seems that that was someone else.
As Kikko would tell it, she's Yamashina's illegitimate child, but he refused to acknowledge her. While she was pondering ways to gain his approval, this young CEO, his apprentice, swooped in. He offered her sympathetic ear and a curse stone to use to accomplish her goal. I think that was the long and short of it.
Something like that, yeah.
So there's someone else involved.
Turns out that we knew the CEO that she was talking about too. We were pretty shocked.
The original owner of the curse stone, was he? What is his name?
He's a young man named Kipe Igoma. Although I dare say young isn't the first word that I would come to mind when looking at him.
Kipe Igoma, it can't be.
You know him too? Perhaps they simply share a name? The Kipe Igoma we know should have died 6 years ago.
Died? What do you mean?
Would you mind taking a look at this, Abi?
A portrait sketch, and who might this be?
The Kipo Ikuma that you know wouldn't happen to look like this, would he?
Oh no, he doesn't look like this at all.
Yep, this isn't him. Could you give us the curse stone that you have, Cersei? Oh, sure, here you go.
Soda, would you mind taking a look at this one too?
Has the power to cleave its target in two. This is it! This is the curse from the Toba case!
What's gotten everyone so excited all of a sudden?
I suppose we should explain. The name of the man in the sketch I just showed you is Kipe Ikuma. He was killed 6 years ago, and his skeletal remains were recently found in Toba. The cause of his death was a curse, one that kills its victims by slicing through them, bone and all. In other words, it's highly likely he was killed by the curse within this curse stone. But wouldn't that mean...
You're telling me that this Kipe Ikuma was killed 6 years ago by a curse wielded by Kipe Ikuma?
The current Ikuma has to be an imposter. He used his curse to kill the real one 6 years ago and assumed his identity.
In that case, just who is the man calling himself Kipe Ikuma now? It seems that he's quite the dangerous fellow. Good thing we managed to take his curse stone, I'll say.
At the very least, we shouldn't have to worry about him using his curse anymore.
By the way, I believe you said that this Akikuma is Yoshiatsu Yamashina's apprentice.
Yamashina has someone working for him who had a curse stone. Could Yamashina have been pulling the strings from behind the scenes?
We should get in touch with Detective Ide and see if he can't take Yamashina in for questioning. With any luck, we'll be able to detain Ikuma as well. Is something wrong?
We kind of already told Ikuma about the Forsaken Fish curse stone.
He did help us out earlier, after all. It only felt fair. We can assume that that information has reached Yamashina as well.
He also asked us to look for a bronze mirror that's used to lift the curse. The still-tied mirror, I think.
Just what could he be planning? Either way, it seems that we'll have to keep an eye out for any movement. Man, this has been a juicy gathering between these two people. These four people, sorry. Woo! I like this. We were hoping you could do us a little favor, Cersei. It seems that you don't have a mermaid to be searching for anymore, so perhaps you could use that extra time to help us out?
What do you think, Avi?
Very well. Permission granted.
How kind of you.
It's nothing strenuous, I assure you. We just want you to find out Kipe Ikuma's current whereabouts, that's all.
So just an ordinary chore, then?
We want to focus on getting the curse lifted as soon as possible. It would be a huge help if you could pin him down in the meantime. He's definitely up to something, and most importantly, you know what he looks like. We'll ask a detective from the Mie police to look into things there too, but one can never be too cautious.
Well, his true identity and goal remain unclear, but be very careful when dealing with him. That means that we'll have to go back to the mainland.
We do have some time left before the last ferry is set to sail.
I do want to find out what's going on too, so we'll see what we can do there.
It seems we'll be helping you out with your work then. In that case, please do consider putting in a word on my behalf.
I'll see what I can do.
We appreciate the help. If you learn anything of the note, leave a message at the station, all right? And Avi never found out that she was the mermaid? Oh my god, this idiot. I was hoping that he would have like a revelation at some point. And be like, oh my god, I actually met a mermaid! But he didn't. He's too stupid. God damn it! I suppose we should see about lifting the curse then. Let's get in touch with Detective Ide first. We can find Wakamura after that and see if we can't get him to cooperate. Oh boy! Back to Sato and Tsukasa. From Ankh to the curse, Sato and Tsukasa run around the island searching for answers to the mountain of problems before them. Oh boy! Let's think back as to what has happened. After calming down Tsukasa, who had the wrong idea after seeing me with Shotaro by the beach, I explained at the Katashikisha ruins that I was immortal and that Mr. Wakamura was planning to hand me over to someone called Ankh. The two of us searched for a way to stop the curse of the raging waves. We also stopped by the Wakamura home and apologized to Shotaro, but no one was there. We met with Suyu, and I learned about who Mare Minakuchi truly was, as well as the curse had been kept at bay by the bronze mirror she left behind. We ran into Izami. He looked desperate, saying the Kameshimaru hand mirror that Kikuko had given me was dangerous. He was going around collecting them. Tsukasa and I handed ours over to him too. Then, after that,
Can't find Mr. Wakamura anywhere. We need to tell him about the bronze mirror as soon as possible.
oh. It's those two.
Oh, yeah, they're the ones who were looking for the old man's place.
Excuse me. If it isn't Sato, good timing. I've got something to discuss if you don't mind. I've actually have something to ask myself.
Since when did you two get to know each other?
We actually talked a bit after the last time we met. These two are from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. They're here to lift the curse of the raging waves.
Seriously? Since when does the police deal in curses?
We're a special unit dedicated to things like this. I hope we can be of help. If we really want to do something about the curse, maybe we can rely on these two. Honestly, they do scare me a little bit. She seems like she's accepting it, but even Tsukasa probably didn't even get everything from that quick explanation. Can't blame her though. She still doesn't fully understand it myself.
You spoke with them yesterday?
Yeah, they're specialists from a special unit called the Paranormal Affairs Bureau. They even saw right through me.
You mean they figured out that you're immortal?
First time anyone's managed that.
I guess real professionals can figure out things like that.
That's the town clock, which is sort of a symbol of this street. Standing quietly at the town center, its gentle ticking marks the years as it watches over people's lives. You end up passing through the intersection no matter where you go on the island. A narrow path with a gentle breeze. It makes for a nice peaceful afternoon. There's an old well here. These days, most houses have running water, so it isn't used anymore. It's in the story that Suyu told us earlier. The bronze mirror was apparently found at the bottom of this very well. I can't even imagine how Mare managed to find it here. That's some real tenacity. Huh? I swear I just saw something catch the light behind me for a second.
What? What? Sato, is something wrong?
It's just that there's a Kameshimaru keychain lying on the ground here. Who chucked that poor thing on the ground there? I almost missed it. I'll rescue it.
I got a keychain!
Soto the goat is there? Soto the goat? I almost feel bad for this kid. That cloak must be so hot. How does he stay so calm and collected? Damn good question. Why is she dressed like a housewife? She doesn't look like police at all.
Thank you for your time the other day.
Not at all. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more help. Mind if I start from my side then? Not at all. The good news is we figured out how to lift the curse. You have?
Seriously? That's huge!
The bad news is that we need a few things to do it. We're in the middle of tracking them down. If that's the case, let us help you.
Yeah, what do we need?
The first is called the Still-Tide Mirror. A mirror used to hold back the curse of the raging waves. What if I don't say that? Oh, I kind of have to. Okay.
We know where that is! At least, I think I do. We just heard about it from Suyu.
You have the prediction that Andy is going to be obsessed with Soto? I guess Soto is very Andy-coded. I mean, he's me-coded too, but, like, he's not, like, the greatest, in my opinion. For my taste. 5 years ago, Mari tried to break the curse with that mirror, but failed. That explains why people blamed her for the Southern Sea disaster.
If that mirror from back then is still here, then it is very likely to be the Still-Tide Mirror.
That's what I wanted to talk to you about. Thank you. Sounds like the pieces are coming together. There is still one more piece that we need, a descendant of the Taishima people. Which likely means Mari's son, Yuza, would be our best candidate.
That should work.
Do you know where he is now?
Not sure. We've been looking too since we wanted to pass along what Suyu told us.
We'll go search for him. That would be a huge help. We'll go and secure the mirror.
Time is tight, and if we split up, we'll need a point of contact in case we can't find each other. Could one of you stay in one place and handle communications?
Good plan. Could one of you take that on? I guess you get no choice. It has to be Tsukasa, as Sato looks directly at us. Stop looking at me, Sato! Bitch! I'll go look for Yuza. Tsukasa, do you mind being the point of contact?
Let's see then. I'll wait by the community hall on Chuo Street. There's also a phone there that we could use.
We'll make contact there if anything happens. Then we'll retrieve the bronze mirror first, then track down Yuza and work on lifting the curse.
Okay then, Sato. Sounds cool. If you find Yuza, please tell him everything that Suya told us.
I will. Leave it to me. Yeah, breaking the fourth wall. I do always feel that Sato is constantly looking into my soul. And it's very, very unsettling. Sato entrusts Tsukasa with being the point of contact while she goes to search for Yuza. I headed somewhere else, this time for my own purposes. It's probably the Minakuchi residence, but I'm gonna go to the lighthouse instead. Oh, it actually could be the lighthouse because this is where we saw the curse? No. Oh, shit. Oh, there they are. Let's think about what I need to do now. These two have a special box called Tamatabako. I need to get it from them no matter what. I have to find a way to convince them to hand it over. This is the only chance I'm gonna get. I'll share what I know bit by bit to hook their interest and negotiate from there. Really not sure I can pull this off, but I have to try. If I can get them to give that up, maybe they will hand it over to me without too much fuss. Oops. There's a small lookout plaza in front of the lighthouse where you can see the sea, probably meant for tourists. So come to think of it, I never really come here all that much. Whoa! Hi, Sato. Excuse me.
You rang?
Could I speak with you for a moment?
Permission granted.
Oh, thank you. Don't mind him. He always gets a little carried away. So, you're Avi, an author, and Cersei here is your guide?
Indeed, good to meet you, Sato.
I've actually heard talk about you around the island.
Oh, really? It would seem we've become quite famous in these parts.
I'd say we're more than infamous side, but sure. I heard you were searching for a mermaid, is that true?
Tell me, young lady, you perchance know a mermaid? Because if so, you must tell.
I'm afraid I don't know anything about any specific mermaid. Please don't look so disappointed. I feel bad now. I'm interested in mermaids, so I was hoping I could ask you a little bit more about them. Now you look both disappointed and annoyed. Did I say something wrong? Well, the last person who asked the same thing nearly cursed us to death. What?
The people on this island are nothing but trouble. I've had enough of it. You're the same, aren't you? You're just after immortality like everyone else.
Well...
This is a little awkward.
I need to steer the conversation toward the Tomatabaka. What should I say?
I think we should admit it. I think we should admit it. That's the only way we're gonna get it. Oh, wait, no, I thought we were admitting that I was an immortal. No! Oh, I didn't know that this was the direction they were going in. Oh, I should have denied it then.
If you know anything, I sincerely ask you to tell me.
Your true colors, I knew it. Ah, you think I just hand over the Tomatabako I struggled so hard to attain?
Tomatabako?
I've never heard of this Tomatabako.
You just said you wouldn't hand it over to me.
You're mishearing things, young lady. I have no idea what you speak.
Please, I really need it.
Young lady, our research has made one thing clear. Trying to meet a mermaid in this place is futile. That's why we decided to give up on the Issei Bay mermaids, taking the sites of Kamishima and head home. There are mermaid legends scattered all across the world. We have all the time in the world to begin the search anew.
So it really is that hopeless.
We can't linger on this island much longer anyway. Cersei's condition and duties are also starting to be an issue, you see, so we must be taking our leave. Well, we fucked up. Yeah, that was bad. We really fucked that up. Yikes. Whew.
Her outfit also looks unusual. Maybe it's traditional clothing from her country.
Alright, deny. Why are you after a mermaid?
I want to... meet one. If mermaids are real, then I just want to meet one, even if it's just once.
Chasing the legend, are we? I have a soft spot for ambitions like that.
So did you manage to find any?
As it happens, 400 years ago, there was an island near here called Taishima. There are legends that tell the mermaids who live there, Hayase, Sobe, and Nagame. Sadly, even after all of our painstaking research, we've confirmed that meeting any of the three is now hopeless. So my advice on meeting mermaids is this and this alone. It's time to go, unless you happen to know things we don't. That's why we decided to give up on the Issei Bay mermaids, take in the sights of Kamishima, and head home. There are mermaid legends scattered all across the world. We have all of the time in the world to begin the search anew.
Oh no, did I fuck up again? Oh. Maybe I was right in the first option. Possibly, because he at least got to admitting it, so maybe I was supposed to push him on it. admit. Please, I need it. This doesn't feel right, though. I think it was the other way, then. I forgot what this response was.
I might be persuaded to hand the box over.
Oh, right. Let me explain. Tell the truth. You have to promise that you won't tell anyone about this.
My lips are sealed tighter than a well-corked bottle.
Is that supposed to be reassuring?
You won't go breaking any promises.
Where do I even start? Oh, this is what I was trying to do from the start. Oh my god. Are you trying to say that you are the Asato from Kusawa, the real one? That's probably me.
So that's why you're doing all of this.
Wait, no, wait. Are you being serious? Which is why I need that Tomato no matter what.
What you're saying is crazy. Anyone else would be dead against it.
I need that Tomato. Avi, what do you think?
Are you sure you're alright with this? I can hardly call it sane.
This is what I want more than anything.
Such stunning spirit! I'll be happy to support that resolve even if I stand alone. This must be the reason I found the Tomato in the first place.
Thank you so much.
Now that we know the situation, it only makes sense for you to have it. You should have just said so sooner. That said, I would also like to know how things turn out to be short, so let us know, okay?
I won't forget this kindness as long as I live.
But that does mean that I should apologize to you, Cersei, after all that trouble we went through to get it.
You seem enthused enough by this kind of events. If you're happy with your choice, I don't mind.
Also, as I'm sure you already know, you still need mermaid flesh.
I know. I'll figure something out.
Oh, so you do have a lead on the mermaid. I'm intrigued, but I'll leave it at that for now. One more thing, carrying the tomato may draw some unsavory types. Be careful.
I don't like the sound of that. Well, we're heading back to the mainland to look for them anyway.
After sightseeing on Kamishima, we were supposed to return post-haste.
Thank you, and good luck. Okay, so I got the tomato. I did it. Success after 2 failures. I wonder where Shotaro has been. We haven't seen him in a hot minute. Hello? Is anyone home? I know no one's here. Who am I kidding? A built-in cupboard fitted snug against the wall. You can tell it's been here a long time. These kinds of cupboards help the room feel less cramped. I was so impressed the first time I saw one. Modern design, sure, it's smart. The inside, though, is a bit messy. Suyu tends to toss anything in here to get out of the way. A sliding glass door that leads out to an outdoor spot to dry laundry. Doesn't get much sun, though. I visited this room so many times while helping look for Suyu. The owner's away, but people on this island don't usually lock up all that tightly. I'd also been asked to come while they were out to help with chores, so by now I know the place well. This chest of drawers is mostly just Suyu's clothes. I've helped put away the laundry, so I have a rough idea what goes where, but there's still her personal thing, so I shouldn't open it while she isn't here. Aww, you're such a good person. All sorts of things are scattered on the floor here. Even with this much storage, people still leave things lying about. Guess some things never change. One of those really low tables that's perfect for flipping over. I know because I see it on TV all the time. So that's what she learns. She looks at a table and she's like, I've seen on TV before that people flip tables all the time. So this must be a normal thing. There's not much point in flipping it over, is there? It's so empty. There's no satisfaction of flipping the table over. I gotta put like 500 things on it and then flip it over. A calendar handed out by the local association. That's one of the Wakamura's place too. This one's still showing last month though. There's a circle around the day that marks the day Yuza came home. She must have been really looking forward to it. Aww, that's actually really cute. Looks like this design evolved from those old lamps with paper shades. I'm glad this older look still turns up here and there. This is a Minakuchi family altar. There are memorial tablets for Suyu's husband, her son Tosuke, and her daughter-in-law Mare. I'm sure she never expected they'd all go before her. It must have been hard to deal with. It's an altar shelf. Buddhist objects and keepsakes are neatly arranged on it. It has also something Suyu once showed me. Here it is. There's something about it, but I can't put my finger on what. It really is just as beautiful as ever. I shouldn't just take it, so let me put it back on the shelf where it belongs. The strange fish scale that Mare left behind. Okay, I'm here. Is that it? That's all the thought process that we have? A household shrine for the sea god. Almost every home around here has one. Before heading out to sea, everyone always stops to pray here first. Once they come back safe, they pay respects again to give thanks. Okay. So I guess I'm moving? Oh. Okay. Interesting. Alright, chat, I have to go pee. Here's your, music. Enjoy the music. This music is god tier. Seriously. Oh no. Wait, this is our worst nightmare. Yuza is meeting Yumiko. I was hoping they would never meet. Oh boy. Well, this is bad. After taking steps to distract Kikuko from her plot to unleash a curse that will cause a mass murder, Yuza asks Azami to retrieve the hand mirrors Kikuko distributed across the island. Shortly after, Yuza is summoned for an audience with Yumiko. Oh boy. Play this at my funeral as I'm being lowered into the ground. I would also like this played at my funeral too. There you are. You're Yuza, correct? That's me. I was told to come here, so here I am. Were you sent here too, Azami? Who, me? Nah, I was just passing by when I heard about what was going on, so I decided to wait here for you. Thanks, Azami. So, as I understand it, you're the 2 brave police officers who were sent out here from Tokyo. To deal with the curse? Brave? I wouldn't go that far. My name is Yumiko Shiki, and this is Soto Kiryu.
Pleased to meet you.
Am I mistaken, or did the two of you visit Kamishima yesterday as well? It almost seemed as if you ran away at the sight of me. Oh. I don't remember this. I genuinely don't remember that. Did I do something to scare you off? Dear me, you noticed us, did you? My apologies. I will explain everything shortly, but before I forget, that fellow over there has business with you as well, Yuza. Mr. Wakamura! He was fairly suspicious of us at first, but it seems we have finally earned his trust. He has kindly agreed to assist us in putting an end to the curse of the raging waves. Wait, really? Really? But tell me, is it true that you're already familiar with this curse? That's what your friend here told us. Yeah, more or less. Good, then it seems that we're all up to speed. Can't put my finger on it, but there's something mysterious about this woman. I have no idea there were actually police officers who handled supernatural incidents. This man is Mrs. Shiki's assistant. Apparently he's not officially with the police right now. He's just following quietly following orders. But for some reason I get the feeling he's the type who is really scary when they're angry. Yeah, he's a little scary. Soto's a little scary. So, Mr. Wakamura has been trying to end the curse too, huh? The rays of sunlight beaming down amidst the stifling humidity are accompanied by a chorus of cicadas that somehow intensifies the heat. This is a lot of characters together in one area. You found out the curse of the raging waves, boy! To an extent. I always figured your mother was behind it, that she was descended from the raiders, but... Wait, really? That's why you blamed my mom? You had it all wrong. Turns out she's a descendant of the Taishima Islanders, the victims. You know more than you're letting on. That's just what Gran said. So you knew about this too, eh? Suppose I should have known. But see here, your mother tried to end the curse 5 years ago and failed, didn't she? If that's what brought on the disaster, I wasn't so far off, now was I? Wow, what a bitch! She tried to save you! Oh my god, that thought process is so fucked up. I still owe you an apology for pinning the curse on your mother all this time. Okay, that makes it a little bit better, thank you. Especially seeing as she was the one who found the bronze mirror and held the curse back for us. For what it's worth, I'm sorry. Good on you, Mr. Wakamura. At least you can admit when you made a mistake. Dude, adults admitting they made a mistake, parents especially. Oh my god. I swear I never see it. When your own instructor comes along and tells you to change your views, what choice do you have? Instructor? Are you talking about that sorcerer friend of yours? We discovered the sorcerer's identity. From there, it wasn't too difficult to reach an understanding. That's how we earned this fellow's cooperation as well. Seems I misjudged you. If my instructor says you're the real deal, then I reckon you must be. Just to be sure, you do have a way to end this curse of the raging waves. Yes, I can trust you on that. There are still a few points we need to confirm, but it is guaranteed to work. If that's true, then I suppose I won't be needing Unk's help anymore. You mean to say that Yamashina has known of a way to break the curse all along? You know about Unk too, eh? As a matter of fact, just yesterday he told me out of the blue that he found a way to end it. He said that he'd tell me what it was on the condition that I brought him Sato Shiranami, sorry. Information he got from Ikuma, I have no doubt. And he asked for the girl. And you are prepared to hand her over? Isn't she a relative of yours? So what if I was? That's got nothing to do with you. Asshole. The information Yamashina had for you must be the same as what we have to share. So there's no longer any need for you to betray your own kin. Dang, we have to convince him not to be a fucking asshole. What the hell? Is something else troubling you? When Mare failed to break the curse, it brought on the disaster 5 years ago, but is that really the truth? What are you getting at? If that still-tide mirror worked as it should, there would have been no disaster. That only leaves one possibility, that the Raging Waves curse barrier was stirring up trouble. By curse bearer, are you assume that you mean a descendant of the raiders of Taishima?
Exactly. If someone of that lineage got anywhere near the Southern Sea, the wrath of Taishima would churn up those waters in a maelstrom. Anyhow, my instructor swears that's the true cause of the disaster 5 years ago, and I'm inclined to agree.
So that's your theory. Now I understand why you suspected Mare's heritage. I gather this instructor of yours never actually accused her of being the curse bearer.
Never was sure on that point, said we couldn't be certain, given how it had been 5 years ago and all. But all things considered, who could blame me for being suspicious? No one knew where she came from.
I don't wish to doubt your instructor, but I'm not sure how much water this theory holds.
We cannot rule it out entirely, given what we know of this sorcerer's powers. You're skeptical, not as if I have a better idea, though, is it?
Well, you do have a point. The issue remains. If Mare wasn't the curse bearer, who else could it have been? Sorry to interrupt, but I have something to say. Assuming my mom wasn't the Raging Waves curse bearer, I have a theory. See, I've read over the reports of the incident again and again, and there's something I noticed. There's another suspect. God, I hope my inkling is right. I hope there's another suspect. And that person was on board. Oh God, what's it fucking called? Oh my God, this is information from a very long time ago. Daiichi Kyosuimaru. And then the small size, so medium sized fishing vessel, small size fishing vessel, Ome Maru, and the small fishing vessel, Minakuchi Maru. Okay, so we're saying the suspect was on one of these 3 boats. Okay, let me. Captain Kyokichi Kumoi and all 5 crew members reported missing. Foundered Captain Yukiji Nishikawa and 1 passenger, identity unknown, reported missing. Minakuchi Maru founded Captain Tosuke Minakuchi and 1 other crew member reported missing. 1 passenger recovered with slight injuries. Dissociative amnesia due to psychological trauma. Dissociative amnesia due to psychological trauma. I don't remember that ever. Did I read that before? I don't ever. Wait a second. So I was suspicious of 2 and 3. So the Ome Maru, this 1 passenger, identity unknown, is sus. Reported missing. The other thing is the dissociative amnesia due to psychological trauma. So let's say the Minakuchi Maru, because that is clearly suspicious. But if we rule out Mare Minakuchi, the other person on that boat apart from you was your own father. Oh, was that me? Your father was Kamishima born, just like all the Minakuchi line. Wait. Am I misreading? Or am I think I'm misunderstanding. Oh. I'm stupid. Yeah. Okay, so I want to try the Ome Maru. The identity of one of the passengers aboard the Ome Maru was unknown. Couldn't they have been the curse bearer? Well, Mr. Wakamura, what do you know of this mysterious individual?
The Omemaru, that was Yukiji Ishikawa's boat. According to the departure declaration, the Omemaru had taken someone on board, someone in business on the mainland who had research to do. Was his name Kipe Ikuma? Wait, that was 6 years ago he died. The new guy that took over his identity is what I mean to say. That we don't know his identity. And no name was given. No one had a clue who they were. I thought the point of these declarations was to keep a record in case of an accident. Sounds to me like someone was careless. Can't deny that. So this passenger was never identified? No, but mind you, eyewitness reports say that when the Omemaru set sail that day, the captain was alone on board. So maybe he picked them up from mainland, and maybe they never boarded to begin with. Who's to say? But do you think it's possible this person could have been the curse bearer? Could be. If it wasn't Mare, I'd believe for a hell of a coincidence, though. Since the Nishikawa fellow isn't around, there's no way to find out. All I care about right now is putting an end to the curse. I have nothing further to add. I imagine this isn't easy for you, but I appreciate your cooperation. To be frank, I have a favor I'd like to ask of you as soon as possible. But I understand you must have questions, so we'll come back to that later. For now, ask me whatever you like. We weren't the only ones looking into the curse. Above all, hearing what Gran revealed came as a huge shock. To think Mom was a descendant, and that 5 years ago she tried to break the curse and failed. I guess I finally understand why Gran just sat back and took all the abuse the other islanders leveled at us. He's probably working his gray matter into overdrive trying to keep up with everything that's going on. I wish there was time to explain everything properly. Honestly, I barely understand all of this myself. Any luck with those hand mirrors, Azami? No worries there, I got them all back. Every last one. You must be the fastest mirror collector in Japan. I knew I could count on you. Oh, are you talking about the mirrors Kikuko was handing out earlier? How'd you know? I realized they were dangerous, so I had Azumi collect them all. Does that mean you figured out that they were the targets of the curse? You knew about that? So it was true. What's the deal with these things? I see. So these curse stones can be used to kill people instantly. But since Kikuko's curse stone was confiscated, the danger's passed. Oh, what a relief. What I want to know is how you found out that Kikuko intended to use those hand mirrors as the targets of her curse to begin with. Well, this turns out to be really awkward, because that's a damn good question, isn't it? I saw a vision of the future. How do you just tell someone that? Ma'am, you're barely gonna believe me here, but I swear I saw it in a vision. I'm not sure you'll believe me. Oh, God. You encountered a Tomokazuki while you were diving and it showed you a vision? That's the long and short of it. Any idea what it means? Paranormal encounters are your area of expertise. I have known instances of phenomena capable of instilling memories, however. Your experience does not seem to fit with any of them. I wonder why the thing looked like you. That's the strangest part in my book. Hold up, you don't think this Tomokazuki could be a kind of curse, do you? It is true that some curses are accompanied by phantoms known as curse echoes. Yet, as the apparition Yuza encountered warned him of impending danger, it seems unlikely to have been the product of a harmful curse. That being said, I am afraid I cannot begin to guess its true nature. That hand mirror curse is dealt with. That's a load off of our minds. We're not done yet. One calamity down, one to go. Guess we can't relax till the curse of the raging waves is broken too. This building is where the neighborhood association meetings are held. Tsukasa must have made the most of their family ties to gain free access to it as a relay station. Tsukasa's still inside, waiting to handle the communications. Lucky. I bet it's nice and cool in there with the air conditioner on. That also could be potentially dangerous. Table that for later. Where shall we begin? Breaking the curse. 400 years ago, an Onmyoji sealed the entrance of the Ryugu in an attempt to contain the curse, and left behind instructions as to how the curse could be broken after 400 years had elapsed. There are 3 steps.
First, thou must unbind my seal, risen from the depths from the iron box. Second, thou must offer the still-tied mirror bequeathed by the sacrifice to the sanctuary. Third, let those who share blood with the lost souls of Taishima to be the ones to offer appeasement. The seal mentioned in the first step must also have appeared somewhere. What is the seal anyway? It's the Onmyoji's own symbol, the same symbol used to seal the entrance to Ryugu. This is what it looks like. I expect we'll find a mark identical to the one on this map somewhere on the seafloor.
The marked location is likely the sanctuary mentioned in the second step. It should be the vicinity of Kamishima.
Something tells me there's a pretty good chance the seal has already been taken care of. When I dived at the beginning of the game, I broke it. I did step 1 as my very first step. I'm so good at the game. I practically beat it at the start. I found something like that when I was out diving this morning. I don't know what came over me, but I just went ahead and yanked the chains off.
Seriously, Yuza?
I felt pretty guilty about it at the time, but I'm sure it was the same mark. So that means we've already completed the first step. If anything, you could say unbinding that seal was all my diving training was for. That's one way of looking at it. In any case, all's well that ends well. Good work, Yuza. Wow, they got extremely lucky that I did that. Moving right along. The second step centers around the still-tied mirror bequeathed by the sacrifice. That's got to be the mirror Mari Minakuchi found, which we just retrieved from the shrine at the bay. From what I heard, the mirror is what's been holding the curse in check all these years. That's right, and now it must be offered to the sanctuary.
The former site of the Taishima Sanctuary should lie in that area. Perhaps that is the location we seek.
In that case, I reckon the hole where I encountered the Tomokazuki is the most likely spot. It only appeared a few months back. I can't think of anywhere else it could be. There's no way through. There's a powerful current in there. Go in too far and it'll drag you down to the depths in an instant.
That does not strike me as a natural phenomenon. Is it possible the sanctuary lies within? And perhaps one must still have the still-tied mirror in hand to pass through safely.
That makes sense. If only an immortal person could do that with no consequence or something. Then it seems the way forward is clear as far as the first 2 steps are concerned. That just leaves the third. The final instruction stipulates that a descendant of the Taishima Islanders must carry out these tasks. Meaning you, Yuza. That's why I was called here, huh? I've already undone the Onmyoji seal, so all that's left is to take the steel-tied mirror through the hole and offer it to the sanctuary. We're counting on you, Yuza. If you pull this off, the curse should be broken for good. Let's hop to it then! I'll take you out on the boat! Thanks, Izami. Sounds like this is the job for the patron saint of diving. Don't worry about it, it's a private joke. I do hope you're taking this seriously, Yuza. The fate of this curse rests with you. I'll get it done. Breaking curses is what living legends like me were made for. Is that so? Glad to hear it. Ah, but before you go, I have one last question to ask you, Yuza. Well, how should I put this? It's a delicate subject. Mind if I have a private word? This is what I was afraid of. What is she gonna do to me after this? What did you want to talk about? Just so we're clear, if you're looking to grow pearls, I don't know anything about that. That would require delicate handling, but that's not what I meant. Yuza, when you get caught in that disaster 5 years ago, did you, by chance, encounter a mermaid? Huh? There's no point in lying to her. She can see me. How did you know? Good of you to tell the truth. That makes this easier. As for how I know, that would be because it's the only possible explanation. Come now, Yuza. A mermaid has cursed you with immortality. You're an 800-year immortal. You can't hide the truth from me. These eyes don't lie. I assumed it occurred during the disaster 5 years ago. You must have nearly died. But then you were revived by a mermaid and made immortal. Surely you must have realized this by now. Yeah. You got me. I'm an immortal boy with an undying body. Why did this happen to you, I wonder? I wish I knew. If you could tell me more about it, would you mind filling me in? I suppose that's only fair. What would you like to know? I was wondering, does me being immortal have anything to do with my mom? I mean, is there any chance she could have been a mermaid? None whatsoever. Aww. In all likelihood, you received your immortality from the mermaid Sobe. You see, Mari was a descendant of the clan that was tasked with escorting Sobe back to Ryugu. That much I'm certain of. Is that why she tried to break the curse of the raging waves 5 years ago? I can only assume so. However, as the seal over the entrance to Ryugu has yet to break, things didn't go as planned. Sobe could still be nearby? Maybe she's living in the sea around Kamishima. I'm afraid there's little chance of that. See, when the entrance to Ryugu was unsealed 3 months ago, Sobe would have been able to return home. I guess that means Mom's duty was fulfilled in the end. That's something at least. Do you know of any way I can meet this mermaid? You don't give up easily, huh? Are you another mermaid fan? Another fan? Those foreigners who visited the island recently were also very keen on meeting a mermaid. Oh, you mean that author and his young guide? Sure do. You've spoken with them, I take it? Actually, no, I never met them. But I saw them when I had that vision. Well, all I can tell you is the same thing I told them. Meeting a mermaid is no longer possible. There's no way to visit Ryugu? Ryugu is pretty close to what's typically referred to as the afterlife. You might say it's the space between our world and the land of the dead. And there's no way to travel there? Sorry, no. You'll just have to accept that. And there's no... Oh. I think she's lying. You said a mermaid cursed me. What exactly did you mean by that? For 800 years, you'll be incapable of aging or dying. What is that but a curse? Your very existence defies the laws of nature. You can hardly be termed human. You are now an anomalous being, something closer to a spirit. For that matter, I'm in no position to talk. I do feel sorry for you. What possessed her to curse you? A mere child, I should like to know. I always thought that mermaid saved my life. Was I wrong? That depends on how you look at things. Personally, I wouldn't call what she did saving you. At the end of the day, she saddled you with an existence worse than death. Is it that terrible? It's only been 5 years. The people around you probably think you're a late bloomer. But give it another decade or two, and your static appearance will start to stand out. And should you ever meet with a would-be fatal accident in public, it's all over for you. If your immortal nature is exposed, you'll be bombarded with public scrutiny at best. At worst, you'll be captured, and experimented on. Either way, from that moment on, you'll never be able to lead a normal life in human society again. Humans have always coveted immortality. Countless dream of it even today. But the reality is, only the first few decades of your existences are bound to be enjoyable. And it's only going to get harder for you as time goes on. Humans were never meant to live for hundreds of years. A lifespan that long is unendurable. And speaking as a member of law enforcement, the existence of immortal beings must be kept hidden, or all sorts of problems can arise. It's not easy to keep a lid on these things these days, and it doesn't take much to incite a panic or start a war. There was the ruckus over the right of resurrection, if you remember. Suffice to say, whenever I track down an 800-year-old mortal, I can't just leave them be. You're gonna arrest me? Ordinarily, I would. Protocol dictates that I capture any 800-year immortals I find and seal them in an underground vault. That's the fate I was thinking of when I mentioned that being an immortal is an existence worse than death. Worse than death? You've got no intention of taking you anywhere just yet. You're a special case. The way I see it, you're essentially the victim. Not to mention, I need your help breaking the curse. So it seems like we'll have to find a way to compromise. I don't know why, but you're looking for information about mermaids as well? And there's no way to travel there? None at all? Sorry, no, you'll just have to accept that. Damn, still not budging on that. Well, for starters, Mermaids are meant to interfere in the lives of mortals, even their kind doesn't approve of that. In fact, generally speaking, creating an 800-year immortal is flat out forbidden. Despite that, Sobe made you immortal. In other words, this mermaid went out of her way to place a curse on you. Her intent wasn't to save me after all. Well, I mean, I question that, because in some way, we needed Yuza to exist to break this curse in the current day, right? So wasn't Sobe just thinking of the future? I don't know, maybe she knew who Yuza was. I was hoping that you'd be able to tell me what made her go that far, but it turns out you're just as clueless as I am. Then all we know for sure is that something happened between Sobe and your mother that day, and that led to you being made immortal. Whether that was simply to save your life or for some other reason, there's unfortunately no way of knowing. There's something else that's bugging me. Can mermaids create 800-year immortals at will? As in, you don't really need to eat their flesh? Actually, you do. You can't become an immortal without ingesting a bit of mermaid flesh, even if it's a tiny piece. However, it's not as simple as cutting off a slice of mermaid flesh. Mermaid flesh withers away the moment it's severed and loses all of its efficacy. In order for a mermaid to create an immortal of her own volition, she would have to allow the human to bite her directly. How could that happen without the human's consent? I mean, I was barely conscious when I became an undead boy. I mean, an 800-year immortal. Even the tiniest piece, a mere scrap of their tail, would do the trick. You could move someone's jaw when they were unconscious and get them to bite. It's not impossible. Guess it was a lot more forceful than I was imagining. So all you have to do is bite a living mermaid and you become immortal? Though I assume few mermaids would consent to that. If the flesh had been severed, ingesting it wouldn't extend your lifespan at all, huh? Ordinarily, anyway. You mean there's an exception? If a mermaid's flesh is cut within the confines of Ryugu, it won't wither away. It just grows back. While I've got you here, I guess I might as well ask. Is there no way to reverse immortality? You wouldn't be the first 800-year immortal to seek that possibility. Unfortunately, the answer is no. The moment you become immortal, you lose your immortal form for good. And is there no way for an 800-year immortal to die other than by waiting for their lifespan to end? It's simply impossible. That is why it makes it a curse. I threw my body into a furnace, or a vat of acid. The instant it resulted in death, you would begin to reform, starting from the part with the largest remaining piece of your heart. Every other part of you would then vanish. No matter how beyond repair your body becomes, you will be healed when you resurrect. On the other hand, you won't be healed if your injuries aren't fatal, so no matter how badly you are hurt. For example, taking the furnace scenario you mentioned, if your body remained in the furnace after you resurrected, you would burn to death again, then revive again, and so on in an endless cycle, all while fully conscious. Ah, that sounds so awful. That's not a pleasant thing to think about, or like even put an image in your mind about. 10 out of 10 would not recommend. My advice, be very careful not to fall into any bottomless pits. I'll be sure to keep that in mind if I ever go near one. By the way, you mentioned I'd resurrect from the part around my heart. Does that mean that if my head was cut off, only my body would regenerate? Well, yes, that should be the case. But what would happen to my consciousness? My memories, my thoughts, all of that is stored in my brain, isn't it? That's a tough one. As I mentioned, every part of you except the one that resurrects will vanish. Every part of you except the one that resurrects. It seems likely that everything inside your head, including your consciousness, would vanish. Does that mean that my regenerated body would have an entirely new consciousness? It seems 800-year immortals do sometimes have fuzzy memories after they resurrect. But I've never known anyone who tried what you're describing. It's possible your consciousness would be reinstated, carried over just as it was before. It's equally possible that it would be divided, or maybe a new entity. There's no way to know unless you decide to test it out yourself. Don't look at me while you say that. The implication. Ew! Ew! I don't like imagining that's what I am. I wish I could make that easier on you, but there's nothing I can do. As so long as you stay put on this island and keep a low profile, I'm prepared to leave you be. You've managed to keep your immortality a secret for 5 years, after all. I swear I'll do everything in my power not to get found out, so please don't don't arrest me. I'm curious. What were you intending to do if you found a way to meet Sobe? At first I just wanted to thank her for saving me, but after what you've told me, that's changed. Now I'm more curious to hear about why she decided to make an 800-year immortal and about what happened with my mom that day. I understand where you're coming from, but it just can't be done. Even if I can't meet her, isn't there some way I can learn the truth? You can't ask her directly or communicate with her in any way. But, you know, I heard you have no memory of the incident 5 years ago. Is that true? Well, yeah, the doctors reckon it's because of the shock. Even my memories of meeting a mermaid are really hazy. Isn't it possible Sobe told you something that day? If so, the memory of what you heard must be buried in the depths of your subconscious. If I can find a way to remember it, but I wouldn't even know how to start, where I would find my memory of a mermaid. That's the player's job, isn't it? You... Okay. The only piece of advice I have for you is to think back, delve into your memories, and scour them from corner to corner. Think about it. You must have encountered Sobe before. All you need to do is locate your memory of that time. We'd better head back, or your friend will start to wonder what happened to you. I didn't realize I did something illegal. I'm only now just reading that. I caught a lobster. And it's not October. I'm a criminal. I'm a criminal. I caught one. An Issei lobster is included as a catch due to being a famous local. Only begins in October. Harvesting during them closed season or without appropriate license is illegal and considered poaching. I'm a bad person. I only have one idea for this. And I really hope it works. Okay. Of course, if it wasn't, I'd have to make a dramatic entrance. Ah, glad to see your usual oddball self. Guess there's nothing to worry about then. I dare say that covers everything we needed to discuss. It's time the two of you were on your way. That curse won't break itself. The future of Kamishima is riding on you. Right, I'll do everything I can. Minakuchi boy. He said my name! Oh my god, the character development. I'm no longer Minakuchi boy. Oh! If you end this curse, I'll see to it that the rumors about you go away and that you're hailed as the hero of Kamishima. You hear that, Yuza? This is a chance to clear your name. Sounds like a fair deal. You can count on me, Mr. Wakamura. The thumb redemption arc, indeed. Ready to roll, Yuza? You got that bronze mirror with you? Got it right here, ready when you are. Since the seal's already taken care of, all you've got to do is check out that hole you found last time. It's just there and back. I could do it in my sleep. Nothing wrong with being confident, but don't get cocky. You've still got to be careful down there. Good luck, Yuza! Okay. What if I raised my rank to 100 instead? You're right, I should do that. I don't want to do it. I don't want to go to the hole. I'm scared. Chad, I'm scared. I'm really scared, Dom. I'm scared. What? Oh my god, Dom just told me that he got me ice cream, chat. I'm still very scared. I wonder if it works if I'm... I don't know if this is gonna work. just questioning if I... Starfish. 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 Is it really bad that I no longer care about killing Yuza? Drowning it sounds like a bad way to die, but do I care? The starfish. I think I'm a terrible person. I genuinely am like, oh, Yuza's gonna die? Oh, just another death? I tried... Okay, maybe I'll go... Oh, jeez. Okay, I guess I'll just go to the hole and I'll do this other thing later to try to trigger my memory. Chad, I'm actually so scared. I don't want to go to the hole. This is scary. I don't wanna. I should be able to make it through. Only one way to find out. Oh good, is it automated? No, it's not. I gotta do it. No, okay, it is automated. Oh, I'm scared. This place feels vaguely familiar. Have I been here before? Maybe I'm just imagining things. I'm scared. There's a tunnel here. Is this the right way? There's an open space here, but it's pitch dark. Could this be a sanctuary? Good thing I brought my flashlight. You brought a flashlight? Oh my god. It's too dark to see anything, but I can feel a presence. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Am I gonna turn the light on and somebody's gonna be in front of me? I don't want to look around. I don't want to look around. There's a lot of puddles on the floor. I'd better watch my step. This would be the left of the entrance, I think. Nothing here. This way would take me further? The stone archway over there, could that be the entrance of Ryugu? I can turn the light off, chat. I'm scared. If I turn around, all I see is the way I came through. Okay. Do you think that they got a sticker in here somewhere? Oh my god, I hate this! Chat, I hate this. Nothing happens when I go near it. I guess humans really can't travel there after all. All I need to do is break the curse and leave the bronze mirror here. Maybe I should try making an offering of the mirror near the archway. Hold off for now, because I'm still not sure this is right. I just really hope someone's not behind me. I'm sure I felt a presence back there. What was that about? It seemed to vanish whenever I switched on my flashlight. Oh! Fuck off! Ugh! The second I turned my flashlight off, I started to sense the presence. If I could just figure out what direction this sensation is coming from. I need to turn up my volume, I think. I don't want to turn up my volume. Okay, it gets louder when I look over here. I think it's loudest right here. Turn it on. Fuck! I sensed a presence somewhere near this archway when I had my flashlight switched off a moment ago. I... Is that the mermaid Hayase? Not in the flesh, but what's it called? A curse echo. That's like the imprint of a curse. What if the mermaid echo indicates the presence of the curse? Oh my god, I hate this. I hate this so much! Offer the mirror. I should have held it. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Curse, heed my call and trouble us no more. Please tell me it's over. Oh my god, that was so scary. I fucking hated that. There you are. Good work out there. We felt it the moment that you pulled it off. The curse of the raging waves is gone for good, and it's all thanks to you.
A job well done. The curse aura that once enveloped the island has faded without a trace.
Really? We sure couldn't tell, but turns out it worked. You hear that, Yuza? That is certainly one problem taken care of. Now my assistant and I focus on another issue that requires our attention. Our convenience is of little concern to the paranormal.
There you are. I've been looking all over for you.
Hey, Sukasa, what's up?
Not you. I'm talking to Mrs. Shiki. There's a call for you over at the station, ma'am.
I'll head over there right away. You'll have to excuse us. If there's anything else, feel free to contact me. Yeah, I will. Thanks for everything.
So, Spill, what happened with the curse?
It's gone! Yuza ended it! Yay! Nice one, Yuza! I reckon I got a knack for this. Maybe I'll go into the curse-breaking business. Hit me up if you need another curse broken. You never know, that might be your true calling. Maybe it suits you even better than being an Ama diver. Come to think of it, we better let old man Wakamura know how it all went down, where he'd get off to anyway. Don't ask me. Maybe he went home? Probably. How about it, Yuza? Want to go see him? I suppose we did make that deal, but it can wait till after I've had a chance to change clothes and take a breather. I'm beat. Guess not like there's any hurry. I'll go work on the boat. Let's meet up later. As for me, I'll track down Sato and Tsuyu and fill them in later. Okay. I find it weird how we haven't seen Tsuyu at all since the murder. Because she's not murdered anymore. You haven't given up on finding that mermaid, have you? Any new leads? Sort of. Mrs. Shiki shared some information with me earlier when she pulled me aside. I guess experts on the supernatural would know about mermaids. So, what do you say? Did you find out what you have to do to meet one? Turns out that the mermaid who saved me isn't in this world anymore. She's gone back to Ryugu, to the world beyond. Apparently, it's a place between this world and the world of the dead. Really? Does that mean mermaids aren't from our world? Guess not. Sounds like you've hit a dead end. Hey, Mr. Wakamura, you in? We've come to tell you the good news. Yuza did it. He broke the curse, so you'd better keep up your end of the deal. I don't like how this is presented. Is Wakamura dead? Oh my god. Maybe he didn't hear you? Oh my god. Oh my god. The door's already open. That's weird. Mr. Wakamura? But we ended the curse, didn't we? Just when the curse of the raging waves has been lifted, it seems Kamishima no longer has any curses left to fear. Yumiko receives a phone call that changes everything. This is Shiki. Mrs. Shiki, it's me, Ide, from the Mie Police Department. Oh, Detective Ide, what is it? Right after we got your call, we went to look to Yamashima and that Ikuma guy you mentioned. Not well, that's for sure. We found the old man murdered in his own home. What? What on earth happened to Yamashina? We tried getting in touch with his secretary first, but he wasn't responding to any of our attempts to contact him. So we went out to his house together, but ended up having to use a spare key to get in, as there wasn't anyone else around. Oh, maybe he feels guilty about accusing your mom all this time? He looks torn. Oh my god! That's awful! How could you joke like that? After we found what looked like a cell in one of the outlying buildings that had been shut up tight. We found Yamashina there, collapsed in a pool of blood. We called an ambulance, but we could tell at a glance that it was already too late. Worse than bad, just remembering it sends a shiver down my spine. He had this massive wound, like a sharp blade. It sliced right through his torso, bone and all. First thing that came to mind was a skeleton Sentoba case. Pretty reminiscent, don't you think? Do we have an estimated time of death? The blood wasn't even dry. I put it within the past few hours.
The curse stone housing the curse of Tomoshige has been in my possession the entire time. There's no way anyone could have used it.
My thoughts exactly. What the fuck?
Yamashina's quite the big shot in politics and business around these parts. There's worried news of his death might cause a stir, so the higher-ups will probably want to keep a mum about this for now. Weren't there a load of rumors about some succession crisis going on?
There were indeed, though according to the man himself, he's already chosen his successor and handed his will to his lawyer to boot.
That should make things go more smoothly.
Wait, you don't think that there's a possibility that might have served as a motive?
You mean the culprit might have been mad that they weren't chosen? I could see that if he hadn't left a will, but you said he had, right?
True. Perhaps they didn't know about it?
Either way, there are more people out in the world who'd want Yamashina dead than you could shake a stick at. Finding our culprit based on a motive would probably prove tricky. I can't imagine you'll be able to swing around a katana in that tiny little room. This wouldn't be the work of some supernatural phenomenon again, would it?
I'm afraid that's looking quite likely.
You sure you could do some terrifying things with these curses? How are we even meant to investigate this stuff? Our usual methods don't mean a thing if you can just curse someone like that. My thumb when I get a paper cut? What the fuck? We looked into it and we were able to confirm Yamashina had a man named Kipe Uikuma working for him. From what I hear, the guy is also wanted for solicitation of murder.
He is, although we only have testimony to go on right now, so we can't say anything for certain.
Him having the exact same name as that victim in the Toba skeleton case is pretty damn confusing.
Seems Ikuma gave a curse stone, a dangerous tool that lets you curse others to death, to a local woman with the intent of causing a massacre.
Jeez, scary to think that there's tools like that around. Wait, what happened with that woman then?
She's been apprehended, but it seems that she won't be able to talk for a while. Could we ask you to handle things, taking her in as well?
I'll make sure the necessary arrangements.
I'll let you know the details later.
About Ikuma, someone apparently spotted his company car stopped outside Yamashina's place today. So I had a warrant put out for him as a person of interest.
Impressively quick thinking. Well done, detective. By the way, there's a high chance that Yamashina was killed by a curse contained in one of those curse stones I just mentioned. If Ikuma did indeed stop by Yamashina's house today, he's looking increasingly suspect.
Looks like we should prioritize tracking him down. Sounds like the guy was a favorite of Yamashina's, if anything. If he really is the culprit, who could have driven him to kill the man he owed so much to?
I can only assume that had some sort of falling out, perhaps over the matter of succession? I'd assume that Ikuma was a successor of Yamashina mentioned, but it seems that that wasn't the case.
Either way, I think we can definitely say that he's up to something, especially if the solicitation of murder stuff is true. I'll step up the pace of the search. You two take care, okay? I'll get in touch if there's anything else. I think I'm lost. You want to know why I'm confused? Because my brain is still blaming Shotaro for everything. Look, I'm stupid. Shotaro definitely fucking did it. From the sounds of things, we can make dealings with the Ikuma our first priority.
I wonder how Cersei and Avi fared in their search.
I imagine they made it back to the mainland by now, but we haven't heard anything from him.
Ikuma might still have access to his curse too. The situation's more dangerous than I thought. We should probably get back to the mainland as soon as possible.
The last ferry off the island has already left.
Darn it, that means we're stuck here.
We'll have to stay on Kamishima for tonight, yes. I'll arrange somewhere to stay.
Nothing to be done, thank you, Soto. It won't be long before the sun sets. And yet I can't help but feel like there's another storm brewing on the horizon.
What do you mean this game isn't done? I just solved the curse of the raging waves. And you mean to tell me we're not even close? What the fuck? Despite being tasked by Yumiko to search for Ikuma, Avi, who has fulfilled the goal of his trip, and Cersei feeling better with the curse cleared,
Chose not to return to the mainland straight away and have fun sightseeing. Wait, this is just fun?
Oh dear. We were doing so much better after the curse got lifted, I didn't even notice the time. We got so carried away with the sightseeing, it's already pitch black.
You're right, time sure flies. The last ferry already left, so I guess that we'll have to find a place to stay for the night.
Shouldn't we be heading back to the mainland to go after Ikema?
There's only so much we can do. It's not as though we're being paid for it, so let's not lose sleep over it.
Oh my god! Cersei is 15 and she's thinking like that already. I'm not getting paid to care, so why would I care? Start 'em young! Earlier, Cersei diligently guided us with, well, sightseeing around Kamishima. Most importantly, she seemed to be enjoying herself. Ah, it must be a relief not to have to deal with a cursed aura hanging over the island anymore. We seriously don't strike a time, though. Although it's not that late yet, it gets quite dark after the sun sets, and the streets empty out just as fast. Illuminated only by the dim glow of a few streetlights and the cars, and the stars, the island feels calm. I was gonna say, there's no cars on this island. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Well, I thought I recognized that voice, so it was you, Mr. Barnum. Mr. Ikema. We need to keep our guard up around Ikema. If he tries anything, I'm counting on you, Cersei.
I'll leave the talking to you.
Weren't you the one who put in charge of the search?
I'm counting on you. Get the info we need.
How did Ikema get to Kamishima Island? Wasn't he afraid of the ocean? I get the shivers just looking at the guy. What a creep. When did you get to Kamishima? Did I surprise you? I arrived on a chartered boat just before sunset. Now, wait just a moment. Didn't you say you had a fear of the sea and that boats were no-go? You gotta keep your character straight. Oh, traits straight. Else the proofreaders will tear you apart, you know? Well, as it happens, my condition was miraculously cured earlier today. So I was able to come here. The curse was protecting? Was the curse of the raging waves all this time protecting? Oh. Oh, shit. I feel like we just unleashed a beast. Oh, come on. If you're going to just throw in convenient plot devices like that, it's a total disservice to the art. I have more important things to ask you. A whole lot of things, as a matter of fact. Oh, fucking hell. Let's start with the business card. What about the business card you gave me? It was the target of the curse. Care to explain? I'm afraid I don't quite follow.
The symbol on your business card turned out to be the marker for the curse.
It's the first time I've heard of such a thing. Oh, so you didn't know? Of course not. That emblem is a treasured symbol that Unk bestowed upon me when my company was founded. Unk? You mean Yamashina? So then you really had no idea? You said it was used as a curse marker. That's a serious accusation. You're implying that Unk was behind such a scheme?
You have to admit it's hard not to come to that conclusion. These groundless accusations are deeply insulting and absolutely infuriating. I will not tolerate such insolence from anyone. I honestly expected more from you. All right, calm down. Sorry. We'll look into it some more, okay? It's the very least you could do, the sheer audacity.
That was very defensive.
Insulting a man's business card and benefactor, how utterly disgraceful. I insist that you take it all back.
I'll talk about the bronze mirror then. We'll just go in order.
Why did you ask us to come to Kamishima to search for the steel-tied mirror?
Simple enough. It's something like the curse truly existed in these waters. Surely it would be best to see it lifted, no? It seems that it has been, in fact, been dispelled. You did not disappoint, Mr. Barnum.
It's not like we actually did anything to lift it, though. We did learn that the bronze mirror once belonged to Princess Hatsune, who was sacrificed to appease the curse, however.
Oh my god, Cersei keeps looking at him like, bitch, he is lying.
Mr. Ikuma, how did you know the curse had been lifted?
To be honest, it's hard to put into words. It seems as though I've got a little bit of a spirit sense myself. I suppose the curse must have been what caused that ominous aura to surround the island before, no?
I see. I suppose someone with a bit of spirit sense would be able to tell whether the curse was still around.
Since the curse has been dispelled, the matter of the bronze mirror is also settled. You have my thanks.
I suppose you're right. You're welcome. So, about Azusa Somakawa, the descendant of Taishima.
I don't remember telling you her name.
This is no obstacle to a man of my caliber. We figured it out in no time.
Did you now? Very impressive. I suppose I ought to apologize on her behalf. She is rather difficult to deal with, is she not? So, did you manage to get a hold of the Tomatabako?
Come again?
From what I understand, she was last seen going out to sea on a boat with a foreigner. And she has evidently been missing ever since. Forgive me. It seems that my hesitation to introduce you to her has caused you some inconvenience.
No, really, don't worry about it.
So you were after the Tomatabako too, Mr. Ikuma? How come you're so calm when you already know what happened?
Believe me, there were times when I wasn't, but at this point, things like that no longer matter to me.
Things like what?
The Tomatabako. In fact, it seems as though I no longer have any use for it. I admit there's been some tension between us, but what do you say? Why don't we put that behind us? Whatever became of Miss Somakawa is no longer of any concern to me. In hindsight, I suppose I should have introduced you much sooner.
You might be misunderstanding. Let me get this straight to the point. You know a woman named Kikuko Tsutsui, don't you?
He just came right out and said it.
The young woman from Kamishima that used to work at my company, was that her name?
You used that girl as a pawn in one of your schemes. We nearly died because of her, you know.
I beg your pardon. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know anything about that. I most certainly did not put her up to anything so heinous.
So you're saying you did not give her the Coast Stone? To help her get recognized by Yamashina since she was his illegitimate child or something like that?
A curse stone? Unk's illegitimate child? What on earth are you talking about? Okay. I don't believe that there are 2 instances of this, so I think that there's some false information that he provided to get what he wants. I only now... I hope I connected dots. If I didn't, this is going to sound very embarrassing, but I will explain my train of thought a little bit, not everything. But, the 2 points that well, 1 point that I forgot about was that when we first met Yamashina, and he said that he's been meeting with someone again, and then he mentions that he finally has a successor. And I did forget that Tsukasa said that she was meeting with her father on good terms. So I'm like, oh, is she the successor? But that's where these things kind of don't make sense with the false information. It does specifically say, I think Kikuko was used, unfortunately. I think that I do think that she was largely used. I don't think... I was even thinking at the same point that they were the same person, but I don't think that's possible. Yeah, there's more... There's at least more here. Nagisa... Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. Anyway. I forgot about that connection. I'm just trying to think of who the successor would be, and I think it would be Tsukasa, but then wouldn't that make her a target? But I think there's just, someone's just trying to get control of the money here.
Unk's illegitimate child? What on earth are you on about? You really have no idea. Don't try to pull a quick one. Who filled your head with such nonsense? As a matter of fact, we heard it straight from Kikuko herself. Where is she now? I demand to know what compelled her to come up with such a ridiculous story.
We've got her confined at her home, but I'm afraid she won't be able to talk for a while.
Anyway, whatever she told you, that girl is delusional. What troublesome fantasy she crafted.
Damn, what a liar.
So, who did she get that curse stolen from? I'm afraid I don't know more than you do.
Talk about reason for coming.
Why did you come all the way here to Kamishima? That's exactly what I wanted to talk about. More than anything else, I would like to take care of my business right away.
What the heck?
Sorry.
And, what may that be?
I actually wanted to ask you about it. I believe there's a woman by the name of Sato living on this island. You wouldn't happen to know her whereabouts, would you? Oh, right. I think I met a woman with that name earlier today, but I have no idea where she might be now.
So you're not familiar with her?
This is bad news. I bet he's after the tomato barco that I gave him. He can't be. There's no way that he'd know about her. Maybe he knows that she's immortal. But if he's simply after immortality, why bother with that and not just go straight for the tomato barco?
Very well, thank you so much. My apologies for keeping you. As I need to continue my search, I will take my leave now.
Good luck with that.
You sure about letting him go? Wouldn't it be better to restrain him?
There wasn't enough evidence to do so.
Do you think he actually is innocent and Yamashina was pulling the strings?
I don't think we know enough to judge. It's not like he can get off the island that easily, so maybe we should report that we saw him.
You mentioned a chartered boat. Maybe we can mark it to keep an eye. Turns out staying another night on Kamishima was the right call after all. I've got to hand it to myself. I'm a genius.
Let's go and report to Mrs. Shiki and call it a day.
The caller being him, yeah, that does make a lot of sense, but... Ugh! My thoughts on Tsukasa are just... Kibe Ikuma is the prime suspect behind Yamashina's death. Having asked Cersei and the others to search for him, Yumiko hears what they have to tell her. Oh boy. We can be certain that Kibe Ikuma is on Kamishima right now.
No doubt about it.
From what I gathered from the islanders just now, there are signs that someone landed a boat in the Gulf on the other side of the island. That must have been Ikuma.
So he's come like a moth to a flame.
Ma'am, that sounded a bit diabolical. I think the fatigue is starting to get to you. Woo! She's like, oh, fuck yeah!
The darkened townscape stretches out before us, silent and still. I had thought lifting the curse of the raging waves would see it return to the peaceful fishing town that it was previously. But it seems the shadow looming over Kamishima won't be dispelled until we deal with whatever lurking out there in the darkness. Why would Ikuma have come all this way to Kamishima? There's a good chance that he was responsible for Yamashina's murder too. We'll have to tread carefully. It really has been one thing after another with this case. I'm getting pretty worn out. Avi has ended up being quite the key figure in all of this, although I doubt that was his intention at all. Those driven by their dreams rather than profit do have a tendency to drag in everyone else with them in their wake, for better or for worse. I suppose that's a bit rich coming from me, though. I like that she is a very self-aware woman. It's a nice trait. Despite the strength of her abilities, Cersei's still a child. I was worried about keeping her up so late. Apparently exorcists do most of their work at night, so she actually starts feeling more energetic around this time. Is it just me, or is this industry something of a bad influence? I was sure you and Avi would have returned to the mainland by now. I have no idea that you were still in Kamishima.
We were having so much fun sightseeing. Time just got away from us.
You were sightseeing this whole time. I suppose it worked out for the best, so I can't complain. Still, from what you've said about him, your description of Ikuma is quite different from the one that we've heard of the man at our end.
We could hardly believe our ears either, to think that Yamashina has already been killed by a curse, and the police are searching for Ikuma as a suspect in his murder. Talk about a bombshell.
Has there been a direct connection? I mean, yes, this is a sequel to the game. This takes place a year after. And there are some tie-in characters. That's pretty much all the knowledge that we have so far. They are their own stories, though. They are unrelated, but yes, they are in the same world, universe, you know. And you say that Ikuma seemed to have no idea about either the curse stones or what Kikuko was planning?
That's right. So all the accusations against him were absurd, all while looking innocent as a lamb.
It's entirely possible he's just feigning innocence. I wouldn't believe him so easily.
We have no proof of his crimes. All he has to do is pretend he knows nothing, and our hands are tied. There's a warrant out for his arrest right now, no? Can't you throw the book at him here and be done with it? It'd be dangerous to do anything rash. I'd like to at least get a better idea of his intentions before making a move.
With Soto and Cersei here, I don't think we should have anything to fear from paranormal phenomena. If worse comes to worse, surely you two could restrain him by force.
Well, we probably could deal with most things.
In the event that we couldn't, the situation would likely end up being completely hopeless.
I don't even want to imagine what sort of situation that would be. Did you see where Ikuma headed after you parted ways?
If he chartered a boat to get here and stopped in the Gulf, wouldn't we be able to nab him eventually if we hung around here? I don't think it would be so simple. If he stopped it somewhere out of the way, we would struggle to find it in this darkness.
If we really get stuck, I should be able to find out where he is using dowsing. Just let me know and I'll give it a shot.
I thought your target had to be some sort of spiritual energy for you to find it.
But he said himself he had some spirit sense, and he has a pretty unique aura too. I think it would work.
That would be a huge help. We'll keep that in mind.
I still find it hard to believe that such a young man would be capable of such a foul crime.
Oh, Abby, you're so gullible.
Heartless, the lot of you! You won't even consider the possibility that this is all one big misunderstanding.
Oh my god, he's an idiot.
By the way, is it true that Mr. Ikuma can use curses without a curse stone?
Based on what we've heard of the scene of Mr. Yamashina's murder, I think we have to conclude that he can.
So it's possible. What does your assistant over there think?
Sodo, how likely is it that Ikuma could use that curse without a spirit stone?
Ah, yes, about that. There have indeed been cases of powerful psychics using the spirits of the dead to cast curses on others. However, doing so requires a great deal of skill. Only a handful of people would be able to achieve such a feat. And even fewer would be able to do so with a curse capable of killing people in a single blow, let alone over a distance.
The man did say he had a bit of his spirit sense. I suppose that wouldn't be enough, though?
No, not at all. My thoughts exactly. If I were to speculate, curses are not always born from the spirits of the dead. If a number of people were to harbor a strong grudge for decades, even centuries, that grudge itself could become a curse.
The supernatural equivalent of strength in numbers.
You could say that. Still, it would take a large number of people holding a grudge over an extremely long period of time to achieve.
I suppose it is a bit unlikely Ikuma would have access to a curse like that.
That would be why curse stones are so dangerous. Access to one allows even amateurs to use highly potent curses.
You heard that just now, I hope?
Yes, I'm sorry already.
Wow, we didn't need to make him feel more guilty.
So the work that you wanted us to handle is all done for now.
Thank you for your cooperation. I'd appreciate if you could help us out a bit more, so I won't be letting you go just yet. Something doesn't quite sit right with me. Ikuma must have known it would be harder to escape pursuit here. What could have brought him here despite that risk?
I can shed some light on that. He said he was looking for a girl named Sato, who seemed extremely keen on finding her.
A girl with quite unique circumstances, to be sure.
Could that be why Ikuma is looking for her? But what is he planning?
Chances are high Ikuma is still looking for Sato.
It would be in our best interest to find her first. If nothing else, it would put us in a good position to bargain with him.
We should try to... You said that Ikuma arrived on this island before sundown? If he's really that keen on finding her, surely it would take him that long to do so. Finding a single girl on a small island like this shouldn't be difficult. All he would have to do is ask around.
I doubt he's been wandering in circles all this time.
Maybe he isn't looking for her that seriously after all. Or he has some other business he wanted to take care of first.
Shotaro?
You there! Finally found you!
Who do we have here? If I'm not mistaken, that would be Mr. Wakamura's son, Shotaro.
You're from the police! You gotta help me! My old man! He's...
Mr. Wakamura? Something happened to him. Mr. Wakamura was found cut down in his own home?
You're not sane. The clinic's doctor is taking a look now, but I saw the wound. There's no way he could have survived that. I tried to call the police, but Yuza told me to come and get you instead.
Thank you for letting us know. We'll be there right away.
Ma'am, given the timing, can we assume this is Ikuma's handiwork?
Chances are high, yes.
If you don't mind me asking, mister, did a man named Ikuma drop by your house?
You're saying he's the one who killed my old man?
Calm down. You know him, then.
He's in his 20s. He's wearing a suit, though he looks really old for his age.
I met him earlier today! Today, just before sunset, a man I've never seen before came up to me. He said he was the head of an event company and had come to gather information. I'm pretty sure the name on his business card was Ikuma.
He gave you his business card?
Throw it away, right now.
He said he was here to gather information. What happened to looking for Sato?
You're saying Sato has something to do with that guy? All right, everyone, we're going to head to the Wakamura house with Shotaro here. Soto, I leave searching for Sato to you, Cersei, and Avi. Find her before Ikuma does and take her into your custody. I'm counting on you.
Wait, we have to help out too. Please do. The more people we have on hand, the better.
Now, Shotaro, lead the way. Oh my god. There's no doubt he's an 800-year immortal. He's running away!
Ma'am, should I give chase?
Please do. Please follow him and find out where he's headed. Don't be reckless. Keep your guard up. Looks like we have a change of plan. Cersei, Avi, you're coming with me. Let's go. Oh my god. This is so stressful. This is so stressful. Sato hides in the Kantekishi ruins at night where she finally comes face to face with someone. Oh no. Real name. Oh no. Sure was a hassle to get you out here. Get out here. Looks like I made it just in time. You weren't an easy one to find, you know, but at last we finally get to meet again, my dear Osato. Can you please answer my question? Who are you? Are you being serious? This isn't one of your usual silly acts. Come now. You forgot me after what, just 400 years? That stings, you know. I know this guy claims to be Kipe Ikuma, who's apparently another 800-year immortal. That's not the real issue. I need to know who he really is, not who he claims to be. I don't think he's about to just come out and tell me. Looks like he enjoys being cryptic. I didn't expect him to just say he knew me 400 years ago. That's a huge clue. Who exactly was he 400 years ago? If I push a little, maybe I can draw it out. Did I really come across as that spaced out even back then? You're saying that you know me? We never met directly then. I can hardly believe it. Who'd have thought my dear Asato was Princess Hatsune all along? How do you know how I used to be called Hatsune? I never realized it was you, so sorry about that. Tomoshige. And the story goes that Princess Hatsune was offered up to hold down the curse of the raging waves, sleeping for ages down there. Who knew immortality could be such a creative use? It's truly selfless, admirable stuff. Brings a tear to my eye. There wasn't any other choice, and I wasn't actually asleep, so it was pretty awful. Also, can you please answer my question instead of going off on your own tangent? Turns out the resentment I bore was heavier than the curse you were holding back. Thanks to that, ever since then, anytime I got near Taishima's waters, a raging storm would well up. Every time. I've tried countless times over these 400 years, but each and every time my ship went under. I've had my fair share of trouble too, you know. That would make you the Raging Waves curse bearer. I guess I ended up becoming quite the legend here on Kamishima. There's only one person you could really be. Although centuries have passed, would you be so kind as to address me once again? I don't want to look at the files. Is it Tomoshige? I don't even remember how to spell it. Tomoshige, is it? Oh, oh no. Did I remember how to... I don't know if I spelled it wrong. Am I wrong? Didn't think you'd get it so quickly. You always did manage to surprise the hell out of me. I was gonna ease you into it step by step. Oh, thank God I got it. You nailed it. Glad you actually remembered, even if it took way too long. Kusao. That's right. Oh boy, the long file. It got longer. After that, there was none who saw Tomoshige again, and he faded from memory without ever leaving his mark on the pages of history. At around the same time, Kusawa village found itself in an uproar following the return of Sato, who had been employed in the service of the Heiki. However, after it was discovered that she had somehow become immortal, she was shunned by the other villagers, who found her newfound state unsettling, and she soon left the village for parts unknown. A fragmented version of these events would go on to be passed down orally, eventually becoming one of the Yao Bikuni legends told to this day. Ooh! This should be at the very bottom, the new stuff. The fate of the mermaids. Nope, that's old information. Ah, the truth. There we go. Having eaten the flesh of a mermaid and becoming an 800-year immortal, Sato spent years wandering around Japan. Eventually, with the help of the Onmyoji Tsuchi Mikado Harukage, a descendant of one of her former benefactors, she made her way to Taishima, an island rumored to be home to the mermaids, and began to live that life there quietly. The islanders, duty-bound to protect the mermaids and the entrance to Ryugu, were accepting of her and her circumstances. Sato was finally able to gain the peaceful life she had been searching for. Having changed her name many times during her years of wandering, she was going by Hatsune at the time. After she had spent some time there, Kuki Sumitaka, under whose jurisdiction Taishima fell, grew fond of her and took her in as his adopted daughter. Initially, unaware of her true identity, Sumitaka eventually discovered her mentality, but even so, continued to treat her the same as he always had. And Sato came to trust him as well. Following the invasion of Taishima, Sato sacrificed herself in order to quell the curse of the raging waves, with Harukage's ritual causing her to fall into a deep sleep within the sacred land at the bottom of the sea. The seal at the sacred land was set to break 400 years later, which was in fact to awaken Sato from her slumber. The truth about Komatsu Sadamune, the vassal who goaded Kuki Yoshitaka into invading Taishima, was in fact Taira no Tomishige. Oh my god, he initiated the invasion. Oh, Jesus Christ. Who had eaten mermaid flesh and gained unnatural longevity. Unable to let go of his dream of reviving the Taira clan after 400 years, he got wind of rumors of mermaids being worshipped on Taishima and infiltrated the Kuki navy under the name Komatsu Sadamune. Plotting to uncover the sacred land, however, his rash and impulsive destruction of the sacred land ended up triggering the curse of the raging waves, and his plan ultimately ended in failure. Although caught in the sinking of Taishima, Tomoshige could not die and was swept up by the sea to an unknown fate. He never directly met Princess Hatsune, and as such, the two remained unaware of each other's presence. Damn, he is an obsessed fucking creep. You never even met the damn girl. That's like beyond gross. You're telling me you became an immortal as well? I ate mermaid flesh to become an 800-year immortal just before you did. Just before? We sailed out searching for mermaids trying to restore the Heiki. We found one, sure enough, but those Genji bastards had laid an ambush. But seeing we had both become immortal, we both continued to live our separate lives. I thought I was the only one left. I spent all these years thinking I was the only one. Truly is a miracle that we were able to meet like this once again. So he's gonna die tomorrow. Just like me. When I realized this body couldn't die, I decided it was my fate to use it whatever way I could to restore the Heiki clan. The grief, the hatred, the curses of my bloodline, who died screaming in resentment, I've carried all of it with me in this body. They screamed at me, "You'll finish what we couldn't. That's why you're immortal, damn it." Their voices never stopped, centuries of the family's raging clawing at my skull every day, every night. Even so, nothing ever worked, but I knew I couldn't just give up. The obsession of mine rotted into resentment, festering in for decades, centuries building and twisting inside me. Until finally, centuries of resentment and rage congealed into a curse, something I could control. A curse born from that obsession. The bronze mirror I carried absorbed that same resentment, and over time it transformed into a curse stone.
Your goal was to use the power of that curse and the flesh of the mermaid to restore the clan. That vow was all I had left, and it was the one thing that kept me crawling through these 800 years of hell. I sucked up to people in power and gathered followers all so I could build an immortal army. It couldn't be out in the open. Everything had to be done in the shadows, always unseen. Even with immortality and curses on my side, it was damn near impossible. No matter what I tried, the power was always out of reach. The path to reclaiming the Heike name was always filled with peril. It was always one fucking problem after the next, and nothing ever went the way I wanted, damn it. Before I knew it, the world had changed into one where military power alone was no longer the key to control. I just don't have the power or the time to rule this goddamn new age. Fuck it all. And so, here we are. Before I knew it, my 800-year lifespan was burning out. The end was right there, staring at me in the face. That's when something broke in me. All that was left was emptiness. 8 centuries and nothing to show for it. Just the truth that I'd achieved nothing. Tell me, Osato, what the hell were those 800 years of me giving it everything I had worth? What was it all for?
Why is this my problem? Like, it sounds like a skill issue to me. Why is this my problem?
When I realized my lifespan was finally coming to an end, I almost felt relieved, like dying might actually finally set me free. It was then that I happened to hear of you. You, my Osato of Kusawa, were still alive on Kamishima, also an 800-year immortal. That moment was the first light to pierce my darkness in 800 goddamn years. Aren't you exaggerating a little? Not at all. This is an 800-year-long miracle of fate, Osato, don't you see? When the Heike fell, you were the only one who stayed with me. You were the only one who comforted me. When my final day comes, I wanted to be with you. Do I feel bad for him? If I can just have that, then maybe this was all worth something after all. You understand, you must. The curse kept me from ever setting foot on Kamishima. So I manipulated Unk and I used him to reach you and claim you for myself. You know, at no point in 800 years, you know, this is like ultimate, how do I call this? Ultimate and peak patheticness. In 800 years, he never once bothered to think even one thought of maybe what she wanted. You know, like, does she even want this? I want this, so that's all that matters. 800 years. And not even considering her feelings. That is, like... Wow! How could you be so full of yourself for 800 years? You're blushing. You truly are so lovable. This is disgusting. We were bound by a vow of love 800 years ago. Sure we were. I don't remember that. You kept the bronze mirror I gave you, did you not? That should be proof enough. That's not what you think. We certainly took the long way around, you and I, but we finally found our way back here. After everything, meeting again like this can only be a blessing of fate. This is what our curse of immortality was all for. Our final glorious crossing into the next world together. I mean, yeah, it is the end, but you've been waiting for it too, the day that this cursed life finally ends. Let's meet that day together. Let's finally be free of all of this endless pain. I am Osato of Kusawa. At the end of the Heian period, I worked as a maidservant. That's where I first met Tomishige. By chance, he took a liking to me and made me part of his household.
Yeah, notice the part where it says, he took a liking to me.
After the fall of the Heike, the world spun into chaos. We were too busy surviving to think about anything else. I remember those days now. We ran from one hiding place to another, and I had no one to depend on but him. But those memories are so distant now.
Oh my god. A girl was just running on survival mode with not an inch of feeling for him. Oh my god.
So distant, it's hard to tell them apart from something I might have seen on a TV show last month. And now that I think about it, the only reason I kept that bronze mirror after the attack was because it was the only thing I had left when I was washed ashore. It was the only clue to who I was. I held on to it out of loneliness. As a trace of my past I could barely remember. I'm afraid I never even had a shred of affection.
I think that was painfully obvious, sweetie.
Really is him, Lord Tomashiga. I remember him now. He was always just like this. All pride and vanity, puffed up with his own importance, the very image of an arrogant Heike. No wonder he failed so spectacularly. Anyone would, acting like that.
Acting like an incel?
Yeah. Part of me can't help but feel sorry for him. And now that I think about it, feel... Oh.
What do I do now? Oh! Why are you so silent? Say something. You know as well as I do that our lives are almost up. It could be over by tomorrow. What are you hesitating for? I can't get over that. 800 years and didn't even consider her feelings. That's so pathetically painful. I'm talking to you nicely, and you just stand there like a fucking idiot? All you need to do is be grateful and come to my side. That's it. Stop being so fucking pathetic.
What if I refuse?
Are you fucking kidding me? Refuse after all these years? There is no refusal. You would dare defy me. That would never even be a fucking option. Come with me right now. If you dare try to say no again, I'll ensure you receive due punishment. I have harsher methods I can use. I can use a curse, remember? A curse that targets a certain pattern and slices anyone with it clean through, nice and painful.
But even if you use that to hurt me, if I just hold on until tomorrow, your time will run out. You'll never get what you want.
Are you really that fucking dumb? Why would I use it on you? You are immortal. Before I came here, I handed out dozens of business cards with the target pattern to people on this island. With just a flick of my wrist, these stupid islanders would be dead in an instant. You get what I'm trying to tell you, right?
You're holding the people here hostage?
They're just insurance, a way to ensure that you'll come with me. Jesus fucking Christ, this is the most disgusting man I may have ever seen in a piece of media. Fuck. Wakamura was so stubborn about handing you over, I had to deal with him first. What will you do? You have two options, Osato. Obey and come with me quietly, or let your selfishness condemn these innocent people to a brutal death and come with only after you watch them die. I won't follow you! He calls me a selfish little brat. Me. They meet up with Sato and Tsukasa and gather at a place of their childhood days to discuss what to do. This guy is fucking nasty. Men, am I right? Seems that way. I called the police to look into it. It probably has something to do with the slashing curse. That means whoever is causing the curse is on the island at this very moment. Oh my god, that's terrifying. I thought they'd already found the curse stone that was causing this to happen. But it looks like that we're not out of danger yet. This is too much. So the curse is still hanging around? How did that even happen? But an anxious feeling grips my chest at the thought of one might lurk behind this stillness. She hasn't seen the corpse herself, so the reality of the situation still hasn't sunk in yet. I told her before that everything was going to be okay, so it's no wonder that she's still shocked. What's this slashing curse business all about, Yuza? Someone planned to use that curse to commit a massacre today. The culprit was caught this afternoon. Da-da-da. That's why Azami took everyone's hand mirrors this afternoon. Just doing my part. The police apparently found the curse stone that was used to release the curse. Things probably would have been fine if it hadn't been collecting all the mirrors. It can't have been easy, though. Thanks for doing that, Azami. Even the police found some rock. I found some rock. A bunch of people were saved because of you. When you put it like that, I feel like I helped out. We do not claim him. Yeah, thanks. Just because there are no rumors left doesn't mean that we're free and clear, right? There may be other items with that symbol on them. How am I ever supposed to relax ever again? You think the police will find the culprit while we're hiding in there? They're probably searching for him as we speak. I'm sure he's thinking about what to do next, about how to help everyone on the island. Azami always worries about everyone else before he worries about himself. He really is a good guy. Oh, this is what an outstanding gentleman looks like. Hey, Yuza, I got a question. Isn't the slashing curse the thing Kikuko tried to use? She was arrested. Don't you think she's trying again? It's a possibility, but we should probably avoid mentioning her to the others unless we can prove she's involved. We don't want to scare them any more than we already have. We don't want to spread stuff we don't actually know is true. I'm even more curious. Do you think Tsukasa realized Kikuko might be a suspect in the hand mirror thing? I don't think she'll say anything, even if she has. I think she gets why we aren't using naming names. After finding Mr. Wakamura's mangled corpse, we called Shotaro straight away and asked him to inform Miss Shiki of the situation. With the crime scene under investigation, we made our way out here to find Tsukasa and Sato. Okay. Is this the part where I say, like, oh, I feel really bad for Shotaro, and sorry I was so sus on you? But I don't. I don't feel bad, because I'm still sus of him! The killer's real target must have been Sato. I needed to find her before the culprit did. We managed to gather everyone together, but I knew that we wouldn't be able to relax until the killer was found. The question is, what do we do now? Will hiding here keep everyone safe? Ordinarily bright and cheerful, she says nothing as the darkness clouds her features. She can't hide her concerns now that the situation has become so dire. I could avoid speaking to her, but I don't know if I can hold back anymore. Are you talking to me? Actually, maybe you should be. There's a chance the culprit is after you, after all. Now I'm even more scared. It just seems to me that, like that would be the case. Yuza, do you know something we don't? Well, yeah, I can't keep anything hidden from you, so I might as well come out and say it. Sato here ate mermaid flesh a long time ago. It is now an immortal girl. That's not how I imagined bringing this up. Wait, what? Seriously? How did you already know that, Yuza? Was that part of the Tomokazuki vision? Yeah, something like that. I'm not following any of this. You had a Tomokazuki vision? What does that even mean? This is a lot to take in. I guess now's a good time to explain everything. You ran into a Tomokazuki while you were diving, and it showed you a vision of a different future? Sato ate mermaid flesh and became immortal hundreds of years ago? The whole thing is pretty bizarre. Funny world we live in, yeah? After this, I don't think I can deny any supernatural mystery or occult conspiracy theory ever again. You're really taking all this well, Yuza. This is the wildest thing I've heard all day. And Sato, I always thought that you were a little different, but I didn't realize you were straight out of the history books. Sorry about deceiving you. Seriously, I had no idea. You fit into the modern era so effortlessly. I watched a lot of TV. Ah, I get it now. The Tomokazuki is also why you knew about the hand mirrors. Exactly. That's why I secretly enlisted Izami's help. I have to thank you again for that, Izami. None of this would have worked out if you hadn't trusted me. It was pretty unconvincing. I was pretty unconvinced at first, but you were so uncharacteristically serious that I didn't have a choice. I really learned as an important lesson. The more you joke around, the less likely people are to believe you when you need them to. Oh, is that my problem with my content and streaming? Is I joke around and I have such dry sarcasm sometimes that people just don't believe me when I'm actually serious? Nah. You wouldn't be you if you weren't messing around. I don't think you need to change a thing. I may have learned a lesson, but that doesn't mean I was planning on changing. That's the spirit! Anyway, on a more serious note, Sato is probably being targeted because she's immortal, right? Totally gotta be it. There's also that thing that we found out earlier. Old man Wakamura was close to some rich guy called Unk. He said he'd break the curse, but only if Wakamura handed over Sato. Didn't Yuza already break the curse? There's no need to give Sato to anyone. Things might be worse now. That rich guy might resort to more drastic measures. I think I got a better grasp. Sato really is being targeted. We have to do whatever we can to protect her. We should probably stay up here for a while so no one finds us. I really appreciate everything you guys are doing, but this would all be over if I just gave myself up. Not a chance! I'm not about to let you do anything like that. You have no idea what they do to you. We won't let anything happen to you, Sato. Someone's outside? Someone's coming. Sato, hide! Oh. Oh, it's just that guy.
So this is where you were hiding.
Really gave us a fright. You're Mrs. Shiki's assistant, right?
My name is Soto. Are you all right, Miss Shiranami? A man who wishes to harm Miss Shiranami is heading this way. We have very little time.
Oh, so the talk was orchestrated between them. Ooh, that helps a little bit.
It likely is the same person who murdered Mr. Wakamura. We must be prepared to defend ourselves.
Is there anything we can do? When I first met him, he seemed like a pretty level-headed man, if a little scary. But it definitely is nice to have a psychic around when you're being targeted by a deadly curse. I panicked when I first saw the approaching silhouette, but I'm sure glad Mr. Kiryu is here. If someone else found us here, we wouldn't have been able to do a thing.
The man heading this way is one Kipe Ikuma. He has come from the mainland. According to Mrs. Shiki, he's an 800-year immortal. It would seem that you are all aware of Miss Shiranami's condition.
Seems like almost everyone knows at this point.
If he's already immortal, what does he want with Sato? That remains unclear. But perhaps Miss Shiranami could shed some light on the issue. Do you know anything about this man?
We thought we were being hunted by someone working for a man named Unk.
That is correct. Ikoma was indeed one of Unk's subordinates.
Was? You mean he doesn't work for Unk anymore?
Yoshiatsu Yamashina, was found dead in his home earlier today. He was apparently murdered by a curse inflicted by Ikoma. Precisely the same murder as Mr. Wakamura.
He can't be looking for Sato on Unk's behalf.
Just so. It makes his motive for seeking Miss Shiranami entirely unclear.
Oh, you know, just to be a creep, that's all. Is it possible that this Ikoma person can use curses without a curse stone?
That does appear to be the case. And yet very few people would be capable of wielding a curse powerful enough to inflict mortal wounds without assistance.
Is there any chance that he stole back his curse stone?
The curse stone for the curse of Tomoshige is in my possession. I have it with me now.
That bronze mirror is a curse stone?
This is a separate artifact for the still-tide mirror. It is interesting, however, that both relics were both made of bronze mirrors.
It belonged to Taira no Tomoshige.
How could you know that? Yes, it's all clear now. I've gathered thus far, there is a distinct possibility that Kippei Ikoma has actually lived for 800 years and is none other than Taira no Tomoshige. 800 years is certainly enough time to accumulate the resentment needed to create a curse. But how could anyone have held fast such an enmity for centuries? Ah, of course, as the sole inheritor of the entire clan's resentment, the depths of his malice would be overwhelming. I will give you a brief synopsis. We can discuss it in depth at a later date.
Uh-huh.
He was known as the yep.
This is the same information we just found out about in the last chapter. Can't you use your powers to stop him?
It isn't impossible, but I believe it would be unwise to provoke him any further at the moment.
Is there something else that we should be worried about?
It appears he passed out business cards with the curse symbol written on them to a number of the island residents. He encouraged people to keep them in their pockets so that no one is telling how many people are currently carrying one. Even if the curse has an activation range, as long as he's on the island, we have to assume that all of those people are at risk.
He can kill as many people as he wants, whenever he wants. That's insane. We definitely shouldn't provoke him.
The entire island has been taken hostage. Until we do something to remedy the situation, we cannot move against him.
We don't even have time to find everyone who has a business card right now. Why don't we use the island PA system to tell everyone to throw out the cards?
Ikuma would hear the broadcast and use the curse before anyone could react.
Ooh, there's not much time to do anything else.
I might have something. Why don't I meet with Ikuma to buy us some time?
If I'm the one he's after, I bet he won't curse anyone while I'm talking with him. Don't worry, I'm an immortal girl, so nothing can happen to me. So it was bait. I'm so glad that that conversation was, like, prepped. It wasn't like she was caught off guard. But poor girl. Poor girl. This might be the best way to buy us some more time.
We have little choice, but you must avoid inciting his anger. Do not reveal that you know his true identity, and try to keep him talking for as long as possible.
I'm very good at feigning ignorance. You can call me Deadpan McPokerface. Yeah, Sato.
Nice to meet you, Deadpan.
Sato, please be careful. I'm gonna be as careful as I can be, trust me. Wait, but, wait, was I not supposed to say his name then? I was supposed to feign ignorance. Oh no. Shit. Uh-oh. So we still fucked up. Mr. Shiranami is, waiting for Ikuma downstairs.
There's no sign of him yet, but it's only a matter of time before he arrives.
We need to do something about the business cards.
If I go alone, I should be able to make it back to town fairly quickly.
We can ask people in town for help.
Miss Shiki and the others are coming this way, so I should be able to meet them en route.
We don't have to go it alone. We can ask them for help if we need. What about 2 foreigners? They're with Mrs. Shiki too?
I was not aware you knew of them, but yes.
You mean those 2 tourists? What are they doing with her?
The girl is a psychic. She might be able to offer assistance.
This is it. Do or die time. I've been trying not to think about it, but ever since I met the Tomokazuki this afternoon, I can't help but feeling like some all-knowing entity is somehow directing my movements. I'm kind of flattered that they call me all-knowing. I'm just so smart. I know everything. Call me Miss Encyclopedia. Oh my god! I was calling myself the Tomokazuki a while back. No way. Being led along like this isn't as unpleasant as a feeling. It actually feels perfectly natural to just go along with it. Oh my god. Chad, I really have to pee. This is like such a bad moment, but I really have to pee. All right, it's standing time. My name is Crystal, and I am an all-knowing, powerful deity. Hear me, chat. I am the Tomokazuki, as ordained. The choices have helped us miraculously avoid many crises so far, so that's why I feel like their knowledge will help us overcome this situation too. Maybe that's just wishful thinking? Wishful thinking. So basically, what if the Tomokazuki is really dumb and sucks, and then we end up not solving the mystery? I'm almost positive the Tomokazuki can hear what I'm thinking right now. If they are listening, maybe they can give us a sign so we know what to do next. I somehow feel like reassessing what I know about everyone will help me find an answer. Okay. I wonder what kind of abilities a professional psychic has.
Well now, Yuza, it would seem you have a plan.
Oh. Why would you ask me?
I merely had a hunch. My intuition is telling me that you should look inside yourself for an answer. Oh, great!
Fuck. Hold on, just a minute. Can he tell that the Tomokazuki is working through me? Azami's trying his best to think of a way to stop the curse, too. It's nice to know I'm not dealing with all of this alone. Just realizing that gives me hope. Can I make sure I'm on the right page about that curse and its conditions and all that? Okay, so, Ikuma has a curse that uses a certain symbol as a target for slashing attack, right? And we're in a bad way because he gave a bunch of people business cards with that symbol on it. Yes, he can kill the islanders whenever he wants. Okay. And now we don't have time to collect them all, and if we make an announcement about the curse, about the cards, Ikuma will hear it and use the curse. So, what are we supposed to do? We don't have any time. That's the problem. Our only way out of this is a supernatural solution. Oh, fuck me.
Hold on a minute. The gears are all turning full tilt right now. She's racking her brain, trying to think of a way to deal with the curse. Now that I think about it, Tsukasa reacted oddly to that information earlier. I felt like I might have some idea what's going on with her because of the Tomokazuki's vision.
Oh.
Chat, every time I try to bluff in this game, the game calls me out. But I'm gonna try it again, because I never learn from my mistakes. Yeah, I have a plan! Probably. Before you tell us your idea, allow me to impart a warning. Whatever you tell us, I am going to trust your judgment and carry out your plan immediately. We simply have no time to weigh the options or consider other avenues. Do you understand? You can only choose once, and there is no leeway for unnecessary steps. No pressure. Lay out the entire plan, who to ask and what to ask them. Choose which of these individuals to enlist and what to have them do. Tell Tsukasa to use inheritance. Use her connection. Oh, fuck. I have to do more than one?
Beg for mercy.
We have to, okay. Soto. Okay. Shangan, see the face of a deceased individual. Beast of Shadows. Create a domain in which the potency and range of certain types of spiritual abilities are increased. Only effective at night. Why would you do that? There's a part of me that wants to do it. Like, I don't know why. Suya. Suya, go do the laundry! Oh my god. The Guardian Spirit. I forget what that does. Hold on.
Numerous guardian spirit and invoke their powers, exercise spirits, and negate certain psychic abilities. Okay. So what if we do the Feast of Shadows and enhance the guardian spirits? I don't know if that's possible. I think that combo between the two of them would work to protect people. I need... Oh, I feel like I do need a zombie to do something. Pilot the bow. These options are really funny. They are. I like just randomly begging Shotaro for mercy. Consult with husband who's a dog. Go consult with your dog. I don't think collecting cards is worthwhile, but I think we would need a consultant, right? Like act as a consultant, maybe? What do I even do? I don't even know what to fucking do. Fool around? Like, what is Yuza actually fucking doing here in this scenario? I don't know. I don't think I can do any, like, I don't know what purification even means. What do you mean enact purification? Maybe... Alright, this is it. This is all we're doing. You were using these people. Everybody else is irrelevant. Even Yuza. I have no idea what the fuck Yuza's even gonna do here. I truly, like... Like, purification, what the fuck does that even mean? Okay, okay. This is very not the right answer, but, yeah, let's try. I selected 4 people. Yeah. That's 4 in total. That's the plan. Sounds like you need me on the case. If it'll help things set things right, I'll do whatever I can. I will also fulfill my role in the plan. I'll enact the plan as soon as you give me the word. If all goes well, Ikuma's curse should have no effect. I don't know if 4 is a good number, but this is my best guess. Well, I guess we are gonna find out that it's bogus and it didn't work right now. My Joy-Cons are vibrating, which I don't think is a good thing. I think people died. Oh, fuck. I didn't see it happen, but from the sound of his voice, I knew he wasn't bluffing. I made the wrong choice. There was no way to fight the curse. I should have just done as Tomoshige said. Even if I went to the rooftop now and told them waiting there to warn the even if I went to the rooftop now and told those waiting there to warn the others to destroy the cards, Tomoshige would likely never allow me to. In the time that it'd take them to destroy the cards, he'd just keep pressing me for an answer, all while killing more and more people. There really was no way to fight him. I started thinking that if I gave in now, maybe I could still save a few lives. Before I knew it, I was saying the words out loud, telling the merciless man I'd obey and begging him to stop, apologizing through my tears. Before our time finally ran out, we sank to the bottom of Ise Bay, fading into foam upon the sea. As the curse that had sustained us for 8 centuries had last begun to unravel, I felt my senses slipping away. Beside me, Tomoshige drifted in silence, his face calm, almost childlike. I stared at his smile as he slowly faded away. Yet as the darkness closed in, only an endless burning hatred was left in me as my consciousness faded into nothingness. Tomoshige's desire. Ew, fuck that guy. Ooh. Alright, so, we gotta use our noggins. Oh boy. That was only our second ending. So we got ending number 1 and number 4. I don't know, I never got 2 and 3. Game's over, we beat it! I feel bad, they trusted me, they put their faith in me. Me, the Tomokazuki. Forgive me. I won't be able to spend the next 800 years with you. Oh. Hi, storyteller. Unable to stop the curse of Ikipe Ikuma, or should I say Tomoshige, you allowed more victims to fall to his curse. In the end, Sato had no choice but to perish alongside Tomoshige. What could have been done differently? It appears you chose the right people, but you also included a few unnecessary ones. Oh, probably just Azami. It might be best to limit your choices to only those who are truly essential. In addition, if you think about what those business cards are made of, you might just find someone with the right kind of ability. Oh my god, that is so smart. Why didn't I think about that? Oh, that's so funny. Ah, that's clever! That clever piece of shit! I wonder if I still need the Feast of Shadows triggered to amplify the power. I don't know if I need Feast of Shadows or not. Hold on, let me read that again. Do I need Feast of Shadows to make this work? Okay, create a domain which the potency and range of certain types of spiritual abilities are increased. I think it's important to activate the Feast of Shadows because we need the range of the Shikigami to be higher. That is fucking hilarious. So we have... Oh my god, that is so funny. Holy fucking shit. I'll get there eventually. Hold on. I need to do this now. Okay, so we ditch Azami. We don't need Azami. So the main things that we need here are the Feast of Shadows and the fucking Shikigami. His name is on all the business cards, and the Shikigami flies to the person. That is so funny. I still think that we need Tsukasa. Like, I have a hard time believing that she's actually irrelevant. Like, yes, I think it could be done with just the two of them. I don't think they need anything else other than that, but I'm still, there's like the... Make calculations on the range or use inheritance. She has inheritance, but how are we using it exactly? I guess we'll just try this without Azami. Tsukasa, I'm still kind of concerned about. I don't know how she would make use of it, but I know that it's still relevant to the story. There's still something there that's not... It's the fact that this is an open loop, which is why my brain wants to include it. But I don't know if her in helping with calculations is actually going to help. Let me read the specifics. Yeah, that's the important part here. Although she does not have to be the one who wrote the name. It must be Circe who cast the spell on the paper. Will that work? Okay, you know what? No Tsukasa. Let's see. I doubt this is gonna work for some reason. My brain is telling me Tsukasa. I need her. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. My Joy-Cons are vibrating. I think we still fucked up. Yo! Let's go! Two or three people died? Wait. 2 or 3 people died from that curse just now. I hope you're happy with yourself. Is he lying? He's bluffing. I call it a bluff. If you snivel and weep and beg my forgiveness, I'll let you off. Huh? Could this mean they found a way to stop the curse? Oh! Ah! That's so funny! Those cards actually turned into butterflies and started flapping around! Turning a bunch of business cards into a swarm of Shikigami, only you could think of something out there, Yuza. You could turn a piece of paper with someone's name written on it into Shikigami business cards will work just as well. Mr. Kiryu was able to extend the effect to cover the entire island. I was sure it'd work, but it's still a relief to see I was right. Now, all we have to do is track down those cards and leave the rest up to Mr. Kiryu and his powers. I love that. That is so fun. Now that the curse is useless, I have no reason to hold back any longer. Tomoshige, I hereby place you under arrest. How dare you toy with me, you fucking bitch! Thanks for the offer and all, but I'd rather you died alone. Ah! Oh my god!
How could you do this to me? Why?
Come along quietly, I'm warning you. It will be your worse for you if you don't.
Woo! Go die alone, bitch. Kipe Ikuma was arrested and the last of the calamities threatening Kamishima was averted. Both Mr. Kiryu and Mrs. Shiki thanked us again and again. They seemed truly grateful for everything we had done, including putting an end to the curse of the raging waves. Azami seemed pretty pleased with himself, even though he brushed it off as only natural for us islanders to defend our home. Apparently, the Coast Guard is on its way to assist with investigation into Mr. Wakamura's death. Mrs. Shiki and Mr. Kiryu are planning to use the Coast Guard's boat to escort Ikuma to the mainland. It seems that he's accepted his fate and confessed to everything. Oh. Yeah. Oh my god, since attaining this power, he has sought out young men with no family of a similar age to him and used it to kill them without leaving any evidence before going on to assume their identity. He disposed of other bodies at a point in the sea near Toba, where the currents happened to stagnate. Ugh. 6 years ago, he murdered a youth by the name of Ikuma and assumed his identity before approaching Yamashina in a bid to wile his way into his trust, a strategy he had used multiple times before with other influential figures. Once he had gained it, it planted the idea of attaining immortality in his mind and encouraged him to begin searching for mermaids. Ooh. Ew, gross. He converted his stone to Kikuko. When he lost contact with Kikuko, he realized that his plan had failed, and with the end of his lifespan drawing near, decided to head to Kamishima himself. Ah. Yoshiatsu, whose patience with him had worn thin due to increasing selfishness of his actions, including his abandonment of his search for mermaids and the Tomotabako, had decided to punish him for his insubordination. This would prove insufficient to stop Tomoshige. Sensing that the curse had been broken and desperate to reach Kamishima, he used his curse to kill Yoshiatsu without hesitation. Having placed the symbol it used as a target throughout the mansion in advance. Holy fucking shit. He had that planted from the get-go. Ooh. What an ass. What a gross man. I'm glad he's gonna die in a day. And while he didn't actually name any names, Kikuko, who was under her house arrest after plotting to use her curse to commit murder, is going to be escorted off the island with him. Before Mrs. Shiki and her assistant departed, they summoned me for a private word. You want me to join the Paranormal Affairs Bureau? Oh, really? It was Soto's suggestion, actually. He's quite impressed with everything you achieved, and I'm all for it. It would make it easier for you to keep your immortality a secret, maybe even put it to good use. Are you saying you'll send me into dangerous situations just because I can't die? I actually hadn't thought about that, but it's not a bad idea.
I think not, ma'am. That would make it impossible to keep his identity a secret.
I know. I was just kidding. A shame, though.
Even so, Yuza, this would require rigorous training to help you harness and control your psychic abilities. The offer only stands if you are prepared to put yourself through that, and it won't be easy.
Seeing as you'd be under our surveillance, you'd be able to go about your life with a little bit more freedom. Seems to me that's not a bad deal for someone in your position, all things considered. What do you say? What happens if I refuse? Will you arrest me? We do have to thank you for wrapping up our investigations here. So if you'd prefer a quiet life on Kamishima, we'd turn a blind eye and leave you be. But, just so we're clear, as the first sign of you being on the move, we'll be on our way over here to take you away. I'm gonna need some time to think this over. Would that be alright? There's plenty of time. Just contact me when you've made up your mind. There's something else I've been meaning to ask you. The funny thing is, I wasn't planning on coming to Kamoshida at all today. Then, out of nowhere, I changed my mind. That wasn't your doing, was it? I kept getting the feeling I was being watched or manipulated. Especially this morning when I changed my plans and set out for Kamishima. It didn't feel like my decision somehow. It was almost as if someone was guiding us here. I felt something similar to that. I thought it was a Tomokazuki doing it since it only started happening after that encounter. But why would you think it was me? Something about it reminded me of you, like it was close to you or something. Anyways, it seems I was wrong. Though I'm not sure what else it could be unless I'm possessed by a spirit or something.
That's out of the question. Ugh, sorry, I don't know why I'm out of breath. If either of you were possessed, I would be the first to know. Given that even I cannot perceive the origin of this situation, it must be something truly extraordinary.
The thing is, I also get the feeling that we have this mysterious watcher to thank for everything turning out the way it did. That's how it seemed to me too. Whatever it was, I can't sense it anymore, so I suppose there's no use worrying over it now that the situation's been resolved. It was Misty Faye with the gun, possessing a gun. But then... Oh no, Shotaro. Oh no, Shotaro. We bumped into Shotaro, who seemed to be on the verge of a mental breakdown after hearing about his father's death. He had already heard about the arrest of the culprit, a man named Ikuma. It quickly became apparent that it wasn't grief that was weighing on him so heavily.
What do you think, I'm sad or something? Spare me your inane comments.
It's not like you to shout like that.
As if you plebeians could understand my troubles.
What?
But since you're here, Sato, pack your belongings and get out. I won't have you in the house any longer. You're immortal, aren't you? You're not even human. It's disgusting. Not only that, but you trampled over what feelings I had for you. I have no obligation to care for you. You are a plague upon this island, and I hope I never see your face again.
What gives, Shotaro? Why are you being so horrible?
Always was. You're being a real jerk. Did you have to go that far? Shut it, I can't afford to be nice anymore, now that I expect you to understand. I have no idea what it means to inherit my old man's legacy.
Pretty sure it means that you're lucky? He was loaded.
Shows what you know. Let me tell you something about my old man. He was good at what he did, but reckless. He racked up heavy debts, walking a fine line between huge payouts and total ruin. All of his success was a combination of killer luck and sheer cunning, making his shoes almost impossible to fill. Not only that, but he had his fingers in a lot of shady pies, from loan sharking to land speculating that kept him just on this side of the law. Taking over for him means shouldering all those risks. If I can't cut it, it's a one-way street to bankruptcy. That's what the old man saddled me with. It's all up to me now, and there's no way out.
Isn't turning the inheritance down, an option?
Are you out of your mind? If I did that, I'd have nothing left. And after the upbringing I've had, I could handle being poor. Damn it all, what am I to do?
If it helps, I sort of get how you feel.
And what could an impoverished nobody like you possibly understand?
Jesus fuck.
I'm kind of in the same boat.
The thing you found out about today?
Shotro's the only one I haven't told yet, so...
Tsukasa repeated her story, which we had heard earlier that day. When the Coast Guard arrived to investigate Mr. Wakamura's death, a detective from the prefectural police accompanied them and requested a meeting with Tsukasa. The officer announced that the tycoon Yamashina, also alias Unk, had passed away, and that his will had just been unsealed. Tsukasa is, the successor. An official note would be sent to her at a later date, but the officer had thought it best to give Tsukasa a chance to prepare herself ahead of time. As soon as she heard the news, Tsukasa's mother let out a whoop and raised her arms in a victory pose. She made quite a spectacle, jumping for joy and shouting things like, "Take that! Jackpot! I knew he'd pay off sooner or later!" Shocked and confused at this previously seen aside of her mother, Tsukasa had bolted from the house without a backwards glance. You're going to inherit Yamashina's estate? All of it?
It's a mystery to me as well. He was, like, really famous, right? I can't wrap my head around it. What was he thinking, leaving all of that to me? His total assets add up to, like, 5 billion yen, at least. That's what I was told. I can't even imagine it.
What's this face?
No one's given me a chance to turn it down, but I don't know how to handle this. He did try to kidnap Sato, and who knows what other shady stuff he was up to. Can't help but feeling I should take responsibility.
Are you seriously gonna accept?
I guess so. I feel so lost. But I mean, if Shotro's in the same boat...
You'll become a millionaire overnight. You'll be like a celebrity. You won't have time for us little people anymore.
I don't want that. If I can't hang out with you guys, I'm turning it down.
The inheritance, it's yours, as it should be. There's nothing to fear. I'll help you. I've always known that you were a clever girl. You'll have no trouble handling Yamashina's estate. Why don't we be partners? You can be my girl. From the get-go, you just get this vibe that he just treats people like women like they're objects and not people. I hate men like this. Oh my god. I've known way too many men in my life that are just like this, and they're disgusting. You can't just pop the question out of nowhere. Unk was one of my old man's backers, and I'm sure it would have been easier to manage our estates if we combined our wealth. Come on now, there's no need to be coy. I know you're fond of me, Tsukasa. How did you know? You wound me. How can I miss the heat of your gaze? I'm not so unfeeling as you suppose. Besides, the feeling's mutual. You've grown into an attractive young woman. Don't think I haven't noticed. I mean, this is all too much. This is our chance, don't you think? We've known each other for so long. There can be no doubt that we're a match made in heaven. I hate these men. I don't know anymore. My mind's gone blank. I need some time. Poor Tsukasa. You've taken this way too far. Punch him! Punch him in the face! Do you have any idea how much Tsukasa cares for you? Her feelings for you are real. I understand her feelings perfectly. Better yet, I reciprocate them. Don't tell me that you have an objection. You bet I do. You're just using her. Anyone can see that. The timing's way too convenient. If you go through with this, you'll end up hurting her, you heartless jerk. Punch him! Punch him! Punch him in the face! Kick him in the balls! Not only are your manners lacking, but your wits are as well. You're mistaken. My feelings for her are genuine. You liar! You looked like you were drowning till you found out about her inheritance. There's no way someone as selfish as you could make Tsukasa happy. I suggest you drop this. Frankly, it does not concern you. I want to punch him. I want to punch him! Must I spell it out for you? This is between Tsukasa and myself. Keep your nose out of it. Now that we understand each other, I'll take my leave. What a disgusting bitch. There was more to come. Out of nowhere, Avi and Cersei, with whom I'd barely spoken to this future, came up to talk to us. Oh, sorry, I don't know why I'm out of breath all of a sudden. Whew.
Ah, aren't you the kids who dealt with the curse that was hanging over the island? When I learned of your heroic deeds from Yumiko, I simply had to make your acquaintance.
Nice to meet you. I've actually heard about you as well.
You hear that, Cersei? Our reputation precedes us.
I wouldn't go that far. We just stand out too much.
I've only heard good things, I promise. You're Arniv, right? The fantasy author who's come to Japan looking for adventure?
What's that? Did I hear you say the bachelor fantasy author whose novels don't sell and who had to empty his savings just to visit Japan?
Humbug! Stick a sock in it and mind your own beeswax. Oh my god!
Now that's just creepy! How do you know my catchphrase? I assure you that was the first time I've uttered those words on Japanese soil.
It just came to me.
It would appear that you have a mysterious secret up your sleeve, user. Setting that aside for the moment, there's something I'd like to ask you. This afternoon, I was struck by the sudden desire to visit this jetty. Might you have something to do with that?
You too.
You mean I'm not the first?
Someone else asked me that as well, but I swear I haven't done anything.
I hear the request to put Cersei's Shikigami ability to use came from you. Mind telling me how you knew about that?
You could say that Tomokazuki is responsible for both of those things.
So you encountered a Tomokazuki bearing the memories of a distant future, and you believe that this same being or creature, what have you, has secretly been guiding us all ever since?
I've never heard of anything like that before.
I'll explain how you knew about Cersei Shikigami. If your theory is correct, I suppose we should all be grateful to this Tomokazuki for bringing out such a peaceful conclusion. On the other hand, I nearly died because of this.
Last I checked, you're still kicking.
One can't help feeling a little used, as it were, though I suppose I ought to be thankful for my life nonetheless. Besides, it would take a lot more than this to upset me. I've made it through all manner of do-or-die moments and deadly situations before now.
You must be pretty tough.
I'll never get my hands on that treasure now. Still, I suppose I did get quite an adventure in exchange, so fair's fair. Good luck to you, user! All this cursed business has tuckered us out, so we'll be spending the night here in Kamishima and setting sail for home on the morrow. I'm glad I had a chance to speak with you before now we left. You've my gratitude. Take care now.
Bye. And off they went. After that, we're wrapping up the story. Tsukasa called us together, saying she needed to talk to us. We decided to meet up here. The police investigation was in full swing in the town center and around the Wakamura residence, but out in the bay, everything was quiet. You okay now, Tsukasa? Some lawyer wants me to go meet him the day after tomorrow. I'm not even sure what I want to do yet. And honestly, I'm still in shock over what happened. Tsukasa, don't rush, okay? You shouldn't make a big decision like this till you feel ready. This is about your future, no one else's. You gotta think it over carefully and do what's best for you. Thanks for worrying about me. I didn't call you guys out here to talk about that. Sato, there's something I've gotta know. I overheard a bit of went down with oh, she's gonna die. You've been alive for 800 years, right? Sounded like your lifespan must be coming to an end pretty soon. Was that for real? Sorry. I didn't know how to tell you. I don't remember anything from that far back, but I've always known how long I had left. Tomorrow might be my last day. Tomorrow night.
This body of mine will fade away like a spray of sea foam. Why didn't you say something? There's so little time left.
Isn't there anything we can do to delay it? Come on, please tell me there's some way to change this. I don't have the option. Fuck! But I know technically what to do. I can't save her! No! Fuck! I don't want to say goodbye. Please don't leave us.
There's no need for tears. The truth is, I'm content with this. I am. 400 years ago, I became a sacrifice to protect everyone. And now, not only is the curse of the raging waves broken, but so many other problems have been resolved. Like with the mermaids and Tomoshige, after all this time, everything is finally settled. Kamishima is finally safe. It's a happy ending. Thanks to you guys, I fulfilled my purpose of this long life I was cursed with. It actually meant something, and for that, I can't thank you enough.
All of that is just stuff you got mixed up in. You never asked for any of it. Don't say you fulfilled your purpose. This isn't a happy ending. You shouldn't have had to go through any of those things. None of it was your responsibility. Sato, from the moment you were made an 800-year immortal, you've just been used. Poor girl. 800 years of not even, like, being treated like an actual whammon. Not being respected as a whammon. That's sad. If all you've done is get dragged into Tomoshige's schemes time and time again, that's just too sad. Be honest with yourself. Are you really content? What about your happiness? After being forced to live for centuries, this can't be how you wanted things to end. You haven't had a chance to do anything for yourself. If you don't get to live happily, at least for a little while, after all you've been through, it'd be so unfair.
You're the best friend I could ask for. When I said I was content, I meant it. I really am. I was never supposed to live in this modern age. When I gave my life to end the curse, I thought that would be it. I wasn't. I got to experience a time unlike anything I've ever known and meet so many people every day. Every day has been a whirlwind of activity. Above all, I've made such really good friends who care for me so much they'll even cry for me. I've had so much fun these past few months. I can't even begin to describe it. It's a miracle. I've been happier than I ever thought possible. I have no regrets. Seriously.
I've been so wrapped up in my own problems.
I've always been the one left behind. I've never had anyone grieve for me. Turns out, it's a pretty nice feeling. Being the center of attention suits me just fine.
Don't hold back now. Only you could say something like that at a time like this. Oh, Yuzo.
I didn't know you were such a crybaby, Yuzo.
Come on. It can't be your usual goofy self. I could really use a laugh.
You guys feel that bad, then I guess you'll just have to make it up to me. For starters, you better keep our promise to hang out tomorrow. And I expect to enjoy every last second to the fullest. Do that, and I guess I'll forgive you. You're leaving the island tomorrow anyway, right, Tsukasa?
Probably.
No more tears. If we can just have one more day of fun, spend one more day together like we always have, nothing would make me happier. So you think? I'm counting on you to help me overwrite all those bad memories with a bunch of happy ones. It'll be a busy day. Then that's what we'll do.
Yeah, and you can count on us. Dozens of happy memories coming right up. Hey, Yuza, quit moping already. That was your cue. If there ever was a time for one of your oddball jokes, it's right now. That night, we stayed out in the bay, talking and swapping stories until the sun came up. There was a rule. We had to answer any question Sato asked us honestly without hiding anything. Which meant that gasps and chuckles inevitably followed each new reveal. We chatted for hours without once running out of things to share. We talked about the past, the future, our dreams, everything in our hearts. And throughout it all, Sato couldn't stop smiling. As for me, I was determined to etch every detail of Sato into my memory. Every word and gesture, every expression on her face. Aww. This ending is pretty sweet. This ending is very sweet, but I can do something. In my house, I have that mermaid scale. We're not done. And then the night after our meeting, Sato took a boat and went out into the bay alone, saying that she didn't want any of us to see her disappear. That was the last we saw of her, before she abandoned her transient form to the gentle waves and left this world behind her for good. Before she departed, she told us her final wish, and I vowed to carry it in my heart throughout the centuries that lay ahead as my own personal curse, impossible to dispel. It was a simple wish. In Sato's own words, remember me until your last breath. You've done well to make it this far. I applaud your efforts. Here ends the tale that has been painstakingly woven over the past 800 years on Kamishima of Ise Bay. Thanks to you, peace has descended upon the island once more. For that, you have my sincerest gratitude. While a few sacrifices may have been made along the way, we must content ourselves with the fact that they were within permissible limits. Now, while our story does end here, if its conclusion does not sit quite right with you, you may wish to explore possibilities that would result in a different outcome. On the other hand, I could simply tell you what the missing pieces are, if you prefer. No. I had a feeling you might say that. My apologies for making such an undignified proposal. I wish you the best of luck. I shall take my leave of you now, until next we meet. About 2 months after waking up on Kamishima and being taken in, Sato goes to the roof of Kantakishu ruins for some time alone. 2 months have passed since I washed up on this island. 400 years elapsed while I was locked away under the sea, but I've managed to adjust to the modern life somehow. Sometimes I wonder why I bothered. It's so quiet on the roof of the Kantakisho. I'm alone, but for the wind rustling in the trees, the distant roar of the tide. It feels so good to have this view all to myself, to just let the soft sea breeze carry me away. It's the perfect spot for someone who wants as little to do with others as possible. But yesterday someone came up here and ruined everything. I was a little worried at first, but I've adapted pretty smoothly to modern civilization. The fact that I only have vague memories of my life from 400 years ago probably helped a bit. I still don't really understand how ships and cars move by themselves or how electrical appliances and lights things work. But it's not really an issue, to be honest. I know how to use them, and that's what counts. Most people who were born in the modern era could tell you that fridges keep stuff cold, but not exactly how they do it. Don't worry. If you ask somebody that they couldn't tell you how a fridge works, most people don't know how things work. Unless you actually, like, study it. Like, don't ask me how my fucking PC works. It just works. Like, it goes beeps and boops and there's electricity and then it works. Like, it's magic to me. Apparently, the big cities have greatly evolved with water and sewage systems as well as subways. Waking up there would have been a lot more confusing. I really do love being alone. I have a good reason to isolate myself on this island. Soon my life will be over. I probably have less than a month left. Whoever sealed me away seems to have some kindness in them at least. They allowed me to spend my last moments as myself, alive. But I can hardly feel grateful. How much living can you really do in a few months? A few weeks? That girl, Tsukasa, is always hanging around me. But I try to keep my feelings in check and act as cold as possible. Getting too close will only make things harder when it all has to end. She never wanted to have friends because she knew it would hurt. I'd like to joke and laugh with them, spend time talking about our favorite TV series, stuff like that. Especially with Tsukasa. The way she reacts to things is so funny. It's really hard not to laugh and play along. I have to try so hard to keep my feelings under control. Cheerful conversations will only become painful memories for her later. And since running out into the woods and living alone isn't appealing, I just have to play my role as the unfriendly loner till the time comes for me to disappear. Just one more month. One more month of coasting along without making waves. But watching TV every day, learning more about the modern world, there's so much fun to be had. Humanity has prospered. In the past, the common folk were preoccupied with surviving each day. Now, anyone can eat delicious food and sleep in a warm bed without having to toil day and night. People have time, freedom, entertainment. It's wonderful. I wish I had time to enjoy it all. Get on an airplane, maybe even fly to Tokyo. But there's not much chance of that, not with the time I have left. I really wish I could try one of those game consoles that you could hook up to your TV. You can play different games like switching cartridges according to what they say on TV. Those consoles are so popular that it's even hard to find one. Not that I'm in a position to make demands, of course. All I can do is look at the pictures in the magazines and dream about them. If I had a game console, I bet I'd play it all day. There's no hope in wishing too much. I'm just grateful to be able to spend my days this way. It's all thanks to Wakamura. Please just let me watch TV for my last remaining month. That's not too much to ask, is it? I shouldn't let my guard down. I've got to keep myself in line. No extravagances. I just gotta gently drift along and not rock the boat. At least that was my plan. And yet, when speaking to him yesterday, I got completely carried away. I'm still mad at myself about it. Next time, I'll be more careful. Wait, next time? Oh well. Yuzo. Something about him makes me lose my cool. It's probably the shock of finding out that he's immortal too. Yeah, that must be it. And maybe being immortals puts us on a different wavelength than from other people. That could be why I'm drawn to him. He seems quite young. He can't have been immortal long, but to think mermaids are still around even now. Wait a moment. I wonder if he knows I'm an 800-year-old immortal too. I hope not. If he does, it puts my peaceful life at risk. I'd better make sure he knows to keep his mouth shut. I have to talk to Yuza again. Finding him is sure going to be a hassle. Is he going to be behind me? Did I just hear footsteps? I did just hear footsteps. Wish he'd wipe that look off his face as if he's indifferent. I bet he's secretly proud of himself for being the one to startle me this time. Wish he'd... Damn it. You came back. So you're here too, huh? Did I startle you? Yeah. Of course you did! Anyone would get a fright when someone sneaks up on them like that. You're right. I guess I deserve that. Never mind that now. There's something I wanted to ask you. Something I need to tell you too, but you go first. I was thinking about what you said yesterday about that pretty rough thing, and it occurred to me. Could you by any chance be an immortal girl? I didn't know it was that obvious. I knew it. Something about you was just different. I'm an immortal boy, and you're an immortal girl. Why not? That's what we look like. And it sounds better than people who become immortal by eating mermaid flesh. Besides, going by our actual ages or something would just get us confusing. Just get confusing. You might as well call yourself that too. As it turns out, I wanted to talk about the same thing. You knew you were immortal, didn't you? I found out just recently, in fact. I got swept out to sea and survived against all odds. That's when I remembered being saved by a mermaid 5 years ago. And it all started to make sense. Mrs., thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Welcome on in, everybody. We're in the epilogue right now of Paranormasight. So we just beat kind of like the main game, but we're trying to get like the best ending right now. So if you don't want spoilers, this is literally the ending. And this is a big spoiler chapter right now. So just a heads up. I just saw your Akechi love video recently. Oh, geez. I'm sorry. I still love him a lot to this day. Oh. But I hope you had a great stream, Mrs. Thanks so much again for rating. I really, really appreciate it. Okay, but yeah, big spoiler warning. Because I think as soon as I continue dialogue here, it's like a big spoiler. Never apologize for loving Akechi. Don't worry, I have to apologize every time. I will never not be normal about Goro Akechi, man. Never. That's when I remembered being saved by a mermaid 5 years ago, and it all started to make sense. Saved by a mermaid from what? I had no idea. I hadn't even heard an incident like that occurred 5 years ago, and in the sea just south of Kamishima, too. No one really talks about it anymore. A mermaid saved you and made you an immortal boy? That's my best guess, anyway. Not that I understand why a mermaid would go out of her way to rescue me. Anyway, I'm just happy I can finally talk to someone about this. There's still so much I don't understand since we're here. Do you mind if I ask you some questions? I need you to promise me one thing. Never tell anyone about me being an immortal girl. I'd prefer people didn't know about me either. Good. I'd have to kill you otherwise, so thanks for sparing me the trouble. You're a lot tougher than I thought you'd be. Anyway, done. I swear on my life. Our lives. Whoa, look at you making immortal jokes. You modern kids are something else. Honestly, it just came out. So, what do you want to ask me? How long does this immortal thing last? Is it really, like, forever? 800 years. No more, no less. That's a really solid number. Good luck for the next 795. What am I, some fine wine? I need more than luck. That's 8 whole centuries we're talking about. It's pretty rough, like I said. I could tell you had a long time left. Being immortal for so long must give you an amazing intuition. Just checking, but is there any way to undo our immortality? No, there isn't. You're not human anymore, and there is no way to become human again now that your human body is long gone. By the way, how long have you been alive? This is my 800th year. I only have 1 month left. Really? It's a long story, but I've kind of been out of the game for the last 400 years. Now my life is almost over. 400 years is a long, long time. Only 1 month. You're way older than I imagined. Is there anything I need to be careful of?
What do you mean?
Seeing as I'm stuck in this immortal body, is there anything I should avoid?
If you fall into a deep fissure or a pit of lava, you'll keep dying over and over, so don't do that.
Yikes, that sounds terrifying. Okay, avoid lava. Got it.
I don't actually remember all that much.
Guess that's how it is.
Oh, and it'll get messy if people find out, so try to keep a low profile.
You probably have if you find somewhere new to live every few decades. That'll help you avoid suspicion. Living in the same place for too long is dangerous.
It won't be easy living anonymously with the family registry system.
You used to just be able to show up in a new place and start making a living. People did that all the time, but nowadays? Bet it's way more difficult to move around than it used to be. Sounds real rough. Good luck with that. Great, thanks! In today's modern age, where we're tracked so much, I don't see how that could fly under the radar in any country, honestly.
Are you gonna come here every day?
Not like I have anything better to do.
Yeah, me neither.
You're the one who started showing up at my favorite place.
I like it too. I have just as much right to be here as you do. Besides, it's such a nice spot. You said before that you come here to think. What do you think about?
Stuff like what sort of work I could do.
Are you unemployed?
Obviously, someone with a job wouldn't spend their morning staring at the sea.
Not everyone's lucky enough to have a cushy life eating free food and watching TV all day.
Can we cut this out? It seems utterly pointless to knock each other down every 5 seconds. I guess we can call it truce. They're fucking idiots. Hey. Is living for so long hard?
Definitely not a stable life. It can be really hard at times. But that's true whether you're immortal or not, isn't it? At least you don't have to worry about starving to death anymore. Even if you get sick or injured, dying will fix it.
I've never actually struggled that much because of my immortality, to be honest. Is it really that easy? You get COVID and then you just like kill yourself and you're cured? What if you really want to die and you just can't?
Do you want to die?
Not now, but maybe if I live long enough, I'll change my mind.
When you said you got swept out to sea before, was that because you...
I thought you were a super chill boy, but I guess you're a sensitive boy too. Oh. Yikes. I was just as surprised as you to find out.
Come on then, what happened? Talk to your elder immortal. They blamed your mother for the disaster and even shunned you because of it?
You mustn't have been too keen to come back then. I didn't want my Gran or Azami to have to worry about me. It was a moment of weakness that pulled me back here. I guess I'm not really sure. I need to live as quietly as possible and stay out of everyone's way now.
Is that why you came here to be alone, huh? I know how you feel. It's the same for me.
They're kind of cute together. Am I the only one getting these vibes? Like, they're really adorable.
You were sealed in an underwater cave? There was a reason for it, to keep something from happening, but I don't remember what it was. I'm awake now, so that must mean it's okay, whatever it was.
Pretty noble of me, wouldn't you say? If you wanted to worship me, I wouldn't say no. They're so cute how they can actually, like, relate to each other and crack jokes at each other. Like, this is so natural and nice. They have a very nice vibe together.
This Azami Kamui guy looks out for you, huh?
Yeah, he's a really good guy. Too good for me, honestly. I don't think I could survive on this island without his help.
And yet, you haven't told him that you're immortal.
I doubt he'd ever believe me. If he started avoiding me or something, I'd have nothing left. I don't think I could keep going.
Not that you can die.
They got chemistry. They do have chemistry. I like it. So you've been acting cold because you don't have much time left, huh? I understand. Saying goodbye to people you care about isn't easy. Yeah. When you live as long as we do, you have to say goodbye to so many people. Being immortal sounds pretty tough. It does mean saying goodbye a lot. You can see why some people say immortality is a kind of punishment or hell itself. There have been immortals who became so overcome with despair that they turned their backs on the world and devoted themselves to religion. Yao Bikuni, that's where that story comes from. As far as I can remember, I've never felt like this existence was hell. For those 400 years before I was sealed away, I just lived out my life. If you ask me, not everyone's cut out to be immortal. It's not like anything else, really. Some people have what it takes and others don't. You were just a natural immortal? Yep, it's like I was born for it. There's really is something out there for everyone. I guess emotionally maturing to match the fact that you're 817 years old wasn't for you, though. You noticed? I'm self-conscious about that. Oh, sorry. It takes talent to live for centuries without seeming to age a day. I wish I had that talent. I'm jealous. I hope I'll be able to look at it the same way. Are you scared? Are you scared of being alone for the next 800 years? Well, yeah, that's part of it. It's also just hard to imagine myself living in the future. I probably would have been scared too if I'd known from the start that I had 8 whole centuries ahead of me. But I reckon you'll be okay. You might even surprise yourself. You're a lot like me. In some ways, I think you might just be cut out for this immortal life. Are we alike? I hadn't noticed. Sure we are, like how you started playing the fool when you're embarrassed. You've got me there. See? And remember when we first met? We started talking like we were old friends right off the bat. I remember thinking it was funny how I didn't feel awkward at all. If you've got the knack for it, another 795 years will feel like nothing. Blink and you'll miss it. Oh, and now I want her to live another 800 years so that they could be together for 800 years. Now I want that. We have to save her. Maybe your last words will be, I know I've lived on 800 years, but come on, give me another few centuries. I get it now. You really are good at being immortal. So good, you still don't want to die. You've only got 1 month before your lifespan ends. You must be scared too. You've never despaired once at being immortal, until now. You're not wrong there. I lost 400 years. So I'm not nearly done with my life yet. I want to keep living more than anything. Of course I'm scared. Damn, she admits it! It's not like you're on your deathbed and been giving 1 month left to live. You're as healthy as can be. So maybe it's time you stopped worrying. What do you mean? Since you don't have long left, why not spend the rest of your lifespan having fun, living it out to the fullest? If you do the best you can with the time you have left, you might even feel satisfied with the life you've led into the end. I don't know why I didn't think about that. But if I get close to anyone, it'll only hurt them when I die. Yeah, but I mean, you could just let them mourn you. You've had to do that plenty of times, right? I guess I could be forgiven for being a little selfish in my old age. Exactly. If it helps, consider yourself forgiven. Does that mean you'll mourn me when I disappear? Of course I will. From the bottom of my heart. Oh! That might just make me happy. Here's the plan. You're gonna have as much fun as possible starting tomorrow. Tsukasa's coming back for the holidays too, by the way. I'm sure she'll be more than happy to hang out with you. She wanted to be your friend, you know. I'm liking the sound of this more and more. I wanted to be her friend too. Guess this is my chance to take her around the island. But while I'm at it, you said your grandmother Suyu needed someone to talk to, right?
We don't have much to talk about. She's always going on about what's on TV, and I can't keep up. Leave the TV talk to me. Oh, and I'd be happy to look after her while you're working as well. That'd be a huge help.
Oh, this is why she suddenly started talking to Suyu. I feel so bad. I accused her of being malicious because I thought it was really weird how she suddenly started talking to my grandma. And I take it back. I take it back, chat. Let it be on the record that I feel bad that I sussed her out for that. It was so pure, and I feel bad. I feel bad. I regret it. I do regret saying that and thinking that. Man. She seems like an interesting person to talk to. I'd love to spend time with her. She's definitely something. You can't let your guard down around her, that's for sure. And she's pretty stubborn, not to mention, if she doesn't like something, she's not afraid to say it. I'd bear that in mind. You know what? I'm actually pretty excited for tomorrow. Hey, Yuza? That's my name. Don't wear it out. I used to say that all the time. Holy shit. I know we initially came here because we wanted to be alone, but from now on, can we come here when we don't want to be alone instead? Oh. Of course we can. I'll wait for you here every day. My heart. Oh my god. They responded. They started interacting with me in just the same way. I decided to spend my last few days having as much fun as possible. So much fun that I won't have time to fear the end. Of course, no one but Yuza and I know about my immortality or what little remains of it. But these past few days have been so much fun. There are points where I can't even tell if I'm dreaming or if this is my new reality. And most importantly, Yuza's life and mine have continued to intertwine as we meet at our usual spot day after day. We get along so well. Being together feels like the most natural thing on earth. Stop! And it didn't take long for us both to notice how comfortable we were around each other. Before we knew it, we were being drawn together with increasing intensity like stars meeting in orbit. Oh my god. Oh my god. This game is so ass. Protection Fire, thank you for the super chat. Oh. These two sections first appeared on my playthrough of this game. Great feeling. I know. Now I want them to be together forever. No! Yuna meets Sato, a fellow immortal, in secret over the past month and grows closer to her. A decisive night befalls them. The cool night sky is teeming with stars. The wind gently brushes the trees as ocean waves and echo in the distance. Looking over the sea puts my mind at ease. We don't have much time. We really should have made our minds long ago. There's still a chance. I refuse to give up until it's all over. When we were here yesterday, she told me how she felt. She said she loved me. And that if it were somehow possible, she would be with me forever. She deserves a nice guy that actually cares about her feelings and doesn't just treat her like an object. Oh my god. It must have taken some real courage. I actually feel kind of bad for making her say it. Stop! I feel exactly the same way, even though we've known each other for less than a month. I can't deny these feelings. I felt the same way, but I didn't have her courage. One of us only has days left to live, the other 795 years. Telling her how I feel would mean nothing. Worse, it would make parting that much harder. I thought I could bury my feelings somewhere they would never emerge from. I suppose she wanted to move on without leaving anything unsaid, with no regrets, even if nothing came of it. She knew it was futile, but she still said it anyway. And yet, once I let those feelings out, feelings that should have never been revealed, there was no controlling them anymore. My desire to spend the rest of my life with her burned like a searing flame in my chest. We contemplated possible ways for us to remain together, and the answer came to us surprisingly fast, an answer that we shouldn't have even considered. There was no time to discern ourselves with the right or wrong of it. We didn't even hesitate. Oh my god! The very beginning of the game, where Yuza said that he needed to find a mermaid by the end of the day. Stop! Stop this right now! Only one option was available to us, and we intended to take it. There was hardly enough time to see it through. Hell, even if we had longer, the odds of our plan succeeding were dismally low. It was nothing more than our final vain act of rebellion. Even if we had longer, the odds of our plan succeeding were dismally low. Ugh. Sato sits quietly watching the ebb and flow of the tide. I wonder what she's thinking about. Is she carefully contemplating what comes next? What are you thinking about? I was thinking about how we first met. Yeah. Back then, you said you wouldn't bother me, but you peeked over at me like 5 times. It was tracking me. Really? Really? I thought I was being sneaky, and even you counted the number of times? But if you were counting, I guess you must have been watching me, too. I didn't realize I was giving myself away, but you're right, I was looking at you. So, that's why you crept up behind me to scare me, huh? I wasn't trying to scare you. I just wanted to see your surprised face. Yeah, that's what scaring does? So you were trying to scare me. Well, you honestly got me good. You definitely got me back the next day. I love that memory. With a memory like that, there's nothing else I need. I have no regrets. Come on, you can't be all fulfilled and complete already. We're only just getting started. Right, only getting started. My heart won't stop racing. I've never felt this way before. At first, I thought it was simply because we were both immortal that our closeness was a feeling of kinship, but it's more than that. I've never gotten along with someone so well, especially someone who's lived such a different life from my own. It feels like I found a missing piece of myself. My heart is whole when I'm with her. Our very souls are in harmony. Well, that might be pushing it a bit. Even Gran saw how compatible we were and urged me to get married already. It was too embarrassing for me to tell Sato about. There's no way I can lose her. I can't even conceive a life without her. Even with 800 years of life ahead of me, I'll never meet anyone remotely as amazing as her. If there was some way to use my immortality to stay with her, I'd do it in an instant. Whatever form I would have to take, I wouldn't complain. I'd sell my soul to the devil if it would get me what I desired. We've made up our minds. We'll see our final wish through no matter what. The summer breeze feels perfect, and the clear sky is sparkling with stars. Nothing relaxes me more than a whisper of the tide and the breeze in the trees. I'm so happy. I only have 2 days left. Finding hope at a time like this feels like a miracle. I'd all but given up. I never thought I'd get a second chance. When we were here yesterday, I told Yuza how I felt. I told him I loved him, that if it were somehow possible, I'd stay by his side forever. I had planned on taking those feelings to the grave, but then it hit me. There wouldn't even be a grave for me. Maybe that's why I blurted it out. I was prepared for it to go badly, but he accepted my feelings. I only have 2 days left. It can't be any easier on him than it is me. Sharing our feelings changes nothing. It'll only make it harder to say goodbye. But Yuza confessed that he had been suppressing his feelings for the same reason. Hearing that made me wish I hadn't said it first. I can't help feeling like I lost somehow. But looking back, that moment was the only time I could have said it, so I'm glad that I did. However, now that it's all out in the open, I thought we'd feel a sense of peace, but we don't. Far from it. We're not like a pair of tragic lovers in a story bound to die beautifully together or anything like that. If we could die together, that'd be nothing to agonize over in the first place. So we started thinking of ways we could be together. The answer came to us surprisingly fast, but it was an answer that could be described as taboo. Yuza asked me if I was sure I wanted to go through with it, but honestly, I didn't need to think twice. And if that's what it takes, then so be it. All I want is to be with him. Oh my god. We're running out of time. Even if we had more time, the odds of our plan succeeding are almost zero. Part of me wishes we made this plan much earlier, but maybe I needed this time for my feelings to reach their peak. Maybe this is just how it had to be. Better to think that we made it just in time. I'll keep fighting this fate until the very end. Yuza is silently gazing out at the dark sea. I wonder what he's thinking about. He's seriously considering what lies ahead of us.
What are you thinking about?
Just our height difference.
Oh, my height's been bugging you?
Well, you know, we're gonna be like this forever.
Don't worry, even with 15 centimeters between us, you look great, Yuza.
Thanks, but that doesn't really make me feel better.
Hey, it's not your fault that we were only in middle school when you became immortal.
Nothing you can do now. You'll just have to live with it. Man, if it had happened just once or 2 years later, I'd at least be 5 centimeters taller.
Wait, even then I'd still be 10 centimeters shorter than you? Wow, that's crazy.
Sorry for being crazy tall. It's fine. I don't care if there's 15 centimeters between us. You're still my adorable sawtooth. Thanks, but that doesn't really make me feel better. You must have stood out a lot back in your time, huh? I was taller than most adult men back then. From what I can remember, I think everyone found me a bit creepy. Sorry to hear that. It's not like you could help it. Well, they treated me like some kind of monster because of it. Most people straight up avoided me. Well, that's awful. On the other hand, I do remember at least one person back then who kept trying to woo me. Who was that? Sounds like someone's jealous. Hey, I ain't the kind of guy who obsesses over his girlfriend's past. What's done is done. Huh, nice line. I bet you've been wanting to say that one for ages. I mean, you've been alive for so long, there's way too much history to worry about. Fair point. Honestly, I barely remember him myself. Although, I don't think I liked him all that much. He was just somebody important I couldn't say no to or something like that. Really? Oh, that's good to hear. At least as far as I can remember. Anyway, I thought you didn't care. I guess you're having so much more experience under your belt makes me feel a bit out of your league. I see. Well, I'm the one who confessed to you, so I guess we'll call it even for now. That works for me. Not sure what's even exactly, but I'll take it. I would have assumed he'd be thinking about tomorrow's plan. Never imagined he might be thinking about what comes after that. He's so sure we're going to succeed. Knowing that makes me feel so much more confident. His easygoing attitude is actually reassuring right now. I'm so glad he's here with me. My heart won't stop racing. I've never felt this way before. They have the exact same thoughts about each other. Like, shut the fuck up! I didn't think I could feel something new after living for 800 years. The fact that he's an 800-year immortal too probably has something to do with it. I feel safe with him. There's nothing I'd be afraid to tell him. But that's not all there is to it. There are some people you could know for decades and still not fall in love with them. And then there are those who you know you can't live without barely a second after you met. Even a bond that's lasted centuries could fall apart in a single day. Love isn't measured by time. Maybe it's too much to say we're soulmates, but that's how it feels. Even Suyu's been saying that we should get married because we're clearly made for each other. Not that I've told Yuza that. It'd be way too embarrassing. They have the same thoughts! And they smiled at each other at the same time with those thoughts. Stop! I don't want to say goodbye to Yuza. It feels like I've waited 800 years for him, and now a lot of things might be destroyed tomorrow. Everything the Islanders have been protecting, heck, even some relationships might crumble. But still, we're going to do it. We've made up our minds. We'll see our final wish through, no matter what. Storyteller, your story fucking sucks! Fuck you! Yuza and Sato attempted in vain to hide their feelings for one another, and now they are hatching a plan. Considering how much you've remembered already, I'm certain you'll recall this fact as well. So, let me ask you, what can be done to intertwine two lives that were never meant to stay together? Sato must once again be made immortal. I mean, the whole goal is to find a mermaid. Be shaved bald! What the fuck? Make her bald! As there is no way to undo the curse. The only way for them to remain together would be to somehow obtain the flesh of a mermaid. They believe they have no choice but to make Sato live for another 800 years. As such, the plan they hatched was to obtain a second helping of immortality. A truly radical concept. Such a method goes against the very laws of nature, but it is not my place to judge. Please enjoy the continuation of their story. Sato must once again be shaved bald. I told Azami about our plan to find a mermaid, and he agreed to help. We'll go diving tomorrow morning and hopefully find a clue. I'm sorry I can't be of any more help. I just can't remember anything else. I'm sure there was a mermaid on Taishima. Don't worry about it. At least now we know where to start the search. It really seems like my mom had some connection with mermaids, though, huh? Definitely. Sugiro showed me that scale, and it really looks like it came from a mermaid. How strange would it be if it turned out that your mom was actually a mermaid all along? Yeah, but even I think it's a bit of a leap. If I start diving in the Southern Sea, people are bound to start talking about my mom again. Which would give us a chance to hear more details that we might not be aware of. That's a hope, anyway. I've tried to keep my head down as much as I could until now, but I can't stand idly by anymore. Lately, there's been talk around the island of ominous signs. Maybe that'll work in our favor. You mean people talking about the storm coming? Yeah, that could just be the push we need. Also, about the person that you said you met today. Sorry, my brain blinked. Yumiko Shiki from the Paranormal Affairs Bureau. She definitely seems like she knows something. Yeah, there's something suspicious about her. I think that she didn't pay much attention to me because she knows I don't have much longer to live. She apparently has the power to detect immortals, and when she finds them, she locks them up somewhere. They've been watching me too, so they might already have their suspicions. It's pretty wild to think that we've been hunted by government authorities. I guess people like us really can't be allowed to exist. I don't think they'd be too happy about us searching for mermaid flesh. It'd be great if we could somehow get some information out of them. That might be difficult. We don't even know if they'll be coming back to Kamishima tomorrow. I guess we could always go to the mainland. Yuza? Do we really have to be so secretive about it? Couldn't we tell Tsukasa and Azami everything and ask them to help us? It's not that I don't trust them, because I do. It's just the more people that there are that know a secret, the more likely it is to come out. If people find out that there's a way to become immortal, it would cause a total uproar. Even the police would be after us then. Heck, every person who wants to live forever would be looking for us. We can't force Azami and Tsukasa to get caught up in all that. You're right. If anyone is going to get locked up, it should just be us. Exactly. That's why we should keep our mermaid search as quiet as possible. Besides, if we told anyone else, it'd be harder to keep the fact that you're an immortal girl hidden. But won't it all come out when the police come asking questions? I guess I can just play dumb and pretend I don't know anything until they come up with some solid evidence. We probably shouldn't let people know about us either. It'd just make it harder for us to continue our search. Let's try and stay apart as much as possible from tomorrow, just to be safe. As of now, I doubt anyone knows about our relationship. Yeah, I'm sure no one has caught on yet. Let's avoid all unnecessary contact while we each continue searching for mermaid flesh on our own. We can set specific times to meet up and share information, but we'll have to make sure no one sees us together. Sure. Right. I'll avoid interacting with you in public. If we need to contact each other in an emergency, we can leave some kind of signal at a place where we often walk by. If you see it there, do you think you could come to the roof of Kantikisho? That's the one I gave you. Okay, Kamishimaru can be our go-between. I guess that gives us 2 days to find out what we need. I know it'll take a miracle, but we can't give up. So this is good. She ended with the Tamatabako. So she has one piece of the puzzle. And we know where the other one is. I don't know if I need to... I mean, it says it's not done at the lighthouse, so I'll go back to the lighthouse for right now. But we did get it. So we're kind of done here. I guess I'll do the only option that I didn't do, which was deny. I want to... What did I say? I want to meet one? I think I said I want to meet one because I wanted to relate with him the most. I want to thank one. Meeting of 3 is now hopeless. This is the same. Okay. Okay. Oh, those things are connected. Oh, okay. So let's get it from them first and foremost. I see. Admit. Please, I need it. And then I did tell the truth. I guess we want to end with getting the Tamatabako, and then we want to go to the Minakuchi residence and get the mermaid scale from there. I don't know. Okay, so maybe we didn't actually need to go back to this specific moment. Okay, and then we go to the Minakuchi residence. I wonder if things are going to be different now? Do I need knowledge? I shouldn't just take it. Why not? Take it. Fuck. I have to make her take it. I'm trying to remember the scene where we saw the turtle on the ground. That was... It's gonna be grayed out. That was today. That was earlier. That was... It was down here. No. Fuck. was that? What was that scene? We were in the town center. Yumiko was there, Soda was there. Where were we Yuza at the time? We have to be Yuza, I think. No. Shit. Where was that? I don't know why this is still existing. This is bothering me. I love the sound effects as you go through that. There should be something. There should be something. Because this... we're missing... Discover the corpse. Was it here? It has to be before this moment, I think. This... She has to... We have to trigger... Oh, wait, no, it doesn't necessarily, because I'm the... The player is actively Yuza, or a part of Yuza. So I was thinking it has to be a point that's before this, but no, I don't think that that's the case. It doesn't matter. Methinks here. I don't know why. Start from... Is it Yumeko Street? I don't fucking remember. Diving, cleansing, start from the sacred sanctuary. No. Where's Yumeko Street? Oh, this is where we get pulled aside. Oh, okay. No, I want to go back. No, I want to go back. Just right before this. Wasn't it? Wasn't it here? After the cleansing? No, that's not it either. Oh. That and fast forwarded is kind of funny. No. Can I go back? Maybe I should just start from the beginning then. No, it's not here. I was thinking... I thought this was it. Fuck. We saw it earlier, chat! Fuck. Maybe it... Maybe it wasn't... This is where we talk to Ikama. This is there. This is... Here? Wait, this is ringing a bell. Oh no. Wait, I felt like I was... I feel like I'm closer though. Frick. Oh. No, I don't think that's it. Okay, chat. To narrow it down, only say what person's timeline do I need to go to? Avi, Yumeko, Sato, Yuza. Which one of them? Or does anybody know? Oh. Not sure. YouTube chat is saying Sato. Okay. Okay. I know, but, is it not Sato Dynasty? I'll just ask Dynasty this question. Can you specify what you're looking for right now? I was looking for the point, I was looking for the conversation where I looked on the ground and I saw the Kamishimaru pin on the ground. I was trying to find that. I just remember the people that were in that scene. Okay, so we were Sato. So it is... Actually, it might be here then. Okay, let me go back. I'll just start from the beginning since skipping is quick. Oh my god, it is right here. Fucking. I picked it up though. So I did this before and I did pick it up. That was the signal. And when that happened, we were supposed to meet that night up top. I did already pick it up. I did whenever we did this scene initially. So I just kind of did it again, but I just wanted to verify where it was. And I thought that potentially it would change something now that I know what to do with it. Like now I know what it means. I thought it would change something. Chat, am I good to leave this? I don't think I need to continue. I think the goal here was to just make sure I picked it up, but I just want to make sure. I can leave, okay. Alright, so we leave. That's irritating. Fuck. See, at this point, I just don't know how to make the characters do what I want them to do. With the signal. I need them to do their rendezvous thing. Oh, maybe that's why this all happened. I only get 2 places to go to here. So she goes to the lighthouse, and then she gets the thing, and then she goes to... Okay, I guess I'll just ask, in order to progress in general, I may not be on the right track, but in order to progress in general, whose line do I need to investigate? Arnav, Yumiko, Sato, or Yuza? Don't say anything else besides that. Just names. YouTube chat is saying no one, which is breaking the rules of what I was asking, but sure. Sato technically, but okay. Fuck. I can help if you need specifics, but beyond yes, no. Okay, only Dynasty. Yeah, sure. Because I don't have, like, all day here. So yeah, only Dynasty is allowed to say anything right now, chat. I'm making sure that the game isn't doing something funky to me. Okay. A part of me wants to reload my game, but that's not gonna do anything. The Mockingbird relationship chart is actually relevant. trying to see. I'm waiting for your help, by the way, if you didn't know. Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for, buddy. I only trust Dynasty. Sato, but there's something you need to do as well. Give me something else to go on. I need a little bit more than that. And Yuza's house, you have to remember something? Wait, but that would imply going here. So I do need to go in Sato. Or do you mean, like, before I go in? Because, yeah, this is information I do already know. Like, I know I need that mermaid scale, but she's not taking it, so I need to make her take it. So I go in here. Like, I know that I need this, but I'm trying to get her to take it. Okay, I'll mess around, I guess. I thought I clicked everything in here. You just have to remember. Remember what? I know that she needs to take the— I'm so confused. I want her to take it. Oh, there's a sticker. Oh my god. How did I miss that? I think about memories about how Paranormasight works. How Paranormasight works? Oh my god. Wait. Fuck. My only idea didn't work. Is the first game scary? Yeah, I was terrified. I was big scared. If you mess around with it enough? Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm really trying to think. Like, Paranormasight does Paranormasight things. Alright, I'm not getting it, man. I'm not getting it. Like, my only idea was, like, save here, reload. I was also thinking in terms of, like, where I got stuck in the first game, where I had to make characters meet by playing as them and, like, leaving them in specific places. So those are, like, the only two ideas that I had. Say that again? I don't know what I just said. Like, my only idea was to save and reload. I already did save, though. I saved earlier. Unless I need to specifically save right here. In this moment in time. But I don't know how that would do anything. I don't... Was that always there? Wait, legit, what? I literally hate myself. I hate myself. I say that because, like, one of the first thoughts I had was saving to recollect memories. But it didn't make sense to me. Like, there was something about that just didn't make sense. So I was like, I kept on writing it off in my brain. But every time this happens to me, I just need to follow my instinct. But I talk myself out of it. I literally overthought. It, like, me overthinking it created my entire problem from the start. The thoughts I wove into it should have faded too. Surely you can't hear the message anymore. I can't hear a word. It doesn't matter. It's an important memento and a part of you as well. That's enough for me to treasure it. Oh, come on, you're gonna make me blush. I was really happy when you shared this with me all that time ago. Oh, well, you know. I can't just show myself in front of anyone, can I? Memories. Is there really no way to hear the message again after it's all dried up? If you found a way to return it to the environment of the internal world, it would be restored to its original state. You might be able to hear it then. You can do that? Using the Tomatabako would probably do it. I don't think a normal human would be able to hear the message anymore. Sorry, I guess it's impossible. A normal human. That's so funny. you were a spirit, you would be able to hear it by retracing the echo it left in your mind. Wait, wouldn't I have to be dead for that? That's a no-go then. These memories, could they have belonged to a mermaid? No. They belonged to, Yuza. Yes, the memory that we were supposed to get from Yuza, a while back. But now does something happen? Oh, yes! Put it in the tomato bottle. Wait longer. Wait longer. Wait even longer. I'm just kidding. Take it out. That's it? Okay. We just gotta wait all day. You got this? I don't think I got this. My brain is getting fried. I want to take it with me. And then just goes back. Okay. We got a step further here. We did get a step further. Now we summon the box ghost from Danny Phantom. Oh my god. I miss Danny Phantom. If I move now... Wait, but I don't want to leave it on the shelf though. Shit. There's no option to... like, take it with me. That's what I was hoping for. But I can't. What the fuck? No. This game sucks. No. I swear there's funky shenanigans. Just kidding. I want Sato to live! Ugh. Did something change? Anything? No! It didn't! Fuck! Chat, should I go back to Sato? Should I go back? Yes? Okay. Time to read again. Oh my god. Chat, I hate it here. Alright, I can't play this game for much longer. Alright, give me direction, chat. What do I do? I need to not be streaming this long. I have a flight really early tomorrow. Menu? Menu? Menu. Like this menu? Eh? Oh! Oh my god, that's so creepy! You need to call me 4 times, leaving at least 3 seconds between each. Sobe! Hello, Mari. Can you hear me? I tried to weave my thoughts into this scale to leave you a message. I hope it reaches you. Listen, I came up with a secret signal for when you need to call me. From now on, if you don't use this signal, I won't respond, so be careful. You need to call me 4 times, leaving at least 3 seconds between each. That's the rule. Don't forget it. It's a promise just between you and me. Wait, okay, so, I should probably reset then? So now what? Yeah, okay. Call me 4 times. Okay, call Sobe. Call Sobe. What the fuck? If you don't use this signal, I won't respond. I don't know how to call Sobe. Or do you? How do I call Sobe? Panic. Call Sobe 4 times. Let her cook, thank you. Call out to Sobe. I can't. She's non-existent. I got panic? My brain's in big panic mode. Because I've been streaming too long. I'm crashing. I got to come up with a secret signal. Chat, I'm crashing. I can't. Where have we seen a mermaid? At the return to title. The title screen had a mermaid. That's the only place we've seen a fucking mermaid. That's the only place. It's just the title screen. But how do I don't know how that calls her. I don't know how that calls her. Is that so? Yeah, okay. Call me 4 times, leaving at least 3 seconds between each. Okay, that's a mermaid. Right there. Streamer was the mermaid. I am the head of the mermaid. I don't even know if I'm doing the right thing right now. Chat, am I on the right track at least? Like, being at the main menu? I just had to figure out from here. Yes? Okay. So I'm on the right track. I know anything's on the table. I know, and I'm really bad at this. I like, so the mermaid at the beginning that they show you is Sobe. Okay, how do I call out to you? Do you want copyright information? Clicking on her isn't doing anything. How can I call the mermaid? I start the game. Okay. I came up with a secret signal for when you need to call me. If you don't use the signal, I won't respond. Call me 4 times. That's the rule. Don't forget it. Okay. I don't know what the secret signal is. Fuck. I don't know the secret signal. Chat, I'm caving. I can't. I thought about like turning the music down so that she can actually hear me. Times 3 seconds in between. I'm losing my mind. You did something correctly, just didn't wait 3 seconds. I did? I'm really antsy because of I have to wait 3 seconds. Am I clicking her boobs? No, her boobs are up here. I'm clicking her tummy. Fine, I'll click her head. The only reason I have my cursor down here was because then you guys can see it, because I know it's disappeared under if I go up higher under my camera. The head might be more polite. I mean, maybe. Finally. Oh my god, you're terrifying. That signal is extremely important to me. I won't allow just anyone to use it, least of all on some childish whim. Ah. Oh, jeez. Every thought in my head feels really stupid right now because I'm very overwhelmed. Oh my god. Sorry, chat. Every thought just feels wrong. Like I'm overwhelmed. Yeah. My first answer is Yuza. That's my first thought. I'm just gonna go with the first thought. Hi. Allow me to welcome you, Yuza, or rather Yuzo Minakuchi's severed consciousness. I am the mermaid called Sobe. You've passed through here 6 times now. I suppose it's not that strange you noticed me. This is the place humans call Ryugu. Though I hear it's also called things like the eternal world and the world beyond. Feel free to call it what you like. Whatever the name, it's one of the many worlds that souls of the departed move on to afterlife. Well, I suppose that's not entirely accurate. The space we're in now serves more as its boundary than anything else. There's something I've always thought to talk to you about. Something I had to talk to you about, if we ever happened to meet. I never thought that you'd come seek me out like this in the form that you are now. But it seems that you have your own reasons for doing so. You wish to speak with me. So, what shall we talk about? Boundary? There's a space that connects the 2 worlds that you can travel between. The world the living, Yuza, inhabits, and the world that you, a severed portion of Yuza, Minakuchi's consciousness, usually exists in. As a spirit, you will always pass through this space when traveling to the world of the living. Normally, something like this would be unthinkable, if not impossible. But it seems that you're something of an exception. Was there something else? She's so pretty, chat. You're asking if Mare and I were friends? I'm only going to say this once. You might be Mare's son, but I won't stand for you intruding upon our relationship. The relationship Mare and I had can't be described by so simple a word as friends. This isn't the only world that souls of the dead journey to after life, you know. Their number is immeasurable. There are worlds beyond counting. Mare's soul has gone somewhere far, far away. Even here in Ryugu, I won't be able to see her again, so don't ask me anymore. Leave me to my memories. They were roommates. They were roommates. Of course you would want to know about that. I do owe you an explanation of what happened back then, 5 years ago on the day the calamity struck. Let's get this out of the way first. I was indeed the one who made you an 800-year immortal. But if you've come here looking for a way to regain your humanity, there's no longer possible. Even as a mermaid, there's nothing I can do. You, or rather Yuza of the mortal world, are now bound to live the remaining 795 years of your life, neither aging nor dying. Nothing can reverse this now. Let me tell you what happened on that day 5 years ago and about the years leading up to it. Oh my... Oh my god. After becoming unable to return to Ryugu, Sobe had ceased to show herself on the surface, even before members of the Somikawa line. However, upon noticing that 400 years had passed since the sinking of Taishima, she cautiously attempted contact with the current generation's inheritor of the family duty, Mare. Any humans she encountered had either treated her as an object of worship or sought her flesh. Perhaps as a result, she immediately sensed something was different about Mare. Her treated her in a friendly manner from the moment of their meeting and promised to do all that she could to return her to Ryugu. There was no pretense in Mare's bearing, and her attitude when speaking to Sobe was casual and lighthearted. Gradually, Sobe began to open up to her. After some time, they agreed on a secret signal to begin meeting surreptitiously, growing closer the more that they learned about each other. A strange sense of trust came to blossom between them, one transcending the boundaries of their respective species. Mare had originally resolved to remain single and never start a family of her own in order to devote herself entirely to her duty with Sobe. Sobe strongly opposed this, saying that Mari's life here would continue even when she was gone, so Mari should not deny herself a possible future with her own family. She had seen how happy one of her former compatriots had been upon finding love, and believed that Mari deserved to know such joy as well if she wished to. Mari seemed unbothered at the thought, but said that she would consider it if someone suitable ended up coming along. However, that moment came sooner than expected. Upon moving to Kamishima, she met the love of her life, Tosuke Minakuchi. Sobe was delighted for Mari and offered her heartfelt congratulations upon hearing of their marriage. While she did not understand the joy of having a family herself, she was gratified to see Mari so happy. If Mari's constant wish to be able to introduce her beloved family to her dearest friend, but it was forbidden to reveal the existence of mermaids to anyone, even her husband and child. Eventually, the two reached a compromise. Sobe said that she would meet them when the time came for her to return to Ryugu, reasoning that there would be no harm in revealing herself for such a short space of time. This agreement became a cherished promise between them. Thus did the years continue to pass, Mari's son growing all the while until the day Kamishima Southern Sea disaster arrived. In the days leading up to the disaster, the rumbling could be heard. Sobe took this as a sign that a storm caused by the curse was approaching, and she and Mari mistakenly concluded that this meant that the seal on Ryugu's entrance would soon be lifted. Although the timing was earlier than expected, the two were overcome with excitement at the thought that Sobe could finally fulfill her long-held dream of returning home, and she couldn't bring themselves to doubt the signs. They put together a plan. Even if the storm were to come while they were out at sea, Mari could use the bronze mirror to suppress it, allowing Sobe to pass through the entrance to Ryugu alone. Resolved that this was where they would part ways, the two spent their final night together, talking until the sun rose. That's so romantic! On the day that their plan would be put into action, Mari took Tosuke and Yuza out into the bay on a boat to introduce them to Sobe as promised. Although pained by having to part with Sobe, she was buoyed by the thought that she would now be able to devote herself fully to motherhood and to her family that had always protected her without reservation. Sobe, meanwhile, was secretly trailing them from the seabed. Disliking the sound of propellers, she was unable to get close to the boat as it was moving. The raging storm. The storm that suddenly broke out around them exceeded all expectations. Even the bronze mirror was not enough to calm it. The sea churned and roiled around them as if the heavens themselves were unleashing their wrath. The small fishing boat carrying the Minakuchi family began to take on water, and it was not long before it started to sink. Sobe immediately rushed to their aid, reaching them just as they had fitted Yuza with a life buoy and gotten him off the boat. The couple still clung desperately to the sinking boat as it was tossed around by the waves. Upon seeing Sobe, Tosuke's reaction was surprisingly composed. Whether already resolved to meet his fate, or just mellow by nature, his first response after Mari introduced her was to greet her cheerfully, thanking her for keeping Mari company and expressing a surprise that Mari's faraway friend had turned out not to be human. Sobe, however, had no time for pleasantries. Consumed only by the thought of getting them to safety, she tried to carry them all from the boat, but even a single person proved to almost be too much for her. Naturally, she also lacked the strength needed to tow the boat out of danger. Even her nature as a mermaid wasn't enough to allow her to save someone precious to her when it mattered most. Filled with distress at her own powerlessness, Sobe was overcome by a sense of despair. Frantic, she tried to take only Mari with her in a bid to escape the sinking boat, but Mari rebuffed her attempt. She had no intention of being the only one saved. Instead, she and Tosuke pleaded for Sobe to help Yuza, saying that his survival meant more to them than anything else. Sobe could not understand. She refused to. She had prepared herself to bid farewell to Mari, but parting like this was too painful for her to bear. Mari, for her part, continued apologizing to Sobe despite the looming threat of her own death. Concerned for her friend's safety and feeling deep regret at being unable to see Sobe back home, it was more than Sobe could stand. At that moment, Sobe's innermost feelings came into sharp relief. Part of her, deep down, resented Yuza and Tosuke for all her being. She was happy as long as she had Mari, but Mari had her family to love as well. And yet, it was Sobe herself who had wished for Mari to find happiness by starting a family of her own. Overwhelmed by unfamiliar emotions of conflict and self-loathing, she found herself unable to think clearly. Wow, Sobe, discovered some, closet feelings. That's, this is a coming out story. Smiling as she clung to the sinking boat, half submerged in seawater, Mari thanked Sobe for her friendship and told her that the days they had spent together had been some of her happiest. Sobe was devastated. Every part of her rejected the entire situation. She didn't want to hear Mari bid farewell to her like this. She didn't want to part with Mari at all. She wanted to grab hold of her friend and carry her away to safety by force if necessary. Even returning home to Ryugu no longer mattered to her as much as this, but she couldn't ignore Mari's plea for her to save her son. Wrenching herself away from the sinking boat, Sobe headed to rescue Yuza, all the while resenting the boy for the tremendous love that Mari bore for him. When she found Yuza, he had been caught up in a whirlpool and was barely clinging to life. Sobe caught herself feeling almost satisfied at the sight, thinking that it served him right. If it hadn't been for Yuza, she could have saved Mari. But Mari's plea for her to save Yuza, that her only wish was for him to survive, echoed in Sobe's mind. The next moment, she dragged the dying Yuza out of the whirlpool and pulled a piece off of her own tail, forcibly fed it to him. Whether the emotions driving her at this point were a desire to fulfill Mari's wish or hatred toward Yuza, even Sobe herself couldn't say. After carrying Yuza out of the reach of the storm, Sobe immediately went to rescue Mari. She finally found her after 3 long days of searching, but her efforts had been in vain. Mari's body was already cold. Once someone had died, it was beyond even a mermaid's power to bring them back. Sobe clung to Mari's body and wept. Never again would she hear Mari's voice calling her name. She laid Mari's body to rest on the seabed, and hiding herself beside it, spent her days mourning, lost in the depths of despair. Several years later, the entrance to Ryugu was unsealed, and Sobe, now with no remaining attachments to the mortal world, made to return home by herself. Before doing so, she met with Mari's sister, thinking to reclaim the mermaid's relic from her. However, put off by the woman's blatant avarice, she found herself unable to muster any interest in her, and ultimately returned without reclaiming the relic, despite knowing full well the misfortune that it could bring. Damn. That is some doomed Yuri. Damn straight. This is the stuff fanfics are made of. Fuck. What I did to you was wrong. It was an extreme situation, yes, but I must have been mad to even consider it. Every time I remember, I wonder what on earth I was thinking. How could I have done something so cruel to the son Mari loved so much? even though nothing that happened was your fault. I don't expect you to forgive me, but let me at least say this. I'm sorry. I would do anything within my power to ease your burden. You want a piece of my flesh, but why? I suppose it's not impossible. You could bring it back to the mortal world using the relic I left there. Normally, this would be forbidden, but I suppose I was the cause of all of this. Maybe it counts as an attempt at making amends, if nothing else. There, it's done. I'll send it to the other side. You'll be able to take it from the box there. It seems you've done everything you came to do. This is where we part ways. Know that I won't respond anymore, even if you call to me with that signal. Having a means of calling me was prohibited in the first place. Live and be happy, Yuza. For Mare's sake, for all the years she never got to see. Be sure to tell him that when you return to him in the mortal world... I'll tell Yuza. I don't actually know if I can take it back. They said the evening of August 7th. Is this the evening? No. Okay, so I think I can leave this, right? I think I can now. Chat, I can leave now, right? Just to make sure. Yeah? Okay. I was nervous. So now if I go to the evening of the conclusion? Oh my god, I could have started from the storyteller and got a hint. She's gonna be okay. Sorry, I've been keeping this a secret, but... Wait, go away! I want to see my epilogue. All of your efforts have been truly remarkable. The fact that you are seeing this means all of Yuza's wishes have been fulfilled. You have overcome countless hardships and resolved every dilemma. Congratulations. Now then, as you may be confused as to what exactly has transpired, please allow me to explain. Yuza's true objective was to obtain the flesh of a mermaid. This was to fulfill his oath. Yeah, Sato, yes. However, who could have expected multiple curses to strike Kamishima at the very same time? I don't need a synopsis here. That led Yuza down a path that would otherwise not have been possible. One could very well call it a miracle. The key to all of this, of course, your efforts. Now I shall describe each pivotal event of this story in its order of its occurrence. Our fated day, Yuza went diving. That site, Kipe Ikuma. That night, Ikuma sent Kikuko, an assassin, to cause a tragedy. Capture Sato. This shifted Yuza's priorities away from his search as he tragically killed, and his mission ends in failure. It would seem that fulfilling his wish was never in the cards, and he instead met with a terrible fate. Yes. The sight of the 800-year-old immortal boy. A new mind, complete with all the memories formed inside the regenerated head of the resurrected Yuza. The severed head then disappeared, yet the consciousness of the head remained within it, did not return to his body. It became a spirit that crossed over to the afterlife, which might call the eternal world. Thus was another consciousness separated from Yuza. Primary body was formed, and that separate consciousness was you. You once asked who am I, but I assume that the answer has now become clear. They made me realize who I was 3 times in this game, so if you didn't know by this point in the story, you would be dumb as fuck or probably have Alzheimer's or something. This separate consciousness of Yuza remained in the eternal world despite the firm resolve it had, growing even more anguished over its failures without knowing how it occurred. It dearly desired to find a way to I want my epilogue! I want to see the love story ending! Fuck off! It found its way here, to Ryugu. This is the place you laid eyes on at the very beginning. This is where your duty began. The fact that this place just so happens to be where the mermaids reside turned out to be a stroke of luck. But because you would lose all memory of this fact once you pass through the gate into the mortal world, I stepped in to humbly guide you along your path. Cool, thanks, my ending. You encountered Yuza during his dive to the bottom of the sea. Because you resembled a phenomenon known as the Tomokazuki, you were referred to as such. Needless to say, you are not a Tomokazuki. Yet, that is how you possessed Yuza and shared your fragmented memories with him, even though it was not enough. In your spirit form, you had the ability to use the spirit chart and travel across space and time to possess other individuals. You entered the minds and memories of various people, jumping between each in turn as you earnestly sought to realize your goals. And that is how you progressed behind the scenes during the story. You have fulfilled your role and will now return to the world whence you came. Thanks. After you viewed what become of everyone following these events, this Paranormasight will finally draw to a close. Thank you very much. Thank you. Woo! August 31st. You've decided to accept your inheritance, but you're going to your university first? The wheels are in motion for me to take over the family business after studying real hard at university. Your whole life must be undergoing some major changes. Are you managing okay? You don't have too much on your plate?
Actually, about that, get this. Turns out my mom used to be a certified public accountant. I had no idea. Anyway, the plan for Mom is to manage all the assets while I'm studying my butt off. She was apparently waiting like a hawk for the moment to swoop in and make sure you got everything coming to you. I don't know if I should call her cunning, but Tsukasa's mom sure knows how to get things done. That's wild. That reminds me, there was something I wanted to ask you, Azami. You mentioned wanting to ask Tsukasa out the other day.
Oh, you're seriously gonna ask that right in front of everybody?
I guess it's fine since I already asked her, but that could have ruined everything.
Wait, you did? When did all this go down?
I couldn't help myself. I've been dying to know. I had to ask, even if it messed up your mojo. You sure are something else, Sato. If you need answers that bad, you should ask Tsukasa. What did you say, Tsukasa? How did he ask? Where was it? Tell us already.
You're way too invested, Miss Encyclopedia.
You know how things with me are right now. The truth is, I haven't given him an answer yet. At least it's not an outright rejection. How long are you gonna make him wait? You gotta do some soul searching to figure out how I feel. I need everything to settle down, so in 4 or 5 years? That long? You're gonna keep leading the poor guy along all that time? Right? And to top things off, she asked for my help in the meantime. Your help?
Yup. I want to take over for the old man Wakamura and make Kamishima the best place it can be. I want to be way more convenient bussin' than it is now. An island that tourists flock to, you know?
That means I'll need to start a business to manage all of that. As you can see, I've got loads of stuff to do. That's why I need you to give it your all as the leader of Kamishima, Azami. Yeah, I guess I want all that stuff for Kamishima too. That's all sounds great, and Azami will definitely be a big help. My plan is to have Azami rise up the ranks and help me out with a whole bunch of stuff. Once he becomes a big shot like the mayor or something, then maybe we can start going out. That'll take way too long! I'll be an old geezer by then! See what I mean? This is what I have to deal with. It seems like the cunningness runs in the family. Well, you've got something to strive for now. Good luck with that.
Quit your belly aching, Azami. We're doing this for Sato and Yuza too, you know?
I know, we talked it over before. Let's just say we were surprised when we heard about you guys the other night. How you become an immortal yourself 5 years ago, yeah? By that stage, you've secretly gotten your hands on some mermaid flesh for Sato. And now Sato has become an immortal for the second time. And the fact that you guys have decided to stay together for 800 years, it was a lot to swallow all at once.
Sorry for dropping such a big bombshell on you guys. Also, to be precise, we're going to be together for the next 795 years. She's gonna have to live 5 years without me. 5 years is a long time. Yeah, he's right. And we're going to discuss the idea of going for another 800 years when we get close to the end. Yeah, okay, whatever. That's up to you guys. Do whatever you want. Don't forget that you owe us for keeping such a big secret from us the whole time. Got it? See, I told you we should have gotten their advice from the start. You've been saying that from the get-go. I know you said you live on the down low in Kamishima because it'd be a whole other thing if people found out about you too, but people will eventually start getting suspicious even if you get to lead normal lives. What are you gonna do then? We kind of assumed it would all work out somehow. It's true, we haven't really thought about that. We figured as much. That's why we're gonna protect the two of you. We'll make some rules on the island so no one will get suspicious of you no matter how long you choose to live. It's gonna take some time to put our plan into action, but I'm sure we'll be calling the shots around here by the time people start thinking that there's something fishy going on with you guys. I was thinking we could build a shrine for you two to live in up in the mountains. That sounds incredible. We can say gods are enshrined there, so people shouldn't go near it without permission. I'll make sure the descendants of the Kumoi family are protectors of that shrine all the way down to the family line, so they'll always protect you. The Somakawa family managed to pass down their legend for 400 years, so I bet my family could handle a shrine for 800 years or so. That's so thoughtful, but I kind of feel bad making you guys worry so much, not to mention several generations of your family. I have the best friends in the fucking world! Nothing makes me happier than seeing you and Sato together like this. I know you went through a lot to get to this point, Yuza. I'm really happy for you. I'm seriously so happy for you, like seriously overjoyed. You heard the man. That's why we won't let anyone get in the way of all of this happiness. Oh, Tsukasa, the fact that you think of all of these plans just for us means the whole world. That was one of the reasons. Yuza's never been the type to look before he leaps, so we have to be around to make sure he doesn't get into any more trouble. Ah, good point. That's not true. You're the ones who always got me in the messes, Azami. You're both wrong. You have an idea how much apologizing I've had to do for you guys over the years? Oh, but you're gonna make it up to me now. I'll work you both to the bone. You too, Sato. We're gonna put Kamishima on the map. You got it. You just tell me what to do. Let's all keep getting each other into and out of trouble from here on out.
Oh my god, they're so stupid. I love it.
There is a legend in Kamishima. It is a story passed down through the generations about two gods in the guise of a young man and a young woman. They would often leave their shrine disguised as ordinary humans and happily stroll through the town. On occasion, they would sneak off to the island and travel around the country before returning home. The people of the island would stop and give a small bow whenever they came across the couple and silently watch as they went on their way. No one knew from whence the pair had come. Their history was shrouded in mystery. But it is said that this mischievously playful and intimately harmonious couple would always look upon one another with pure joy. There was apparently only one inviolable rule concerning the pair. One must never sneak up and startle them from behind. That's cute. That's disgusting. That's so cute. It's disgusting. Several decades after those events, the country has seen 2 new emperors reign, and people with any detailed knowledge of those fateful days have grown few and far between. Now, the Kantakisha ruins of Kamishima have become a sacred place for lovers, with couples flocking to it to strengthen their bonds. On this day, the young visitors who happened to come see the sights spotted a young man and a young woman together on the roof of the ruins, gazing happily out to sea. They're so cute, it's disgusting. Okay, I do have thoughts though. So,
ending thoughts. I will admit, I enjoyed the mystery of the first game more. However, I want to differentiate. I don't know if this is going to make any sense, but it makes sense in my brain. So it makes sense in my brain. I don't care if it doesn't make sense to anybody else's brain. But I like the story and the mystery of the first game more than the second game. But I think this ending is way stronger than the first game. I definitely enjoyed this ending a lot more than the first one. I also think the first game has a stronger presentation overall. In some ways with this game, I think that definitely the biggest downer of this game is Avi's beginning chapters. They are so information heavy that it kind of wasn't fun. And I do feel like they were trying to make so much lore happen in those beginning chapters, and I really, it was a drag. It was a lot of information dump in 2 chapters. So it kind of sucked because Avi was like a fun character when he's introduced, and then you start his line and the first 2 chapters are awful. I would actually say they're pretty bad. It's like they don't show off, they show off his character, but like in such a minimal way where it's like it's not the focus. It's like the information dump is the focus, and it's too much. So that's the biggest down, the biggest low part of the game that I think is pretty significant. But yeah, so I enjoyed the mystery of the first game. I enjoyed the ending of this game more. I think that this feels like a more satisfying ending than the first game. But they both have their strengths and weaknesses. I'm not sure how much I actually like that the player is like a second severed consciousness of Yuza. I mean, I guess cool, but the first game did it better, you know? I think... I get why they had to do it. It's not that it doesn't make sense or anything. It does make sense. I just think the first game handled the player's involvement, I think, a little bit better. It was a little bit more interesting to me. But overall, both games are really strong. Like, the first game I would give like 8.5 out of 10, and this game I would give like an 8 out of 10. You know, like the difference between these games is so small. But I enjoyed every bit of it except for those 2 Avi chapters. I feel like the first game utilized all the characters better. Yeah, I had that thought too. For sure. But yeah, these games are very, very good visual novels. You prefer Yuza as a main character than Shogo? I don't know if that's actually saying much, considering Shogo didn't do anything. He died also pretty early. I don't find the protagonists to be very comparable personally, because their roles in the story were so drastically different. Oh, look at them. They're so cute. They're adorable. That love story at the end really got me. That was so fucking cute. That came out of left field. Fuck this game. I know I have more here and more here, but honestly, I am extremely satisfied with my experience of the game.
In no way this is where I come.
I don't need to see the other endings. I really don't. Yeah, you came in like at the very end. Yeah, like actually. Hi, Ozzy. Thank you for the 16 months. But yes, I really need to get off stream. I was not supposed to stream this long. Holy shit, good thing I canceled my plans today. Okay, I need to go. I need to sleep in like a couple hours because I gotta catch an early flight tomorrow. So no streams Friday tomorrow and no streams on Monday. I'm gonna be away for the weekend. I will return on Tuesday. So the next game schedule is gonna be Tuesday. I don't know if I'm gonna come back and play Elden Ring DLC or if I'm immediately gonna jump into Resident Evil 9, Tales of Berseria Remastered. So those are the next things that we're playing. Next week we'll be starting Tales of Berseria Remastered and Resident Evil 9, and we're gonna play the games simultaneously. I don't expect to spend a long time on Resident Evil 9. So once that game is done, probably gonna jump right into Kingdom Hearts. I said it. I said it. Kingdom Hearts. Okay? I have delayed Kingdom Hearts long enough. That is the plan. Is that after Tales of Berseria and Resident Evil 9, Kingdom Hearts will be coming back. Okay? And I'm terribly sorry it's taking me so long. Okay, chat? We're coming back! Alright, that's the plan. Alright, so I will see you guys on Tuesday upon my return. Don't know exactly what game I'll be streaming, but you at least know the next 3 games that we are streaming, so it'll be one of those. Alright, Elden Ring, Tales of Berseria Remastered, or Resident Evil 9. One of those. Alright, bye everybody! Thank you so much for watching my Paranormasight playthrough. It meant a lot to me, and don't be stupid over the weekend, okay? Bye!